Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're here again. YAAD VIBEZ. We're there upon the election stream, Somebody was in here early before me even start. Ron Buckley, okay. Mark Walden dead in a race, I bet. Alright, let's get to it. We are counting and see who are going to win and have it an interactive live. So join in and hit the like. Big up on yourself wherever you're from. This is YAAD VIBEZ. YAAD is supporting. YAAD is. Okay, let's see what I'm going. We'll bring to you, put together our best streams and all the interaction and interactive things we are going. So we are go from channel to channel with all the updates. So let's see what I'm going without interrupting too much.
Right now, what was your role at this moment as the vote?
All right, polls closed across all 63 constituencies. Count begins.
Ended, we know it's now time to start checking the ballots, checking the numbers. What would be your role in terms of coordinating what's happening throughout the island?
Okay, well, in terms of what is happening throughout the island, you have the returning officers who would be responsible for the constituencies. Mr. Brown presently would be at the election center, and he would be getting reports from all different areas if there's anything that needs his attention, as well as working with the technical team to ensure that there are no hiccups in terms of what is happening as the results are sent in. So anything that is a little off, it brought his attention, that might need his attention, that he would focus on. But essentially, he'd be watching the results coming if there's nothing untoward taking place. Okay, so it's about that.
Hold on. Welpa station I play. Okay, I need to change up some things. This is no longer Spanish rally, okay.
5:30 right now. In your experience, about what time should we start expecting the numbers and to start coming in from the various constituencies and divisions?
I think they should start coming in at any time. It usually takes roughly about half an hour to 45 minutes for the close of poll activities to take place. And of course, it would vary to some extent based on the experience of the polling staff. Those who would have worked in several elections will be able to get through that process a lot quicker. And so at any point in time, the vote counting will start. And the ones that would come in first would depend on the number of voters and the speed with which the staff will count. So for example, if you have a very small polling station with say 50, 60, 70 people voting, those would be quickly counted and would be coming in early. The larger ones will take obviously a little more time, but the experience and the efficiency with which the staff works also plays a critical role in terms of the timing of the results coming in.
All right, Christoph Simpson, I want to bring you in here. We're looking at the voter turnout right now. In 2016, we had a turnout of 48.37%. 2020, one of the lowest in recent times, 37.85%. At 3 o'clock today, the EOJ said the voter turnout was 30% or 30% or thereabouts. In terms of the voter turnout this year, what are you expecting to see?
I had heard another update that it had reached
a deficit in terms of the overall percentage. But certainly, whatever...
If it pans out to be quite so,
if it
because these are early numbers that we're getting and speculations.
But at this point in time, I'm not overly excited by what I hear, because based on the energy that was out there in the field before today, one was expecting an overwhelming response from the electorate. And I'm not sensing it at this time.
Mr. Barrett, I want to bring you in just before Damien. So what were your hopes when you heard about the campaigning period and all of that went on in the campaigning period, the debates, all of that? Did you anticipate?
Big up yourself, hit the like button. We're there all night.
Less voter apathy?
Yes, I was hoping that there would be markedly less apathy. I'm agreeing with Lord B. Smith, given the investment of energies and efforts right across the landscape. I mean, people were just being inundated with the political messaging, both on social media, traditional media. Everybody was caught up in a frenzy. And so it is disappointing, to say the least, that the numbers are that low. I mean, look at, for example, elections in our Caribbean jurisdictions like Guyana. They are seeing robust numbers coming out, and so I'm not sure. I think the issue of voter apathy is chronic, has become systemic in Jamaica, and it needs to really be studied, and it's something that, in my estimation, threatens the health of the democracy.
We also have to be mindful that Guyana found oil, we didn't find it.
That is true. But
Who think Jamaica election shouldn't be like a public holiday?
elections, they generally
They
elections.
usually do.
They do.
Right, Mr. Gordon, what do you make of the early data that we're seeing, and who really should be concerned about what's happening now?
Yeah, so 48%, the last estimate I saw in terms of the voter turnout would have been 30% at 3 p.m. So I'm not sure where the 48% came from. But
Lots of sources coming
Lots
in.
of sources,
Yeah.
right. But if the turnout is as 48% at the end of the night, that would take us back to our pre-pandemic turnout level, which was 48%, or
Jamaica not going to the polls in tired of election scams.
which indicates the persistent voter apathy.
All right, let's see if TVJ have no numbers rolling in. Okay, we'll do this interactive work. We'll be back. What the fuck you mean? All right, go on, listen to this.
I traveled to 7 constituencies to get here today after having voted in St. We're going about their business normally.
Okay.
So I didn't see any
Business as
sign,
usual.
business as usual. So I didn't see any sign to suggest to me that the turnout will be higher than normal.
Okay. I'm going to have to
Yes,
pause you there, because I understand that Gio is getting some insights.
All right, thank you so much, Nika. So, well, the insights that I want to get are from my two partisan commentators here. Well, more than commentators, Cleveland Tomlinson.
YAAD VIBEZ says, welcome and get in the chat.
And beside him, Titania Clark is a member of the JLP Communications Task Force. Ms. Clark, before the program started, I told you I needed to tell me what's happening in your WhatsApp groups. What are the messages coming in? What's happening inside the JLP?
All right, since I'm at chat, let me give my analysis right now. PNP versus JLP, what do I think? Based on watching the rallies, based on watching the debates, JLP come with more substance. And let's be clear, let me make this straight for you new people. I'm attached to no party either way. I don't care, I'm just here to critique them and call out the nonsense that them trick people with. That being said, JLP seem more structured, more than PNP, and bring more to the table. Even leading up to election, it was surprising me. It's like PNP never even try. One man take run through a whole grocery store. I try to explain inflation to the people when you couldn't use them time if you try get them more votes. So JLP more cater to the rich, them more advances. You want the equivalent to American politics. Democrats is PNP is like Democrats, JLP is like Republicans. There you have it.
National Party, when we speak to them, you know, they never give the JLP any credit. It is never that the JLP won the election, but that the PNP base did not come out. Based on what you are seeing in your groups and the conversations you're having, did you manage to bring out your base today?
That narrative is a reasonable narrative to arrive at. If you examine the 2020 numbers and you look at the share of PNP votes relative to 2016, relative to 2016, you would have seen a significant fall off. So I think there is some legitimacy to say that the fall in the PNP vote really contributed to the victory, the JLP's victory. With respect to whether we have brought out the base, I think so, for sure. We have used the time over the last 5 years to engage with the base. You would have recognized that in
I be say we're gonna go through, we're gonna find the best channel and we'll give you the best updates. So we're gonna flip around from all the local news channels where I bring us up to date information. So we'll consolidate everything so in our best place.
2020, the orange wall collapsed, and largely because of some internal challenges, the idiosyncrasies of the COVID-19 pandemic. So what we did over the last 5 years was to rebuild the unity within the party. You cannot deny that the party that has contested the election now, the PNP, is a united PNP relative to 2020. We think that that unity has really strengthened the focus of the comrades, and we think that
The baffling did not come from mine, it come from TVJ.
Made evident in the results this evening.
Okay, want to hear a little bit more from the both of you. This is our partisan table. We'll be hearing from
Who you got voting at the never poll around in the chat? Who you think going to win, JLP or PNP?
Right
Let's
here
go.
On Decision 2025 on CVM TV. Stick and stay with us.
Alright, let's flip around and see where we're going. Alright. TVJ still not going with nothing. Alright, we're gonna find something where we're going with things. Think Glean or one of them have it. Alright, Jamaica election. Alright, let's see what I'm going with you. Glean here. Alright, nothing either up to date. Alright. Still early though, people.
Well, what will happen is that Rodamoy Crow, well, we'll
There
have...
it goes. Yes. You notice what is happening? It's turning green.
The lights.
Yes.
The lights. So if you look at under the Revo TV sign, because I know some of you maybe, there's so many colors, so it's hard to pick up, Cliff. So look at the studio. That's it. The lights all around have turned green, and that indicates that a seat has been called for a JLP candidate. Clearly, if the seat is orange, then the lights will be orange. So we have that added feature to jazz up
I'm kind of up to date.
that we're presenting. And
There
look,
it is.
you talk about the power struggle. There's the orange light. You talk about the power struggle, Cliff. I'm going to go one further to say that given that this is our debut show from what will be our home set, it's also an announcement to our rivals. The traditional...
Hit up the likes and my peeps. Let more people in our conversation. Yeah, we'll find the best live stream them in one.
Keep up with your ultimate entertainment hub, Fame 95 FM, on the World Wide Web.
Alright, we're back to...
And this is a message this evening. This is a democratic country. I exercise my democratic right today. Let me speak democratically. I'm sending a message that we are here and we're coming for the throne. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to take our first break. It is just about, what time is it?
It's 5:45.
5:45. We should start having some early results in another 15, 20 minutes, okay? But let's take the first break. And of course, tell you, we're coming to you on Revo TV, yes? Right here, Revo TV, nationwide, election coverage, race to 32 on Revo TV. And of course, Revo, George, tell us about Revo.
Yeah.
Alright, we're not have to take no break. We're going to just find who we're going.
Project. If your brand is involved...
Alright, TVJ still at each. Alright.
You look at the numbers and the trends, you will see where those two lines, the green line for the JLP and the orange line for the PNP, start to converge at certain points. And this is why we think that because of the data over the last 5 elections, this seat could possibly change hands. I know it's an eyebrow raiser as well, because people probably generally think that the JLP's James Robertson is secure in this particular seat, but we're looking at the raw numbers and it's telling us that this one could possibly change hands. Christoph Simpson, I want a comment from you on this particular seat. Based on what we're seeing right here, the JLP won comfortably in 2020. Why is this one so close? Why is it a marginal seat for people to watch?
Well, in 2020, there was a massive national swing to the JLP in general. The JLP performed really high in that election compared to other elections. But if you look at all the other 5 elections since the 2011 general, so that's 2011 general, 2016 general, 2020 general, as well as the 3 local government elections since 2012 local government, 2016 local government, and 2024 local government. Outside of 2020, the margins between the 2 parties was always 850 votes or less. That is very, very slim.
What's your analysis on for this particular seat this time? Because I know you have what you call leaning JLP, leaning PNP, the marginals, and what you call toss-ups. What's your assessment of this seat, and explain why you've come to that assessment?
This seat, I have it classed as leaning JLP, which means I expect that it will go back to the JLP, but it's not impossible for the PNP to take it. If I start a trend line through all the results from 2011, the JLP would have it. If I started from 2016, the JLP would have it. But if I started from 2020 and account for the local government election results, the PNP could get it. it's not that the PNP performed better than the JLP in the last local government elections, because the JLP did actually get 731 more votes, but that's a slim margin, and it's a much slimmer margin than what the JLP won it by in the general election. So the PNP, you could say, trended up since the general elections, and the JLP trended down, meaning PNP gained 948 votes, as in they received 948 votes more in the 2024 local government election than they did in the 2020 general election, whereas the JLP received over...
All right, let's see if any more results are coming from any other channel. All right. TVJ still a hitch. Okay. What am I saying? Them still the palm break.
What would really matter here is what they'll be doing on the ground, which that's not really data you can get. So the parties would have to speak for themselves, how much people they've canvassed and so on, how much people they're counting for, and counting on to vote, and how many they actually turned out.
Okay, so we have some numbers coming in right now from Clarendon. Nika will be giving us the latest in terms of what the numbers are saying right now. Nika is at the decision wall or curve screen. Nika.
That is where I am, Gio, and we are looking at Clarendon Northwestern. Numbers are coming in, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at the candidates. Richard Azan of the PNP with 74.6% of the votes, and that amounted to early numbers, 461 votes so far, 7 of 108 ballots counted. 24.4% of those votes have so far gone to the JLP's Warren Newby, amounting to 157 votes. We have Manchester Southern also coming up on the curved screen. That's the PNP's Peter Bunting out. Early days yet, but 2 of 120 boxes, and that's 67% of the votes going to Peter Bunting so far, 126 votes. And the JLP's Ian Ives, 32.5%, 61 votes. We look now to St. Catherine Southern, where we...
Okay, PNP look like them are going with things.
With 59.6% of the votes so far. Very, very early days, just giving you numbers. Delroy Dobney of the JLP securing 39.7%, 120 votes counted for him thus far. As we've said, very early days yet, Gio, but we have data coming in now from Westmoreland Eastern, with the PNP's Dr. Dayton Campbell securing 47.5% of the votes so far, 114 to be exact, and the JLP's Daniel Lawrence securing 119 votes, and that's 49.6%. We go now to St. Elizabeth Northwestern. This is where we see Andrew Morris of the Jamaica Labour Party securing 71.9% of the votes with 438.
Hit the like button there for me, peeps.
PNP's Patricia Scarlett Forrester with 27.8%, and that's 169 votes. And that's early numbers, 8 of 87. We look to St. Thomas Eastern. That is where the JLP's Michelle Charles has amassed 40.2% of the votes, just over 115. Yvonne Shaw of the People's National Party coming in early now with 59.1%. It'll be interesting to see which divisions or polling stations these numbers came from, but as we've said, it's early days, 4 of 128. We throw now to Gio over at the barn door with the panel
Sky
from
and
the
Thunder
parties.
says.
Well, thanks so much,
Accounting
Nick. And I want to
Wiwasi.
get early reactions to what we're seeing so far. I heard your reaction just now when you saw that St. Thomas, Michelle Charles trailing. Yeah. You're like, yes, I expected that. Why did you expect that?
Yeah, because the voters have expressed consistently that they're dissatisfied with the quality of representation she has provided. In fact, I've worked in that constituency with her candidate, and the consistent narrative from the voters is that Michelle exhibits a degree of arrogance. She's not present in the community. The projects that she committed to in 2020, she has not fulfilled. She cannot be accessed in a frequent manner. So I expect that we would have taken that seat, and I think what we're seeing with respect to the early numbers is pointing in that direction. Rosemary Shaw is also a very strong candidate. She won the by-election for the Morant Bay division, and she has been working assiduously. So we expect that that should be counted within the column in the column of the People's National Party.
Is it too early to call, though, for you, Titania Clark?
Too early to call, but also I think it's not just, it wouldn't be limited to a personality for the seat. If you look at the numbers, Fenton Ferguson lauded himself as, what was it, I think it's 5-star general. So as much as, yes, we listen to the voters and voters will have something to say about their current candidate, truth is they've always predominantly voted a particular way. And so the complaints, while you have the numbers here, you're looking at Michelle winning with a little bit over 1,200 votes in 2020. So again, you're looking at a seat that has been predominantly voting in a particular trend. So while there continues to be a conversation about personalities, it is also important to note that some of these seats that the Jamaica Labour Party has, while they would have helped us to secure government in 2020, they have a trend of where they vote and who they vote for.
I really...
All right, then we'll see what somebody else has say if any results. TV, Jesse.
Is something I'm still waiting to get some more information from the ECJ. But I'm going to ask my videographer to just come with me because we're getting, well, we're not able to move right now, but Dion, we're getting some information right now in terms of the charts behind me. They are being populated with some of the constituencies. So the polls, the numbers are coming in right now. I'm going to pan to my right.
Hit the like button there for me.
St. Elizabeth North
YAAD is supporting YAAD is over here.
So seeing for the JLP, for the Paul Stevens premises, that's the polling station, 13 to the People's National Party, 40 votes so far, the Independent 0. And then going to the other polling station in that same St. Elizabeth Northwestern constituency, we're seeing at that polling station, Kamar McDonald's premises, 39 votes for the JLP, and for the People's National Party, we're seeing 23. Now, still in that constituency, going to another polling station, the Elvis Watts premises, we're seeing for the JLP 36 votes, to the People's National Party 10 votes. I'm not sure if we can pan down a little further to my right again. We're seeing some candidates in Central Clarendon. That's the JLP's Delroy Williams. We see we're so far, still early days, Dion, just one of 112 boxes counted so far, but we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party's Delroy Williams is in the lead, 53 votes, that's 61%, and we're seeing Carla Watts, 34 votes, that's 39%, and 0 votes so far for the JPP candidate in Clarendon Central. So I am still monitoring what's happening, Dion, still checking on that number in terms of the final voter turnout for this evening, and I'll have some more updates for you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Like me predict it look like it's going to be a deadlock, a close call for the election. Yeah?
Tell me something, Clifford, because one of my criticisms of the two parties has always been, I think y'all speak too much to one another at your base, and not enough to the growing percentage of Jamaicans who don't identify with either party. And I'm wondering if that's part of what's happening here. You're reaching out, but you're not reaching the people in the middle. You're reaching the orange people, you're reaching the green people, and the people in the middle feel say, boy, not talk to me.
I can agree with that. Yeah, I think that factors in a lot in this whole voter apathy conversation. I think for the PNP specifically, because we're coming from a time of, disunity and many of our base being broken. And,
we got vote in the comment. Like we see what they...
We had to go through a period of uniting our bases before.
We're checking at the chat and see who are leading after we voting. Yeah. Who will win? All right, they have PNP 67, JLP 33% inside here. Who did you vote for today? Get in that chat.
I think it's something that both parties need to work on. And then speaking to people who are not of their own. So I think, I agree with that.
Yeah. In relation to this idea, though, is it, I guess the only time you...
All right, we are looking for everything up to date right now. Welcome to YAAD VIBEZ.
Orange at this early point and in this early stage. Now, of course, the team is still working assiduously to get boxes counted as they come in. Let's look right now at what's on the screen. Clarendon Central, 34,092 electors. we are seeing that 53 or 61% of the votes is with JLP, Delroy Williams, whereas 39% with Ms. Watts over there for that particular constituency. The information will keep coming in. We will keep keeping you abreast of things as Director Brown and the team give us numbers as we go on.
But there you feet Mama YAAD VIBEZ, big up on yourself, wherever you at. Jamaica, England, Canada, UK, Caribbean, hit up the like button. YAAD is supporting YAAD. We're doing common sense conversation over here, so we ain't attached to anybody. You must vote based on your policies and whatever you want, improvement in your community.
As leaning PNP, the JLP's win.
What's the way Jamaica public I say?
It's up and down. It was 27% in 2020. But it's been lower. It was 25% in 19...
They mostly like them talk about the history of Jamaica.
To pivot from what Kevin has said.
It's just a cultural thing.
But clearly to me, we need then to have a different way of calculating what we consider to be voter turnout, because it's painting a wrong picture.
Yes.
In the same way that based on what we were taught in school, and I assume all of us were taught the same, even though we're different generations, the use of the simple mean as an average is so misleading in many respects. And I don't want to stray too far from the point, but to highlight the point I'm making. In cricket, for instance, a man would have played, or a woman these days, would have played 100 matches, and you say their average is 53. Which, what it is saying to you is that each time this person goes to the wicket, they are likely to make about 53 runs. Which is wrong.
Jamaican people don't know what average is.
The score that they've made most frequently. So I'm saying that that difference in how you calculate this thing is necessary, because as
all right, we have result on the screen over TV, yes, sir. Them not no sound, but we'll see where somebody chat them. I say, so we'll let in somebody chat right now.
Kevin Lee says, JLP people think Uno over he wrong channel this enough NNN.
It's a TVJ chat, by the way, most of it.
Bert says, CVM is show things peeps.
Alright, don't continue going and say it. Who you got in the polls? Alright, then Andrew Holness constituency no vote yet. I start count yet. Okay, wherever this is, them I start vote yet. Let me bring this down so I can see. We are bringing all the interactive stuff. You can come right there so and get everybody
Tajini Elk says, no sound.
St. Andrew South, okay, them I start count yet.
Shanai says, time come.
Mark Golden part, no start count yet.
D2 says, when results coming out. Rich Immigrant says, no sound.
You know what the Jamaican...
Marsha Campbell / reality show of my life says, that Prime Minister that is running need to get some experience and come back, and he needs to looks like a Prime Minister, doesn't even look like somebody who can represent. Sweetness says,
it must be noted
Showa.
as well that Enriquez was a no-no, and he will have to carry some of that burden in terms of seeking to convince sufficient voters to say,
hey, Paula said JLP I want to go on, PNP I want to go on.
You can depend on me to do much better. So he does have an uphill climb, I think.
Gordon?
Yes. Warnobe is not necessarily new to Northwest Clarendon. I think he worked with the former Member of Parliament, Michael Stern. So he has some connections to the constituency. But I think the issue that he faces is the fact that he was a late starter. And there's consensus across the constituency that the outgoing Member of Parliament underperformed. But there's also consensus that Azan was not a bad Member of Parliament, that he performed well. Not only did he perform well, but he also stuck and stayed with the constituents after he lost. So he has not left the constituents. So the constituents, many of them said, we took a chance with an outsider and voted out Azan. But Azan lost and still stuck with us. So I think this may be a return of those voters to the man who they know and who has stuck with them to thick and thin. And I think that may work in Azan's favor tonight.
I don't know, but PNP supported them look heavy to me. Like at the rally them also, I chat them, them look more heavy and more, I don't know.
Well, from Jermaine Barrett of Jade on what was happening in St. Thomas with Michelle Charles' constituency and the concerns that were raised about her performance and not fulfilling promises she made in 2020 and how voters react to that. But we have to take a break right now here on Decision 2025 on CVM TV.
Okay, you don't have to take no break because you're on YAAD VIBEZ and we're going to take a break over here, so.
A very strong push to try to unseat her.
Very crucial seat. Before I come to that specific thing, I sort of look at this election a little differently than we did in previous elections because of the anomaly of 2020. And with the anomaly of 2020 that saw the JLP getting the 49 to the PNP's 14, there are a lot of seats that the PNP must take back. Tonight, if they will have any chance of forming government.
Well, in our chat, say PNP 75, JLP 25. Why PNP, them enthusiastic, so we don't know what happened.
On my historical tracker, we had from 2007 Linval Bloomfield, and he won that by 1,246. He held it again in 2011 by 2,276, increased his margin over 2007. And then we lost.
Like our voice are in sync with the sound of TVJ.
We had a by-election which Anne-Marie Vaz won. And she's held it, and she held it crucially against one of the most popular members of the People's National Party, Damian Crawford.
Yeah, I see people are saying in them chat too.
Importantly, in the 2020 election, where the voter turnout was about 38%, she did.
All right, hold on.
I think the EOJ is at pains. They send a clutch of press releases encouraging people to pick up their ID. Go to the EOJ office and regulate yourself because they know the difficulty that causes.
You need ID if you vote in Jamaica? Drop in a chat there.
Why don't people pick up their IDs?
Because they can't be bothered. Why have I not picked up mine since
So when I go there, I'm lazy and I go there and have to wait in line. Whose fault is it?
Picked up my ID.
Exactly.
Yeah, because
and most Jamaicans are like you.
Yeah,
and hence the long lines. And whose fault is it?
You're agreeing with me.
It's a lazy Jamaican's fault, not the EOJ.
Professor Damian Blake.
If they want to pick up IDs, whose fault is it, Judge?
Time? Which one should I say? Professor Damian Blake and Wayne Shed are online. We're introducing both those gentlemen to the discussion. Professor Blake, my friend, good evening, sir.
Good evening, George. Good evening, Cliff.
Hi,
Wayne. And your other panelists, Dr. Smith. Good evening. A robust discussion here about voter turnout. I think from what I've been hearing, I think that the problems with the identification, and so if you don't have an ID when you go in, you have to be fingerprinted, you have to do this swearing, this oath, and all of that. Those things slow down the process. But I think the larger point, though, is that voter turnout rates across the world have been plummeting, right? That's a kind of a global thing. Yeah. And
all lies, cause more people was out in the record when Trump did a run. Why am I talking about?
Where a number of other things are pulling at the kinds of attention of people, particularly younger people. So I don't think that Jamaica is on a boat by itself. That globally there tends to be a decline in voter turnout rates. Interestingly, the higher rates in voter turnout are on the continent of Africa, so places like Rwanda. Australia is kind of an outlier because they have mandatory kinds of voting there. But I think to put it in context, I think that it's a.
All right, we'll see if we see some results. All right, like TV, say J so not the problem. All right, let homeboy go and ramble.
That people are turning out.
Wayne?
I think there are multiple factors.
See, if you dip on TVJ on a stock where they have to move around for, hit up the like button at least. Get more conversation to people who want to get night chat,
Not changed much over the years. There was a dip in 2020, the pandemic election, and there was a spike in 1980. And consistently, polls have shown that the most reliable voters are the older voters.
Not true.
I would say veterans of the 1980 election, and certainly veterans are having lived the experience of the ideological battle between the two major political parties. But among young Jamaicans now, there is a sense of complacency / apathy, that they don't really see any great distinction between the two political parties. So it would have to come down to popular candidates, and you see that in some constituencies where voter turnout is actually quite high, and you can tell that there are local factors involved. And I'm not talking about political garrisons, I'm just talking about hard work.
Which channel y'all want to watch? You know, can't jump in our chat, you know, it's not all about me. That's why name YAAD is supporting YAAD, so y'all get in the chat, don't be scared.
Let me just put it this way. Religious reasons or religious sentiment as to not deal with Babylon system. We're just not going to vote because it's not something that I'm going to deal with church, I'm going to deal with my own spiritualism or my own religion. So that is one of the factors. But also just inconvenience. Jamaicans tend to move around. Many have their votes in the rural parishes and have moved to...
All right, let me give my 2 cents. This PNP won in 1955, 1959, 1972, 1976, 1989, 1993. Let me go back a little bit because I need to finish this. 1993, 1997, 2007, and 2011. Damn, so 14 years now, PNP now win. Okay, this one gonna be interested, but like the PNP supporters, them riled up. That me can say.
The vote count today goes much over 900,000, which suggests that half the people who have registered.
Mark Golding is leading the PNP into his first general election. Okay. Andrew Holness is a 53-year-old career politician.
Won't have a passport.
Yeah, man, was that same young, in relatively young.
Then issued ID that they do have. So 2 million registering to vote is not 2 million intending to vote. My expectation today is just under 50% of that number, and perhaps as low as 40% of that number will actually cast their ballots.
Can I make a point here? There's a myth going around, repeated by everybody, about young people not voting. It is a myth. Huh? I got the EOJ statistics from 2019 and 2020. There are 5 categories of voters: 18 to 29, 20 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 to 59, 60 plus. The biggest chunk of that is 18 to 29, 22.2% of the total. So this myth that young people don't vote is...
You think artists them make them vote with the whole plan, artists don't play them? Maybe that's one of the reasons why young people have voted so much.
No, the question...
When they see them cartel and them who put on PNP and JLP, you don't know. What y'all think?
Actually voted.
They've about 80%. If you compare it, older folks vote slightly more. Maybe 20% more and 20% less. But there's not a huge gap. So
all right, let's see if we find some result, if them get back sound. Oh, them still not on a sound. Okay.
Is the young voters.
And the data.
The biggest chunk is the young voters. And I'm saying is,
could we call a call out on this now?
We'll see if any results update. We're there for the results.
We have knowing how to connect with the people.
And we've seen him there on the ground with
but
her.
Unfortunately, his daughter does not seem to have that in her DNA. And I think it has affected her overall performance because, as I've been saying before, especially in rural constituencies, the country people like when you can relate to them in a certain personable way. We talk about emotional intelligence. You have to be able to make them feel good, to have that thing that, and we hear this term very often used, that she was arrogant or is arrogant, and that explains a lot of it, So I think if she loses, it will be primarily...
All right, sound might be better over here, so let's see. All right, me find no next channel. Come over here, so we have the Observer, still TVJ.
North Clarendon. This is where Horace Daly used to be. And Dwight Sibley's was able to wrestle that seat from Horace Daly in 2020. And on top of that, Wavell Hines, who used to be in Hanover, he's now moved over to North Clarendon.
And I'm not sure the campaign he's run. I've not heard a lot about that.
Yeah, I want to bring in the others on those shortly.
We can go now because we can come back to some of the other constituencies.
Okay, let me go to Northern Clarendon, because Northern Trelawney, I beg your pardon, because I actually find that interesting, because here you have Wickham McNeil, who, you know, was holding the Western Westmoreland.
Yes. I'm a result of people on the screen.
Western Westmoreland, and instead of going back there, he I don't know, flee is perhaps the wrong word, but he decamps to Northern Trelawney, where he's up against the JLP's Topher Hamilton. Let me get Earl's comment on that before I go to the other two.
Well, yes, I find that very interesting, because you would have thought that had he stayed in Westmoreland,
all right, they find about them so on TV, Jay.
Convince some of those who had turned off him, rather than to go to another formerly strongly entrenched.
Hey, we navigate the thing over here, so, you know, hit up the like button, get more people in our chat there.
I always wonder about those kinds of decisions. I mean, the whispers on the ground is that, especially in the last term, he hadn't been the greatest of MPs, which is partly why it said he lost a seat.
Well, Jamaica is a small country, so if there are whispers on the ground in Western Westmoreland, then the whispers can go across to Northern Trelawney as well. But that Northern Trelawney North is a constituency that for so many years.
Hey, PNP supporter them heavy in our chat, like them turn out wicked.
I think in the 1980 election, when almost everybody in the PNP lost anyway. But then the PNP bounced back there and had been doing well up until
Patrick Harris.
Right, yes.
Yeah. 2020, it was a 1761 margin there. Ron, let me bring.
Hey, thank you for the people that we are voting in our chat, you know, make it interactive. Right now, we poll in our chat, I say PNP 70%, JLP 30%. Who do you vote for? Who you want to win?
Okay. Right? You want to win back that seat.
You want to retain all of them?
Yes, indeed, all 49 and more. But that seat in particular would have the support of the General Secretary of the party, who, you know, has taken interest in that seat as well. So it's a seat that I'm sure we will take. But this evening, it's about taking some seats.
I'm making notes, you know.
Yes,
it's a seat we are sure we will take back.
Yes, it's a seat that we're looking for, right? Because, I mean, in 2016, we polled 9,000 votes in that seat. Though in 2020, we didn't get up to 9,000. I believe we got up to 8,500 and something votes.
All right. Hold that thought for just a moment for me, and we're going to come back.
Because you're on YAAD VIBEZ, we have to hold no thought. We're going to find the up-to-date things.
True milk.
All right, them the advertisement. Let's hear them I say. Keep you all entertained. Why, we think it'll be a very tight election. It's not going to be like a landslide. Even though, from everything I see, PNP look like them out. Based on the live chat them, the debate them rally when we watch, it look like more PNP people was out. You know, if JLP people now depending on nonsense, them just a weird figure, go at the booth, you know, them look like them more cater to rich people to me. PNP more like them put more promises in the poor. So it depends on how you look on it. As me, how me see it is PNP equal Democrat in America, JLP equal Republican in America. Choose your poison. But if you ask me, to be narrow. Who have more plans? Based on watching everything on the debate on the last live stream, them over there. JLP look like they have more plans. To me, them actually bring local numbers and plans, even if them a lie. PNP look like them stuck in a too early 2090s type of politics. We heard them run for them rally. You can't take 1 hour, 45 minutes. I bring out every item out of a grocery store with the last rally before election just to prove inflation. That's madness. PNP, the only one where I like two PNP, me say do a good job on the rally. And the one where I run when you Mark Golden and some other guy did it. Like the my only two people where mostly attack sense to me on PNP. So I don't know. And again, we're not attached to none of them over here, so we just have to do constructive criticism, common sense. So that's what YAAD VIBEZ about. I digress. All right, everybody depend ads. All right, we have some information here.
Dr. Dayton Campbell making another throw at the political ring in representational politics in this way. 49.6% of the votes, around 259 right there. And the the seats, we're heading back to the Breadbasket Parish. This is where we see J.C. Hutchinson's older seat. So
That's a FYI, you chat want to say a flip around a TVJ chat. We want to see what the people must say at the same time.
well, we are looking at the data. We're back at St. Elizabeth Northwestern. And we'd want to start with Titania. We've talked about ladies before gentlemen. That's what the women are saying, right?
Yes.
So, Titania, we've looked at the data. We've seen some changes made by the party. This is one of the seats. All right, we're still moving along. Let me just scotch beside you. And we're looking at, this is Manchester Central, the seat that we're watching over in Manchester closely. But
all right, let them live them up to date too.
Some numbers eventually. What we want to know firstly, are there any concerns, Titania, about Rhoda Moy in this seat?
Concerns about Rhoda Moy in the seat? As it relates to her constituents?
Do you see a win?
I think they absolutely love her. Do we see her win? I told Cleveland we never count Rhoda Moy Crawford out. Never. And so I expect this to be a fight to the bitter end. She is absolutely a powerhouse.
As a Jamaican people mean, you can't push the like button. Get more people in the chat. All right, we have some people in here. Creighton Radcliffe say PNP all the way. All right. KD and Fire. Straight PNP. All right, PNP supported them out. Push the like button on everybody.
Rhoda Moy Crawford out.
All right, and you seem to have mapped out quite a bit of things here. But let's talk to Cleveland. Are you convinced that Rhoda will bring it home again? Or will your man in the ring, former, mayor, who stepped out of local government to go into the big, is he likely to take it home?
We can take the 2024 local government outcome as a precursor or a writing on the wall for Rhoda. She declared boldly before the close of the polls that she would win all 4 divisions in her constituency. She lost all 4 divisions. And I think that you can interpret that as what the writing on the wall would be for her and what the potential outcome will be tonight. We're confident that Manchester Central will return to the People's National Party. We appreciate that there were some challenges in the country.
Hey, Manchester look close. Somebody run the Crawford 349 to Donovan Mitchell 271. Okay.
And the unity of the comrades is a bit problematic in 2020. We have rebuilt that. We have united the comrades in that particular constituency. Donovan is a very strong candidate. He's a mayor of Mandeville. He has worked in his division. So we're expecting victory in that. If that is one seat for sure, I can say we'll take.
And he pointed with the inked finger, by the way. But we've thrown out to Jordan Fort, the man with the numbers at the scoreboard. Hey, Jordan.
Yeah, and you talked about some of the marginals that we have outlined. Remember, we've outlined 20, Nika, and we're watching them all night long. So we're going to see Manchester Central now. You were talking about Rhoda Moy Crawford, who was the last winner of that seat, who flipped it in the JLP's direction. Remember, we're tracking 5 general elections from 2002 all the way to 2020, and we're trying to find out where we're going to get to in 2025. Giovanni, here we can see where the lines had started to dissect between the PNP and the JLP, and they intersected here when Rhoda Moy Crawford actually secured victory for the Jamaica Labour Party at the 2020 general elections over Peter Bunting, and that is one of the seats we're watching.
I think this one is interesting. This, in 2011, Danville Walker, a former Director of Customs, and also former Director of Elections as well, he ran and was the first person to poll over 10,000 votes and
not
still
win the seat.
Lose in Jamaica. And to date, that's still a record that he holds, an unwanted record. I want to get a comment from Christoph Simpson on this one, because as you notice, it's very close traditionally, although the PNP always takes this one. Christoph, how do you have this one listed in your spreadsheet?
I remember we checked on our poll in here, so who will win? Our poll, I say PNP 68%, JLP 32%. Who do you vote for? Who do you think will win? Good night, chat. Big up yourself, YAAD VIBEZ.
Local government elections is something to look at. The PNP...
All right, let's go. We have TVJ with some update.
She lost all 4 divisions, Belfield, Knockpatrick, Mandeville and Royal Flat, in the local government elections last year. But she's done a lot of work. She has a very high profile. She's fixed some roads. And the JLP believe that she will be victorious at the end of the night. The PNP, of course, are equally confident they will retain the seat, which for many years, John Jr. had that seat, and then Peter Bunting, and they believe they will return that. And finally, the last 2, Southeastern St. Catherine, where Robert Miller is up against the former MP, up against Dr. Alfred Dawes. Robert Miller is hoping to retain the seat for the Jamaica Labour Party, but the PNP believe that Alfred Dawes will take it back for them. And finally, the Central Kingston, 2 divisions, Almond Town and Raytown, where the JLP surprised many people and picked up the seat in 2020.
What going?
The MP, Donovan Williams, he beat Imani Duncan to get that seat for the first time in decades, and he's up against former Superintendent Steve McGregor. The PNP have to win.
How you can participate in a poll and hit the like button. Big up on yourself, though, thank you. So we have PNP 64, JLP 36% in our live.
Okay, thank you.
We're looking for common sense Jamaicans on the channel here. So if you happen to subscribe, remember to hit the notification.
Thank you very much, Dion. Well, we're still here at the JLP headquarters on Belmont Road.
Wow, go on
not
there.
a lot of activities
Why
are
not?
taking place at this point. We have more JLP supporters on the compound than when we first reported in primetime news. Some have been eating. People are just around sitting and waiting to see what is happening while monitoring the results. I'm now joined by a spokesperson for the JLP, Mrs. Kamina Johnson-Smith. Good evening, Mrs. Smith. Could you come this side for me, please?
Good evening, Andrea. Good evening to all your viewers. Good evening to all your viewers.
Well, you're live on TV, Jay. First of all, the JLP has been campaigning so much. You have launched your achievement booklets, then there was a manifesto, the education manifesto, then the last minute decision to increase the minimum wage when we were told of the amount. Did you think you did enough to get you across the finish line tonight?
Absolutely. I'm only going to contest you're calling it a last minute announcement.
The decision, the details.
The details in respect of our minimum wage increase, which
Watch her in a debate. She never was that. She just said that, yap. Never say much.
has supported. Okay, I wasn't hearing it on the news, but I did know that the Minimum Wage Commission supported the announcement and the phased approach and had confidence in it. So I wanted to make that point.
We're not going to wait. We'll stay tonight till it's done and we get the result.
We know that the PNP has been out there for 3 years, and they have been on the ground, up and down, length and breadth of the island. And we feel confident that not having mounted the same kind of campaign, not having come with blood and fire, but having come with substance.
You're happy if it's a Jamaican election not so bloody like before, you know? Seems like there's less violence, so kudos to that. I guess we are improved, right?
It's 9 years. And the recognition
Or we get more civilized.
There's been a strong narrative that has sought to destroy the reputation of the Prime
All right, I don't want to hear share ramble, I want to hear results.
To respond to these numbers and create a picture, paint a picture for us certainly, as to why Kingston Central is so important to the People's National Party.
Yeah, it's the constituency of former PNP president, former PNP giant Michael Manley. 2020 was a shock. Kingston
Central, it looked like JLP, I go up on this, huh?
That particular constituency. But since then, we have worked significantly. If you look at the 2024 local government election, had it been a general election, the PNP would have won the constituency handsomely. We know that there were some distractions. And I say distractions, I forgot that young man's name who we removed from the ticket. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember his name. But yeah, I know that there were significant efforts to undermine Steve, but I think we'll pull through and we're confident of the efforts.
Final 30 seconds I give to you, Titania. Will he make it out? Donovan Williams, will he get a repeat?
That's the plan. It's a seat to watch. We ignoring the noise, but the people of Central Kingston, even under so many terms under the People's National Party, deserve better. If you tour that...
You like your viewing experience. If you don't like something, let me know when we can improve. Remember, YAAD is supporting YAAD is on our viewers, so if you don't want the chat pan here or whatever.
You know, we had heard about the PNP.
Alright, let's see. What am I say? Refresh up.
So, first, let me start with you. This idea.
Alright, them that's a go down on history look like. No more results. Alright, everybody at take break, so I'll make sure go and chat.
Ensuring that their final statements of poll,
I will bring you best entertainment, so I'm not right here, so.
their preliminary counts are now underway and being properly supervised. And I guess some are making their way in to Belmont Road.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kamina Johnson-Smith, spokesperson for the JLP. Dion, it's back to you in studio.
She's a bad spokesperson to me. And she don't actually represent Jamaica, yeah? No. That's my criticism.
They think they're winning because we don't hang around when people losing. So anywhere you see dark and empty, that's the side that they think they're losing. We'll be back with our live coverage of Vote 2025 will soon come.
Who come back with the same way?
Makeda Stewart says, "What a woman lie."
Everybody the
Princess says,
so I'll say sound chat.
PNP a lose. Kadeen says, "Where did she hear that lie?" Michelle Samuel says, "Unity we stand, divided we fall out. God first then victory, too much rumors tied of it, please ask invention peace power." Yodman says, "Alkaline better than cartel." Shanice Carroll says,
Yeah, we have to listen to the psychology of some Jamaican people, and so I say somebody chat them. As I say, we are the most interactive over here, so.
Yodman says, "Alkaline better than cartel."
That election it look like, we don't know.
Yodman says, "Alkaline better than cartel."
Whip was
Life with Shani I
60%,
says,
40%.
Showa. Life with Shani I says, Showa. Marvin Johnson says, KJI.
Alright, you know what, we go and chat. Yeah, like that be a close election. But y'all think in the chat right now, I say 60% PNP, 40% JLP, and I pose in I live chat here. Let's see any updates, everybody up on commercial. You see, like PNP people out. JLP in the street. Okay, people now fight them and link up and give up that something, alright. Alright. I want him can say he come like the whole of Jamaican MP, them a blood cleat selector. Everybody has made one speech, them a job blood cleat dub plate. I want him a politician that become squingy and fire links and matter. That one when them become selector. Everybody, every politician a dub plate and behind every speech is a. I said them a waste people money. Alright, as you can see, everybody they're on break, but we're still there for entertaining. Okay. Let's see who else live right now. Y'all hit the like button and voting at the polls yet?
Thank you so much for staying with us for TV's live coverage of the 2025.
I'm getting back on the TV. Yeah.
At that time, the results and fast. In the meantime, Dwayne Anderson is at PNP HQ. Dwayne.
PNP HQ, going over there.
Historically, in some democracies, low voter turnout favors the incumbent.
You know, want the Bob Marley clap his screen, his stream, yeah, and copyright it.
Around 30%, and with 2 hours to go, it's not certain it can go much further.
Yeah, me, you know, on the Bob Marley, they hit the stream.
Garfield Rowe said PNP done it
again. Casey Smith, I'm seeing that she has her cards, and persons also saying, vote out the green, we need to go. Shower, oh my goodness, yeah. So you know how it is very colorful. There, I gotta tell.
Sorry, I may tell you, come like the PNP people are more online heavy and out supporting.
Ryan Meek O'Hara says, one Marky G.
Tell me if it's a different.
Yep, one Marky G. Damien Christie saying.
In America, I say JLP more.
He's saying shower, labor rights, right? Casey Smith, Sinner, is also showing some green heart emojis. And My Awakening Path says 1 p.m. love from Trinidad and Tobago. And if you want to be a part of this very vibrant discussion and exchange.
Right here on YAAD VIBEZ, common sense where YAAD is helping YAADis.
Respectful, and we know that we all can't cheer for the same side, but please, in all that we do, we must remain respectful.
Yeah, I can't say anything in my life. Nobody get banned. You can't take no clappings or hit back. Don't chat up, no ranking chatting we chat over here, so people will clap you up.
For them to vote. And just a small suggestion based on my observation.
All right, let's see if Bob Marley cut out.
Home. Well, I am totally shocked because everybody knows that the JLP has always had more money than the People's National Party. It's very, very clear that they saved a lot of campaign money because they used the office of government to do their advertising. You had ads being promoted right up to the election day, but ostensibly coming from the office of the Prime Minister. We know that they were able to hold back cash. We expected that they would try to suppress the vote.
Oh, you know, Mama. Let out the secret. I'm the TV, Johnny, son.
Okay, we'll go back to Dwayne at the PNP headquarters a little later on. But first, any comment, Earl, coming out of those two interviews?
It's difficult. Well, both are, on the one hand, expressing confidence in the ultimate outcome.
Which they will do right up until they lose.
Right up until they lose one or the other. But that undercurrent of disappointment in terms of the turnout.
All right, we have some results over by CVM, yeah.
43 votes. The question is, will the woman of the soil in the parish take over, or will the people give Homer Davis another chance? He only has 44.8% of the votes at this time. We look now to St. James West
St. James look split.
Andre Horton, he's been in the constituency even after losing. Sometimes, you know, people walk away from it, but he's stuck around and he's been doing his part, he says. It's 44.2% of the votes so far, 2 of 106 boxes counted. Marlene Malahou Fort, the incumbent, former Minister of Constitutional Affairs, she has amassed 76 votes. The stretch, not so wide yet, but we see 55.1% going to her. These are some seats that we'll definitely be watching as we continue the countdown tonight. So I'm wanting to bring the gentlemen of the round table into this conversation. The analytical minds that you have must have much to say, especially for you, Lloyd B. You're figuring that we're picking on you, but it's because you're from out west. You've represented in the western end of the island, and you've lived this reality. What do you make of these numbers? You know, as a politician of the past, and you're looking on now, who should be concerned, and is there really any concern so early in the game?
I'm picking up a trend, and it's worth watching a little longer. The fact is that in West Central and in South, both those seats were flipped by the JLP over a period of time. And in the case of South, for example, that seat was held for many, many years by Derek Kellier. You know, is it what, the 6 or 7-star general, whatever it is. And Homer Davis came along. He's a former councillor mayor, and he was able to upset the apple cart.
All right, more results You know, we'll give you all our results.
A little later on, Dion, looking at the specific candidates in some other constituencies, having some issues there with the computer. But I can say, I know a lot of persons may also be wondering why we have not received the final voter turnout for this evening. I've been trying to get some information from the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. He has not spoken to us all day, and the last time I checked, he
Why is it corruption?
in one interview with all the media houses, so we are still waiting on that, waiting to see what the voter turnout will be like for this evening. So that's all we have for right now. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha. So,
Respect, Kelisha.
PNP leading 13, JLP leading in 9. Very, very early days yet, and we'll continue to update that. And even the results that we're seeing coming in are still pretty early. So you're seeing, for instance, in Catherine North Central, we're seeing the JLP's Neil Powell with 176 votes, Natalie Nita Garvey with 165.
We got people voting in a poll in a cup chat.
Out of 108 at this point. So Central Kingston, still just one box we're seeing. I think we saw that earlier on.
See the update in our chat, yes, sir. Who will win, PNP or JLP? PNP have 65%, JLP 35%. Yo, y'all really think PNP them a go flip JLP? Well, I mean, I know, I think that'll be stiff.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's going to step up. Some of these boxes are coming from rural Jamaica. Information may take a while to get there. So, I mean, the results are coming in, and that's the most important thing, and the Jamaican people can see that for themselves.
Yeah, I think Jamaica have a fair election.
So, my view, though, is that if we had so much, well, in some of the areas, we had some challenges today, then, of course, I think it's just going to carry out through the night. So we may experience some hiccups over there at the counting centers where we're getting the information from.
Seeing St. Thomas Eastern, there are 5 boxes out of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw. Okay, that changed. Portland Western, 2 boxes of 104. The PNP is Doreen Campbell with 75 votes. Darrell Vaz with 37 votes. Again, very, very early. And we see Michael Aiken there coming on the board. St. Anne Southeast, we have Kenneth Russell of the PNP, 44 votes to Adion Pearce 9. Just 1 box counted so far out of 131.
If I could just come in here as well, one of the big seats that I'm certainly looking at for the night.
Which one, Noah?
Southwest St. Elizabeth. It's a weather-vane seat. It has for the last
JLP a kick ass in it right now.
With a winning party. It is now held by Floyd Green. I'm seeing it is now, well, he has 71 votes to 16 to Miranda Wellington. It's just 1 box that's counted out of 113, but this is a crucial seat based on how the voting goes. It will give.
So it seems like it box them in each polling station or something, right?
Southern with Nikisha Burrell, 243 votes. The Homer Davis is 198. 4 boxes counted out of 110.
Right.
We're talking about that constituency a little bit earlier.
So we're going to be following the St. Elizabeth seat, which is crucial. Let's see what TVJ up to.
For Kathleen Greenwood with 1. Dunfoot, no votes so far, just 2 boxes out of 170.
Right. I'm seeing here for Central Kingston. Did you just touch Central Kingston?
It kind of came and went.
Okay, came and went. So that is.
I wanted to draw historical reference to that constituency, Central Kingston, because it's a constituency of great.
Oh, yeah.
Whose commentary I like better, CVM or TVJ?
67 over E.K. Powell, and it was a very, very tight election there.
Yes.
I think the percentage was Manley 49.68 and E.K. Powell 49.19. That was how close it was. And I don't know, perhaps it's returning to that kind of...
And then Jamaican people, and I chat them, I want to say anti-socially.
St. Elizabeth Southwestern, Floyd Green, 71 votes to 16 for Miranda Wellington.
And it depends on the particular division in which...
It really does depend on the division.
She is strong below, on the western side of the bridge, or as some will say, the northern side of the bridge in Black River and Brompton, those divisions. And Floyd Green is strong in Mountainside and the Pedro Plains division.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back shortly with more from our election.
No, you're on YAAD VIBEZ when I take break over, yes, sir. Everything must continue, yes, sir. Shit, everybody there on break. What am I saying over here, sir?
But where we are. I'll give you one special aspect of it. Yes. We have a white man, full British Jew.
Which white man?
95% black country.
Who that?
And it's not even thought worthy of comment. Yeah. Nobody considers it.
I'm not going in my talk. A Jew in be?
Need to look at the of politics, naturally, because what happened in the 70s and 80s, a close civil war. We've come a long way, but unless the media tells them and educates them, they're going to have a negative view of politics.
Yeah, this hit up a like button there for we get more people in the conversation. When we have other topics, this is not a politics channel, this is a serious channel. Right now we just go through the motions. Because we have to give people some common sense before then go to the polls over here. So.
Oh my gosh. And in West Central St. James, a seat that we were speculating before the elections is going to be a toss-up between Marlene Malahoo Fort and Dr. Andre Horton. Well, 12 boxes counted. Malahoo Fort has won 9 of the 12 boxes. Andre Horton has won 3 of the 12 boxes. For example, at the preliminary count in PD 20, Malahoo Fort won 55 votes to Horton's 47. In PD 40A,
You want to see when them count up, it tally them on the PNP and the JLP.
So
when them start that.
PD 16, JLP edged out the PNP 49-45.
Or if you brother energy, I kind of low for me. Let's go in on the chat a little here. Where chat I say. Where people them in the chat them all over I say TV.
YAAD man says. Alkaline better than cartel guys.
What's wrong with that dude,
Samantha
man?
Black says. Hi. Tony Official says. Come on PNP. Hilton Wilson says. Yo no purple. YAAD.
Alright.
Seen any candidates on the ground here at the headquarters as yet, but we are seeing quite a few supporters on the premises. What's been the latest you've heard from the candidates?
We have had very favorable responses from the candidates. As you know, their priority is to be in their constituency. We have a tradition where persons follow the box to wherever the counting station will be, and they have to be with their supporters. But later on in the night, as things progress, a lot of them will turn up here to celebrate with us as we form the next government for Jamaica.
Now, Mrs. Scott Motley, one of the concerns that we've noticed, especially today, is the low voter turnout, or what would have been at 3 p.m., a relatively low voter turnout, standing at about 30%.
People have to go work Jamaica. They need to make Jamaica election a public holiday because people them already now make no money. You think nobody are gonna miss day if you go turn up in a line 4 or 5 hours based on some of my news over here? No. This is where we talk about common sense.
I know a lot of problems at the polling stations, that the slow voting turned off a lot of persons who had to leave to go to work. I was behind someone who was protesting
You see that this is a common sense man, this live, and I said it before she said.
just a pattern all over the country, the slow voting. On top of it, we had the electronic voting system just simply crash, and persons couldn't wait for it to get back up. So I am disappointed too, because based on the momentum which we saw all over the country, based on the pollings, we had anticipated a high voter turnout. The EOJ, in my opinion, has to do some deep analysis about the way it performed today. It was a
Make it a national holiday.
Momentum, I know that the votes are...
And Jamaica need fix election date. This playing around, dragging out election, that's just a sign of corruption.
Today or from, you've heard from colleagues across the island, you know, where do you feel in terms of confidence, how much the PNP may have, how many seats the PNP may have secured? Where are you where that's concerned?
Well, my focus is that the PNP must have sufficient seats to form the government and some on top, because I'm not comfortable with having just a 32 vote seats in the House or anything like that. I feel that based on all the assurances that I have received throughout the day, that we are way past that. We are going to get a very compliment. I expect us to win, and I believe that we had made a case to the people of Jamaica to which they have responded. And the early voting reflected persons who were going to vote for us.
And the comfortable lead that you refer to, are you in a position to provide probably a prediction, like a number?
Well, as a lawyer, I never do that. Worse as a politician. Suffice it to say, I am comfortable and I am confident about the outcome of today's voting.
And my final question before we go back to Gio, you know, we can't quite predict how long we're going to be here tonight in terms of when we'll get the final results. What exactly are you anticipating through?
You know, Bob Marley clap is streaming. So we have to move on because can't have
the major division, sorry.
Have his stream start over.
No, let me just go back to it. He lost the Gale division in 2024 in the local government election. That's a JLP stronghold, and many people have written him off, but Bobby Montague is a fighter, and the JLP believe they will be able to hold that seat. Then we move over into what
JLP needs to do to win.
Northwest, it's not coming up, but that's where Crystal Lee is up against Gabriel Morris. That one is a very intense battle where the JLP believe that Crystal will be able to retain that seat. She defeated the former MP Dayton Campbell in 2020. Now we move into St. James, West Central St. James. Sorry.
Thank you for tuning in, Yardies. If you can hit the like button, get more common sense Yardies on the channel, yeah? So we can have a common sense discussion about Jamaica without feelings. This is what this is about. A meeting place of common sense people.
In 2020, but Andre Horton has been in that constituency ever since. He's not left. He's doing a lot of work in there, and the PNP believe that's one of the seats that they will hold at the end of the night. Then in Hanover, Eastern Hanover, that's always been a swing seat. And the jail people believe, even though they lost all the divisions in that seat in the 2024 local government elections, they believe they will be able to hold on to that seat. And in Southwest St. Elizabeth, the Agriculture Minister, Floyd Green, is up against Miranda Wellington, a hometown girl as well, and that's an intense battle going on there. Generally, the party that wins the general election wins Southwest St. Elizabeth.
Southwest St. Elizabeth is crucial.
That we'll be watching as well. Northwest Clarendon, where Richard Azan, the former MP, is up against Warren Newby. Warren Newby went in that seat late. The JLP had some major problems. The man who was elected, Philip Enriquez, he literally just was absent. And that really affected the JLP organization in the seat. Warren Newby has gone in early this year, and it's hoped that he would have done enough. But even some JLP people believe that it's too late for Warren Newby to hold on to that seat for the JLP. And in Northern Clarendon, where you have the current MP, Dwight Sibley's, up against the former cricketer, Wavell Hines. Another intense battle. JLP insiders tell me that they think Sibley's is home. PNP people believe that Wavell Hines will hit him for 6 out of the park and take it for the night. Those are some of the seats that must be won. We also have, I'm running out of time, East Central St. Catherine, where Raymond Price for the PNP is up against the MP Alonda Terrelong. A very, very intense battle.
Yo, that dude, name YAAD man in the chat, you have to be some type of special person if you put Alkaline versus Cartel. Like you just copy and paste and the whole night of that. Like something have mentally wrong with Jamaican somehow.
But we are going to be going to our colleague at the Gleaner, Jovan Johnson, first of all, to give us a little hint and an insight into what's been going on at the Gleaner. Jovan?
Hi, thank you so much, Dion. We had a very strong network of correspondents and reporters across the country, giving us all kinds of stories so that we're able to deliver for our audience rich commentary and reportage on what has happened today in Jamaica's 19th general elections. And we had very interesting stories. We had my colleague Christopher Thomas out of Montego Bay had an interesting story from Nikisha Burchell, the People's National Party's candidate for St. James.
All right, wait, we'll see if we find out more results, peeps.
Has that changed? Yes, because the results are now being sent in electronically to the county center, and then the physical
Explain that.
I wonder if the machine can get hacked. We have to start thinking about them sitting there.
Different polling locations are responsible for getting the results from the presiding officers and to transmit them, whether taking a photograph or whatever they do, to send it to the counting center, and that is what is used to provide this tally. If we were to wait until the boxes were physically moved to the returning officer's office, then that would take forever because there are some that's coming from very, very far. So it's now done electronically because at the end of the count, there is what is called a statement of the poll that is put on the outside of the box. So these results are transmitted electronically to the counting center, to the election center, and that is where these results are coming from. So you won't be able to say exactly where it is coming from because
we not trust that, you know.
The quicker
about it, you not trust that dropping out for which you not trust the electronic business we matter about, yeah.
Able to complete that. So in the past, you could be assured that, for example, some distant area from the counting center would be the last to come in, and therefore the political parties would know that this is our strong area. Therefore, if that party candidate is leading, that will change when these votes come in. In this case, unless you are at the election center and looking at the specific polling stations that the results are coming from, you won't be able to do that calculation because it's not movement of the boxes themselves, but electronic transfer of the numbers. So it's the quicker counters or the smaller numbers that will be coming in first.
But you still go count the paper them for match to make sure. You still go through with the paper them, but and then we say, okay, we count the papers and we were slightly off this amount or whatever. And one of them have to go take priority. Like, come on, when Jamaica already too corrupt for you do electronic business.
Electronic voter identification system, and there were some hiccups with that. I got several messages from persons complaining about long waiting hours. What caused that?
Well, quickly, in terms of the long wait, traditionally political parties have encouraged their supporters to go out early and to vote early. But what happens if you take approximately 3 minutes to vote? Say you are 21st in line. It takes 3 minutes. 3 times the 20 persons ahead of you, that's 60 minutes. So you will tend to be frustrated. So once you have a lot of people online, and there are persons who will take more than 3 minutes, as I think Ms. Kitty mentioned, where you might have an elderly or the disabled who will take a little longer. But even if you averaged out at 3 minutes and you're 21st in line, you're looking at 60 minutes. In terms of the equipment, I gather that they have moved to a new device, tablets, which is a lot more portable and
not just
easy
that
to use. But it's
why them couldn't make why polling station them? This is a question we need to ask. Why the polling station them are closed so early? That's one. And if Jamaican already have a low salary rate and people can't afford to lose a date, why not make it a holiday, a public holiday?
We're going to go to our next break and come back with more.
All right, everybody at that break, it seems. But we're not taking a break. We're going to find something or me are going to entertain you tonight.
Election today, because I spoke to someone who said they tried 4 times to vote and they couldn't get through because the fingerprint just was not coming up on the system.
That's madness.
Absolutely. I don't think there was any wrong time to try it because it is something that we have been using. It's just that they are moving to a more efficient device. And I think maybe I am not in a position to say the extent of the trial that was done in the field, but I'm saying that more of that could possibly have been done to ensure that they were operating efficiently. But it's something that's been going on for some time. Yeah. And therefore, I don't think that we should be looking at turning back. Instead, we should be looking.
Hit the like button there for me if you can let in more people in that conversation, because we need to be educated.
in the streets of Kingston?
Well, Giovanni, it was quite interesting. We started very early this morning and we went to Dillsbury with Mark Golding, where he cast his vote. His wife was there as well. Stacey Knight was also there, as that is the constituency in which he's seeking election to oust, so to speak, Delroy Chuck, who has been the MP for that constituency.
Stacey Knight.
I will pass some results. Remember we were Southeast St. Elizabeth, what them say? What them say, normally anybody who win the constituency, they win the election. Alright, so PNP up 54, Deso, Trelawney, Northern Trelawney, JLP up 71%, 28%, okay. No more results. We got voting in our chat.
Of the 2025 elections, vote 2025, and you know, still a little bit slow on some of the results, but want to share with you. We're starting to see some of the numbers build up, and here we have North Trelawney still just 2 boxes out of 146. Tova Hamilton of the JLP with 128 votes. Wickham McNeil with 51.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that this is one of the seats that if the PNP is going to win tonight, they have to take this back. It's a traditional PNP seat, but there is
St. James West Central, 2 boxes of 106. Marlene Malahoo, 4th of the JLP, 76 votes. Andre Horton of the PNP, 61. Clifford Barnett, 1 vote. That's 2 boxes out of 106.
We have a long way to go, people.
Here's St. James Southern, and there we have 4 boxes out of 110. The PNP's Nikisha Burchell with 243 votes. The JLP's Homer Davis, 198. Leon Cunningham with 1 vote. Okay, let's go over now to the EOJ and Kalisha.
Go on, Kalisha. Where?
Thank you. Can you go?
Yeah, man.
Thank you so much. So we are now joined live on air with the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. Mr. Brown, we've seen today lots of concerns from persons in regards to the EVIS system, as well as persons waiting for hours in line. What went wrong today from the ECJ's perspective?
Well, we are doing our assessment. There are a number of things that we had some issues with, but there are some positives. The issue in terms of the line, in terms of the pace at which it moved, a number of our electors continue to come to the polling station with expired voting cards, and that extended the time, the period, the processing of it. So that impacted on it. However, by tomorrow, we'll be doing our detailed assessment in terms of what took place today.
But I'm sure, Mr. Brown, that would not...
By tomorrow, motherfucker, election are done. What do you mean by tomorrow? You should have been to test them and do it already.
One instance, when persons were told in the constituencies where you have the EVIS systems, 7 constituencies, the scanner was not working
Jamaica,
and
man.
persons could not use their ID. Why didn't the ECJ make arrangements for persons to just use their ID just in case the system failed?
No, that was in place. In other words, at one point, we paused about 4 of the 7 constituencies. Bear in mind, now we have 63 constituencies. Therefore, the assessment must be looked at the entire execution of the election across the island. In those 7 constituencies, we have an issue in terms of the machine. We paused and then went to the manual system in terms of 4 constituencies. The other 3 continued and it flowed properly. So I said we're going to do the assessment in terms of all the issues, and we'll see where we go from there.
We're still waiting on the final voter turnout for this evening. Can you say if we can, the final voter turnout?
We are tallying the final vote now. Up to 3 p.m., it was approximately 30%. So we continue to do that. In a short while, you know the total turnout for the day.
Thank you so much, Director of Elections, Glasspool.
With that shout out to Top Life Adventure TVJ 876. It's a PNP fully active. All right, boss.
You know, I just saw the results for St. Thomas Eastern on screen, but again, that kind of went by a little fast. We're just talking there about, we're just looking at 5 boxes counted so far.
I think based on my screen here, it's 3.9% voted down.
Population
166 for the JLP, 201 for the PNP. 3.9% of the votes counted in St. Thomas. Eastern at the moment.
South and Southeast the turn.
Just one box
okay.
of 131. Kenneth Russell of the PNP with
Like
44 votes.
Them a landslide JLP another one
We
day.
saw this before, so we're still at the one. We're still at the one box. Haven't progressed.
Dion, before we get further into the numbers, I wanted to take you back or to take a little bit of a human interest to look at three of the candidates. You mentioned Joan Gordon-Webley, who is now running.
Before we get into that, if he said this will be a very stiff election, is if we poll or get narrow to where we're running there, so 87 people vote, PNP 59%, JLP 41%. So take what you want from that. And hit the like button for me if you can there, please. More people in the chat, Alright, Tristan Braham, who laugh the best. What you mean, Trican?
This is an interesting thought. People, we tend sometimes to look down on people who get to a certain age, but the fact that these three persons from 1980 are still with us is for the people. It's for the people to decide whether they want to persist with them.
And interestingly, with Joan Gordon-Webley as well, she contested East Rural St. Andrew in, I think, 2016 against Damian Crawford when she was a member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
And it is 2011, yes. And it is fascinating now that she has crossed the floor from the Jamaica Labour Party and is no longer in East Rural. Remember Damian Crawford as well, as I said, went up in East Rural, then he moved to Portland Eastern, and now he is in St. Catherine Northwest seeking to take the seat that Hugh Graham had, which is Bobby Pickersgill's old seat. But here's Joan Gordon-Webley putting up a fight against Olympian.
RIP, if you want to keep the result going and don't know. Want to keep up to date on everything. CVM done live. Alright. Oh, go on. Okay.
And
alright, we have to stick with TVJ for now.
2011, Joan Gordon-Webley for the Labour Party lost to Damian Crawford, and she ran in 2016 for the PNP in East Rural St. Andrew, and now she's over in West Rural St. Andrew.
Yeah.
Did she run?
What's the chat there? TVJ chat this up on the screen and pop up just for people and when you.
And then Joan was here in 2020 against Juliet.
Something else that's fascinating about West Rural is that, like Joan Gordon-Webley, who is a crossover from the JLP, Dr. Mavis Gilmore and Madame Rose Leon, both of them represented both the PNP and the JLP.
That's right.
Both of them ran in West Rural St. Andrew.
And in Central Kingston, that rich history you spoke about earlier on, because I think Central Kingston was one of the original 32.
Yes.
Madame Rose Leon has interest and has represented in Central Kingston as well, which is part of the reason I think the PNP wants to make sure that that seat comes home. But as I mentioned a moment ago, the early numbers for West Rural, I'm seeing 5.7% votes counted so far, JLP 379, PNP through Joan Gordon-Webley is now at 483. Yeah, but for me, watching West Rural, it really depends on where the boxes are coming from, and we never have an indication on that because Brandon Hill is the PNP's bastion in West Rural St. Andrew. So if that's where they're coming then.
Hold that thought for a moment. Let's go back into the field. Jamila Maitland on location. Jamila, go ahead for me. Where are you? And tell us what's going on.
And a bag of knife. Alright, St. Catherine North Central, like JLP up there, so. Alright. 4 bucks out of 108. Let's see. These are some update we I'll give you. We have to be interactive over here, so. YAAD is supporting YAAD. Okay.
Clifford, you looked as if you were coming in just now.
I was just thinking most of these seats that are like, I guess, traditional PNP seats, they don't shake me or I think are shaking the party because they don't.
Finally, I get boring when I step up with 5. Kingston Central, 1 box count out of 80. Donovan Williams up 69% to JLP Steve McGregor 39. Okay, Kingston East and Port Royal Philip Palwell, 95% PNP up there, so. St. Andrew West Rural, Juan PNP up 56% to JLP 43%. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. Which is the third party in Jamaica? Can somebody drop in the chat there? Alright, St. Thomas East, 5 box count. PNP up 54 to JLP 44%. Okay, Portland Western, Darrell Vaz 58.9% to Darren Campbell 40%. That's West Portland Western. South and what? Saying and Southeast, we have PNP 83% to JLP 17%. Only 1 box count there, so. South and Southwest, JLP up 83% to 16%. 1 box. This is early voting, it seems like, because I'll be a 1 box, yeah, 100 and something box left. So Trelawny Northern, JLP up 71% to 28%. St. James, West Central, Marlene. Alright, they're on fast. Let's go back to them. Remember, this one I critical. What them say critical is St. Elizabeth, Southeast, and I think somewhere in St. James.
School here in St. Catherine East Central. Incumbent, the Alanda Terrelong rather, is going up against the PNP's Raymond Price. We also have an independent candidate here, Casey on Radcliffe from the JPP. Now, the Jamaica Labour Party's supporters are seemingly having an early celebration here while the ballots are being counted on the inside. There is a steady but consistent support here from...
So JLP think I'm going to win. Okay, alright.
These officers are up ahead. On the other side of this crowd, you'll have the PNP.
Hey, if y'all hit the poll and vote, y'all can hit the like button for get more yardies up in here so we have some conversation. Alright. Somebody in the chat, just subscribe, respect Top Life Adventures for subscribing. If you happen to subscribe, remember to hit the notification. One Dan King say 1 PNP suck on the mother. Alright, him seem to be ignorant a bit. Okay.
No, in this division, there are 3, in this constituency, there are 3 divisions. Southborough, you have Portmore Pines and Gregory Park. In Portmore Pines, that is where the PNP support is large, and that is where they're trying to get more of their supporters to come out to see if they could make a difference. In Gregory Park, however, there's an equal number of PNP and JLP supporters here. As I said, on the other hand, the PNP support.
When we get to a point where we make politics, okay, and make we disrespect people, and we see every day for some of the politician promises. Suck on the mother and fight and kill one and then shoot after one. Yeah. And when we go start wise up?
Final ballot is being counted on the inside. We're making our way through the crowd here outside the Gregory Park Primary School in St. Catherine East Central.
As me say, if you don't know light and no water and no road in the area where you're there, if you flip your vote, you shouldn't be attached to no party.
Seen any official results coming there, and we have St. Catherine South here, 6 boxes of 150, the PNP's Fitzjackson 380, the JLP's, okay, Delroy Dobney, I think that was. St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. Neil Powell of the JLP, 176. Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote here. And we haven't progressed in Kingston Central, still seeing that 1 box out of the 80. We've been seeing that for a little while, and of course, a lot of times you see this happen, and then suddenly you're at 80 or 90% of the count. So.
Right.
Alright, TVJ stream back up because we don't want to stick on one set of people. So let's see. Didn't I just say the stream come over? Alright, I'm finding the stream.
That we have forgotten.
Well, it was won by the JLP once.
Wait, once, never again.
1980.
But them cut
Not
it off,
like
they
in
have
St.
air
James
issue.
South at the moment we're watching that, we're really expecting that's one of the seat, Clifford, that you have to take back. 3.6% of the vote counted.
The problem, Emily, is that what we have here on either side are 2 people who are emphatic
Yes.
that they're confident. Yes. Them are going to take back their seat and them are hold on to them seats.
Yes.
So I don't know.
You ask me, this is going to be a very close election. I think I know a landslide.
It's 3.6% of the votes counted. JLP 198, PNP 243. So the PNP is leading there at the moment. But again, it depends on the division that those boxes are.
PNP a lead? Oh, a lie.
Eastern, a seat you need to take as well. At the moment, officially, 5.7% counted. And the PNP is leading by 6 votes, 259. To the JLP's 253, that's Dr. Dayton Campbell against Daniel Lawrence in the constituency of former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson.
Portland.
Yeah.
Eastern Portland, 2 boxes of 140. Anne-Marie Vaz, 195. Isaac Buchanan, 103. Tracy and Gillespie Harris, no votes so far. So that's just 2 boxes there out of Portland Eastern.
Can I just jump in to say, St. James Southern, right?
Yes.
If you look at the data, in 2016, Labour Party, 6,216, but you notice in the COVID election, would have increased our numbers in that seat, 7,245 votes. So a lot of work has been done in that seat. We expect the Labour Party to have a good showing there this evening.
We're going to go to break, but just before that, we asked members of the public how important they think this election is to them. Take a look.
Oh, yeah, we people, I must say. Then we are go across. All right, it look like it has stiff based on the vote, poll in the hour, poll.
How important have this election been to you?
Well, it's very important to me, you know, boss. You see me, because I want this thing to go either way, you know, you see me? You don't know. We want to get rid of and put in, and you understand me?
No, we don't understand what the fuck you mean. Like, you don't make no point.
Yeah, Andrew Holness do a lot. I know Mark going with a plan. Him don't have a plan. Andrew Holness have a whole heap of plan. Andrew Holness have.
We talk about that too.
I fly from foreign, come to Jamaica just for this.
This election is
as
a young person because the future of Jamaica is rested in Mark Golding, who is the leader of the People's National Party.
Very, very important because it will make all of the young people them eat food and do better. What I mean? And to do a lot for Jamaica.
Can't do too much of music. Alright, what's the over here? So we're going.
5, Mitchell 66.
No,
PD
no boredom over here, so.
Crawford 31, Mitchell 77. PD 26, Crawford 86, Mitchell 45. PD 102, Crawford 23, Mitchell 75. PD 101B, Crawford 29, Mitchell 70. PD 18, Crawford 62, Mitchell 44.
George, the question is,
the question be,
can add up those, you know?
So why you not add them?
Me can't add them.
All right, you want to do the numbers and I add them for you? I can't do it. I'm going to tally them. I was hoping that your interview with the director carried, so I'd get the chance to tally the numbers. I can also
we need to know what they mean.
Yeah, but hold on, Cliff. I can also give an update on Central Kingston. Fret not, our listeners are very
well update there.
Let me do Central Kingston again because I've gotten some more information. So PD 45, Williams 34, McGregor 1. PD 54, Williams 102, McGregor 8. PD 58, Williams 116, McGregor 5. PD 57, Williams 181, McGregor 8. PD 55A, Williams 103, McGregor 9. PD 55B, Williams 115, McGregor 4. Across these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 PDs, McGregor has not gotten more than 9 votes in any of the 9 PDs. And Williams's scores, 34, 102, 116, 181, 103, 115. So Williams is poaching a big lead before the expected flood of McGregor boxes in the PDs coming. I'm interested.
Jenny, can we turn to you at the smart board? Any numbers yet? Oh, the internet has affected us here.
Oh, this is Jamaican Public Service channel and them need to have graphics up on the screen. Like, where do I invest? Like, you couldn't get some, do better.
Here's what I'm going to do. I think we should throw to Sondre and his panel, and then we have a chance.
All right, we'll see what's going on over there, sir. All right, St. James West Central. I think this is one of the crucial seat, MC. Almost deadlock, 55. South St. James, Southern St. James, PNP lead 55 to 44%. Okay. Hanover Western, JLP win 54 to 47. Trying to tally up this, and I'm going to tally this up. Let's go. Is there a website where we can view anything, live results? Westmoreland Central, JLP win 57 to PNP 42%. Okay. 2 box count. Westmoreland Eastern, PNP lead 49 to 48%. That close. 7 box count. TVJ come back in.
And that in
We now keep no dead space in the life. Yeah. No dead space in this life. Hit the like button for me, Jamaican people. Yeah, it is all over. And you don't have to be a Jamaican to, you just love YAAD vibes, you know.
When I went to vote this morning, I also had some issues with the fingerprinting thing.
What?
Printing it, they had to wipe it with alcohol. Like nothing they did worked until all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just started working.
You know about them thing there?
I think going into these things, we need to make sure that things are prepared. And I know when it comes to electronics, the least thing can throw things.
Yeah, we don't want no corruption.
We need to be testing these machines way before we go into the actual day. I think some of the other things that I heard people talking about too was that a lot of the workers weren't really aware of the process. So I'm not sure what the training that went into the day happening. So I think there are lots of things that were at play. And I think just the little details, like just little
For me, there are signs of corruption.
There's a station where the inside is small, so people will be gathering outside a lot. You know, maybe add a little tent, you know, some chair, just like, you know, just little things that we can do to, even if you have to wait a long time, at least I'm sitting down, you know, at least it's a little shade. So I'm not just standing in the sun. So I think there's lots of little detailed things that we can do where even if the technology part of it is failing, at least people are comfortable with it.
Well, I was standing in the sun. The car Diego, what would you say to the EOJ about the long had to experience?
Right. So I think, speaking from experience, what I experienced today, I went to the polling station.
Westmoreland Central? Westmoreland Central?
More graphics and up-to-date stuff. So Western, this is one I want to watch.
Yeah, we had this before. I think it's just one box. St. Elizabeth Southwestern, Floyd Green of the JLP, 71 votes. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 16. Just one box, so.
Right. Other big seat we're looking for in St. Elizabeth is Southeast. We haven't heard anything from there as yet. So to St. Mary Western, nothing on the board from EOJ just yet.
Why not?
Manchester Southern, 2 boxes of 120. The PNP is Peter Bunting, 126. The JLP is Ian Ives, 61, and Karen Scott at 1 vote.
Welcome to the best live stream, YAAD vibes. YAAD is supporting YAAD. Hit the like button there for you.
Manchester Central, was somebody asking about this. 6 boxes of 139. The JLP is Rhoda Crawford at 349. Donovan Mitchell, 271 votes. This one, of course, going to be one of those interesting ones. Can, you know, one of those that was lost during COVID, and can first time MP Rhoda pull it back. Okay, Manchester Northwest, 1 box out of 104. The PNP is Michael Phillips, 76. JLP is Damian Young with 41. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 1 vote. Let's see, what do we have coming up next?
I think PNP got pull off an upset.
St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. The JLP is Neil Powell, 176. The PNP is Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote.
I think we're stuck there.
Yeah.
I think I saw something for West Central, St. James. We're seeing this is Marlene Malahoo Fort being challenged by Dr. Andre Horton. 1.9% of the votes counted. 76 to Malahoo Fort, 61 to Dr. Andre Horton, West Central St. James.
And we have it up there on the screen.
Yes.
But that has also been stuck there for a little while. Here's St. Mary Southeast with, let me see, that's
Nice.
4 boxes out of 112. I think after this one, I'm going to call in Emily and Earl to help with the reading. The JLP is now on Dunn, 259, and Christopher Brown of the PNP, 237. Mark Hutchinson at 1 vote. So Earl, let me let you take the next few.
St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 516 votes, that's 64.2%. Nathaniel Maraj of the JLP, 286 votes, 35.6%. And Rena Rose Cargill, she has 2 votes, 0.2%. That would be a hold for the PNP if they were to win tonight.
Yes.
Clarendon Central, Delroy Williams of the JLP, 415 votes, 81.1%, to Carla Watt of the PNP, 96 votes, 18.6%. Casey Ann Radcliffe, 1 vote, and this is the seat that Mike Henry held for half a century.
Yes. Nearly a full century, that's right. And Delroy Williams really just got in there a couple of weeks ago. In fact, the by-election could not even be held in his division because of all sorts of issues related to that. So we're not expecting any massive change in that seat at all.
So Delroy Williams moves from the, if he wins this, moves from the upper to the lower house.
Yes. Yes, he's moving down.
Okay.
We're seeing St. Catharines Southwestern and Kurt Wall, Dr. Kurt Wall of the PNP, 402 votes. Everald Warmington, 350. Gilbert Edwards, 2 votes. That used to be a seat that the PNP used to do well in.
Long before Everald Warmington.
Yeah, Roddy Lawson and a couple of others. But since Everald Warmington got there,
yes,
he has been dominating.
And in fact, I think he's always won this seat with over 11,000 people voting for him.
What?
Him plus Western St. Mary, Bobby Montague, always the most in terms of electors casting their votes for them.
So for them people loyal.
Headquarters now, Andrea Chisholm.
Dion, it has started to drizzle here at the JLP.
Yeah, well, you're watching from Japan chat, which we're parting there, which parish, which country, which state. Drop it night chat. Welcome to YAAD VIBEZ.
Now, a few more individuals have arrived on the compound. We can tell you that the JLP's General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, has also arrived, and he said that the JLP at this point is feeling pretty comfortable. But for now, I'm going to talk to our reporter, Laverne Barrett from The Gleaner, senior reporter from The Gleaner. Laverne, good evening. Thanks for joining us on TVJ. You were in a number of constituencies today, including Kingston Central. Talk to me about what happened on the ground.
Indeed. Myself and my colleague Ashanti Lawson, we were in Kingston Central and we were in St. Andrew Eastern. Just like, everywhere else is reporting, there were pockets of issues. For example, at Kingston Technical High School, we saw the PNP supporters objecting to the JLP's candidate, Donovan Williams, going onto the compound. But the police, they quickly came in and they quelled that by explaining to the PNP supporters that he is allowed on the premises for 5 minutes in each polling divisions. Now there are 8 polling divisions in Kingston Technical High School, which means he would have been allowed there for about 40 minutes.
Why?
Elsewhere, as we spoke off camera, Almontown is an area that was dominated by the PNP for decades. What we saw today in Almontown was people openly wearing JLP paraphernalia saying, look, the issues that matters to us is what the MP, Donovan Williams, has delivered. Roads, light, you name it. What they have said is that, look.
When you're not getting this, that all of them think they in a full community, you should not be loyal to no politician.
So why not give
sorry.
somebody else an opportunity to...
All right, Life Adventure Portland. Okay, big shout out to Portland, big up Portland.
That's not surprising
Never been there, but I need to.
as well in Kingston Central doing a constituency profile. And that was a little surprising as well when you went into Allman Town, a traditional PNP stronghold with individuals there. Some even told me that they had switched political parties at the time. Did you happen to see Mr. Lawrence Rowe?
No, I did not. I did not see him during all of my traverse in the constituency today. But what I can tell you is that those people in Almontown, they are not afraid to let it be known that they are not going back to the People's National Party.
Okay, well, we'll wait to see what happens later on when the results come out. But what about the other constituencies, very quickly? Where else did you go?
St. Andrew Eastern, and one of the things that we did, we were talking to some of the voters, asking them to tell us what motivated them, what pushed them to come out to cast their ballots. And one of them very pointedly said to me that the proposal he heard from the PNP candidate about creating a university town in that space. As you know, University of Technology is there. And what they've said is that that idea specifically appeals to him, and that is the reason why he came out to vote. So
a university town when the basic primary school and early infantry can't even survive, can't even read past third grade level.
Talking about.
Thank you very much. Laverne Barrett there, or colleague.
Oh yeah, support the highest education, pass college, Hampton primary and infant where school them need infrastructure and them thing there. Like you have to start with youth them cause I don't know.
After this.
Alright, we're not on a break, we're no pause over here, so.
Location for Reggae Sumfest and has hosted.
Alright, all that channel them up on break. So yeah. Yeah, build University Avenue. No, we need primary school avenue, basic school avenue. That's what we need to start teaching you them. What y'all think? Alright, St. Catherine Central, but Oliver Granger with at least 77.5 to 22% PNP. Fair people them loyal year to year for decades. That's Oliver Grange. Okay. I'm letting somebody chat them for see what the Jamaican people them say. But we have to pay attention to the psychology of people doing.
Tatsp says 1 p.m. Daflame says equals. Smith says time come. Carrie Ann Dacker says time come for three-peat. Dre Skull says let's go. Michelle Samuel says PNP not afraid time come. Horace Wright says it is quite obvious that the JLP has the momentum. Stephanie Patton says good luck for the JLP.
Alright, enough JLP supporters in there.
Time come. Paradise and Princess says TVJ, can you please regulate the spammers? Fitzroy McDonald says bus a bus. Smith says time come. Dan. Carlian says St. Mary finally green. Family
Okay.
YouTube says under Danville Walker this EOJ organization would be at its top level. The director of EOJ should step down after this. This team was not prepared for this election. Seon Yebigs 369 says it's raining all OVEA. God turn on this showa.
Showa
Selena
passe
Anderson
heavy.
says Ma.NAJLP a win. Beats Shed says it's shocking how Jamaicans trying to vote in PNP again to mess up another Prime Minister vision for the future. Rome wasn't built in a day, but at least they start to build it. PNP didn't sad.
Yeah.
Tom Harry Taylor says March
Then
win
comment,
March.
then comment are funny.
Ajay Black says Wagwan Phi Crystal Lee. Nicholas Walker says landslide JLP. Juan SW says is what she had talked about. Mark G don't have a plan.
Stream the on break TV, the on break, so I'm at the chat go and play and hear what some of the people them say. Or Jamaican people that
Natural Allure says 1 Chucky. IMA says JPS a thief. Stephanie Patton says internet a crash. I am Kayla Richard says 1 Tufton. Lucky Meteor Shower says. What happened to the PNP headquarter? Top General Faith says.
All right, we're back to
PNP
programming
people
now.
nasty party LOL. Gloria Miller says. Alrer JLP PP. VYB with D says. Time come E.
Hit the like button if you
Lele
can.
and Fellas says. Yes, Neetha.
There all night.
Tanisha Honeygon says.
AJ's live coverage of the
Goody JLP.
2025 elections. Before we go back
Funny
to some
comments,
more
eh?
results
Some of them.
as well as our panel, let's go to PNP headquarters with Dwayne Anderson.
Damn, I don't want to stream the clap, the music, the clappy stream. All right, so St. Anne Northwestern 69%, JLP, Manchester South 56%, Peter Bunting. Okay.
Andrew will know that the quarters here on Old Hope Road is smack in the middle of what you.
Can't leave the music, people. Streamers, I get clap up. Let's see who else live. Why I like channel them Jamaica Public Service channel? Why the main channel, government channel wouldn't be live right on a day of election? Why would you end your stream so early? In the other popular TV channel, nothing. I come back here 25, him say. So he left it to one channel, the white man owned channel, which is TVJ, the richest man in Jamaica.
It was a bit strange today, and I say strange in the sense that customarily in elections you see the parties' bases, they're out in their numbers. Today I had to literally go into the garrisons, deep into the garrisons, to see the base and to hear from them. What I saw in a lot of the communities was really the middle income earners, working class, you know, upper middle.
Give me a minute, Kimon. Sorry, we're doing a live on TV, so could you just step back and give me a couple minutes, please? Thank you. You can speak to me afterwards. Kimon, you were saying about the middle class voters?
Right, we were seeing middle income earners, you know, upper middle income, just lining up, waiting for hours to vote. We didn't see much of the base support, as I said previously.
Continue speaking, it's fine.
Interestingly, when I spoke to a senior member of the People's National Party, what they said to me was that we have 14 and the goal is to keep that 14, and we're really looking at 21 more minimum to add to that to take us across the line.
No, we've been hearing complaints left, right and center about slow voting, low turning. It's fine, thank you very much. But one particular thing that we must note that here in Jamaica is that employers are required and encouraged to send home their workers a little bit early so they can vote. While coming through Western St. Andrew in particular on Spanish Town Road, we saw this massive buildup of traffic where I'm imagining some voters would have been in that traffic. You were able to find out what was going on. What happened for those 2-3 hours where people were just stuck in traffic?
Well, what was happening was that supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, I don't want to say clash, but they met. And what I saw was actually a sight for sore eyes, given our history. They were dancing. So the police were working to try and clear the traffic.
Come on, TVJ, gotta do better than that, man.
It did cause, you know, a pileup.
Thank you. Kimon and I, we're here at the PNP's headquarters, and I'm imagining based on how slow the voting is going, we could be here until around midnight or 1 a.m., but we'll be sure to bring you what.
YAAD vibes, we are there too. When you say YAAD, hit up the like button, them. We're there all night.
Much, Dwayne. Well, as we were saying earlier, though, a lot of times what you have is you have this very slow period, and then all of a sudden the results just start pouring in, a tsunami of results. A lot.
Tsunami with there.
At that point yet, so when we look a lot of
some upcoming topics we want to talk about. We want to talk about how people robbing a Jamaica, new development coming, how to get your green card legally. What videos coming?
We've read this before. We have St. Anne Northeastern, 17 boxes of 147. Matthew Samuda of the JLP with 885. Ryan Simpson of the PNP with 686. And Emily, let me ask you to take the next couple of results.
Right, so this is Trelawney Northern.
Over
16
Williams.
of 146 boxes counted. Earl, I think you're in better eyesight than I am at the moment.
Yes. Change your glasses, Mama. You have to change your glasses.
Let me hand over the baton properly to you, Earl.
Yes.
Take the baton, Earl.
Toba Hamilton 928 to Wickham McNeil 662, so she has 58%, and he has, well, let's move on to Trelawney Southern. 186 for Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Paul Patmore of the PNP 156. That is 5 boxes of 96.
And we expect Marissa Dalrymple Philibert to hold that.
7 boxes out of 120 in Manchester Southern. Peter Bunting 651 to Ian Ives 439. So that's 59.6 to 40.2%. And the independent Karen Scott, she got 2 votes. Manchester Central, interesting one. Donovan Mitchell of the PNP, 809 votes to Rhoda Crawford of the JLP, 731. 13 of 139 boxes. Manchester North Western, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 220 votes, and Damian Young of the JLP, 167 votes. Tricia Stewart Angus still at 1 vote. So Michael Phillips has 56.7% of the votes to Damian Young, 43%. Trelawney Northern, we're back there, and it's 16 of 146 boxes. Has it moved? Dover Hamilton, 928 to Wickham McNeil, 662, 58% to 42%. Maybe I should make a point about Peter Bunting and Southern Manchester, but not specifically about Manchester Southern, but just Peter Bunting's career. Should he win tonight, he would be one of a very small number of persons, if he's not unique, to have won 3 different constituencies, 3 different seats in Parliament. Started in Clarendon East, Southeast, then went to Manchester Central, and now in Manchester South.
Let me just throw in a quick apology for my viewers. We haven't been attributing the votes to the Jamaica Progressive Party. Those are the candidates that you're seeing coming up with a symbol of the praying hands behind them. They're actually not independents. They are members of the Jamaica Progressive Party, which fielded a number of candidates in the election. So my apologies to the party and the viewers for that. Yes, Earl.
So we're now in Westmoreland Eastern, 7 boxes of 123, and you have Dayton Campbell leading, just so, with 259 votes to Daniel Lawrence of the JLP, 253. So that's 49.6% to 48.5%. And, well, St. Elizabeth North Western, Andrew Morris of the JLP, 76%, that is 697 votes to Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 213 votes, that's 23%. And the
and here we go. I don't think we've read this before. We have St. Ann Northeastern, the Jamaica 17 boxes of 147. Matthew Samud of the JLP with 885. Ryan Simpson of the PNP with 686. And Emily, let me ask you to take the next couple of results.
Zulika Jess,
So this is Trelawney Northern.
147.
Hold on there, peeps.
16 of
Joseph
146
Patterson,
boxes
he
counted.
is 0
I think
votes,
you're
and
in
the
better
JDP
eyesight.
candidate 0 votes as well. So Delroy slowly is comfortably ahead
Let me
at
hand
the
over the
moment.
baton properly to
St.
you,
Catherine
Earl.
East
Take the
Central,
baton, Earl.
Alamba Terrelong, 84 votes, Raymond Price,
Sorry, man, I get double
54
feed.
votes,
We've been stuck here for a
1
little
box
while.
out of 98.
Yeah, this has been coming up. We've been stuck here.
But this is one of the seats that the PNP needs to wrestle back tonight if they hope to win this election. Very crucial seat for them. Alando Terrell.
They do their rally, never go on with nothing.
Looking for his
Remember.
third term at the moment, and it's not the first
PNP,
time he's
Raymond
Price.
Price.
Raymond Price is always a great challenger. So we'll see what happens tonight.
St. Thomas Western, 6 of 163 boxes, and you have Hubert Williams of the PNP with 290 votes, and James Robertson, 229. Carleen Affleck of the JDP, 1 vote.
Hubert Williams, former mayor, and James Robertson, of course, several times up to bat. Okay, we've seen some progress here. St. Thomas Eastern, 28 boxes of 128. The PNP's Yvonne Shaw at 1,294. The JLP's Michelle Charles, 1,158. Claudius Wong at 11 votes. Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 5 votes. So that's 28 of 128. That's about what? Sorry, I tried to do the maths and the maths now maths. All right, so let me move on. Manchester Southern, 8 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 739 votes. Have we moved here?
I don't think so.
I don't think this moved.
Oh.
JLP's Ian Ives, 479.
No.
I don't think this. Okay, I think it just moved as
This is a final.
Hold on.
120 of 120.
Okay, it kind of shifted on us there. So this is a complete result. And this is 120. Can we go back to that, please?
All right.
Can we go back to that? That's 120 out of 120. So that, there you go. So Peter Bunting has won Manchester Southern for the People's National Party, 8,573 votes, so 7,903 for Ian Ives.
So
Karen Scott, 21. Quick comment, everybody.
We have to say that Peter Bunting has made history.
Real quick, let me work behind the scenes too. I try to find him. As I said, it's most interactive. He's saying seats won, JLP win 1 seat, PNP win 1 seat so far. All right, let's keep going.
Manchester. Looking here as well, I see we're northwestern St. Elizabeth by the Electoral Office of Jamaica's numbers. Andrew Morris of the JLP has taken that over Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 5,555 versus
Results are in.
3,821
Final
with
counts.
100% counted. When I look at Hanover,
Oh, we do it one tally.
Westmoreland, 2 constituencies in Hanover. The PNP is leading in both of those at the moment, and it is leading in the 3 Westmoreland seats at the moment. We'll give you the breakdown very soon as to the number of boxes counted. But Eastern has 89.4% counted. Dr. Dayton Campbell is out, 6,595 out in front, ahead of the incumbent Daniel Lawrence, who is trailing with 5,012, with only about 10% of the votes to come in for Eastern Westmoreland.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 71 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 3,700. Can we go back to that? Okay, we lost that. Western Westmoreland, okay, let's move on. 8 boxes of 138. The PNP is Ian Hales, 411. I don't feel we've moved here. Garfield James of the JLP, 351. This feels like one we've seen before.
There was movement in central Manchester. I don't know whether we could go back to that one.
So.
Significant movement in central Manchester.
All right, we have here St. Elizabeth Northeast, 86 boxes out of 125. The PNP's Zalika Jess leading here, 5,504. The JLP's Delroy Slowly, 5,278. Sean Mary, 10 votes. Joseph Pattison. Sean Mary of the Progressive Party has 10 votes. Joseph Pattison of the UIC has 8 votes. So this is 86 boxes out of 125 for St. Elizabeth Northeast.
What is this? Clarendon Northwest. This is where newbie.
Hold on 1 second. We have a completed. Oh yes, you read this already. My apologies. Go ahead, Emily. That's St. Elizabeth Northwest, but you had shared that with us already.
Right. So Northwestern. This is where Warren Newby of the JLP is up against Richard Azan. 91.7% of the votes counted. Richard Azan is leading 6,356 to Newby's 5,895. Not many boxes there left to go. We'll come back to that in just a moment.
Okay, let's see what's next. Anybody sweating here on either side of the table?
Holding on for.
I'm drinking tea.
Right, no.
And listeners, I'm going to drink tea. Always a good thing to do.
Early, we'll see if no more seat get when we refresh ourselves. We'll keep one score.
Drink tea.
So you needed to.
Okay, still one seat.
You needed to take South Manchester, which is the first JLP trade.
Why is this not updating?
And Peter Bunting has done that.
Yes.
Yeah. As I said, you're leading in all of Western Jamaica at the moment, and it looks as if for Eastern, that Dr. Dayton Campbell will reclaim that for the People's National Party, but the numbers are a little early in Central and in Western. Yeah? So, your thoughts on taking South Manchester?
I mean, I think that was already a given for us. We already had as a comfortable take. You know, votes, really, truly. I don't think there's anybody that really thought that the JLP would have held on to a seat as like South Manchester. I think it's similar with South St. James as well.
Well, Eastern St. Andrew, which you needed to take as well, 91% of the votes counted. Favour Williams, 6,490. To Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 5,398. You ready to give that up? 9% of the boxes to be counted.
Seems like they're halfway there for a lot of them.
Just a shade under 900, 800, 900 thereabouts. So.
I think a seat like that is something that goes down to the wire, down to the last count. I think there's possible headways we can.
All our website.
Okay,
Jamaica need to invest in a more infrastructure. People, if you can do online business and government business online, it's 21st century. Come on, man.
Now, I know you've been providing the latest numbers to our viewers, but we just saw a significant jump in the numbers here at the ECJ. Now, right behind me, you can see some of the constituencies where the counting has been completed. Manchester Southern, one of those constituencies that we have been watching closely. We're now seeing the People's National Party in that constituency 8,573 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's 7,903 votes. I know this is a lot for our viewers to digest, so I'll not go through every one of them, but now looking at another one where I'm seeing that the counting has been completed, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, we're seeing where the...
All right. Naisha Taylor have our JLP love hearts them. All right, see you.
3,831 votes.
Hit the like, peeps, if you can. YAAD is supporting YAAD is.
Another update, but right now I'm joined with my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. Karen, thank you so much for joining me. I know today we've been hearing about the concerns about persons being in line for hours. I voted in Southern St. Catherine. I got there around 10:18. I didn't leave until around 10:45. Some people may say it doesn't seem long, but there are only two persons in front of me. And what was your experience?
My experience is similar to yours, Kalisha. Same constituency. I voted at Belmont Park Primary School, a very busy polling station with probably about 15 PDs. So when I got there just after 7 o'clock.
All right, we don't want just one narrative. We want to move around and get all our best commentary we can.
0.9% of the votes
which is the best.
PNP's Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 3,831 votes. So St. Elizabeth North Western to the JLP. Andrew Morris with that one. Right then, so here we are, 37 of 122 boxes counted in St. Catherine North Western. This one is too close to call. 52.9% of the votes. Damian Crawford is leading in this seat. 1,823 votes so far to the JLP's Newton Amos with 1,618. He has 47% of the votes. Over in Clarendon North Western, 99 of 108 boxes.
They said they want to go close, you know.
The PNP's Richard Azan is leading in this one, 51.8% of the votes, 6,356. Warren Newby, 48% of the votes. Christoph Simpson, can we declare this seat? Can CVM declare this seat? Christoph Simpson or Fisher?
Clarendon Northwest.
Clarendon Northwestern.
Clarendon
based on the data, based on the historical data, based on the projections that you have been looking at,
but then say Clarendon Northwest.
Boxes remaining, just 9 boxes
the
remaining.
website crash.
He has to overturn over 400 votes here. Can we declare?
I think this one still might be a little close to call. We're looking at potentially another 1,100 votes. So 400 and something vote difference.
461.
I would caution. Just wait a little more. Still seeing some other
400 Jamaican people can make a difference. You see that?
Okay, our data from Codeware showing, and Jordan Fort will just quickly tell us he's at the decision one in terms of what.
We now left until it's done tonight, and we'll have after thoughts
so far,
right here.
Let's look at the map on screen.
Hit the like button there.
And the data that we have from Codeware.
Shit.
Last time we
Like
checked, the
PNP got put-
JLP were leading in 21 seats. 33-30 so far.
JLP
That's the
in
latest
trouble?
right now. 33 so
Map
far
look
in
orange.
favor of the Jamaica Labour Party. So you can see the map right there. It's very close. 33-30 in favor of the Jamaica Labour Party. Titania Clark, what do you make of this so far? It's still too early.
Remember if you vote in a comment there.
Still too early, but not very far off. We have some seats that we're waiting to see the numbers for, and a win is a win.
PNP like in after we poll 61 to 39%.
Richard Azan.
After you hit the poll button, you hit the like button. Well, what's going on, TVJ?
In Clarendon Northwestern, we were looking just now at the numbers. Richard Azan.
Tell me that a TVJ, I think. Let's see. No ads. We don't work with ads.
In Clarendon Northwestern, we were looking just now at the numbers.
TVJ stuck and
Richard
CVM
Azan.
stuck. With them the cut off again? Like something wrong for them live feed all day.
In Clarendon
You
Northwestern,
see, to
we
keep
were
go back to
looking
the
just
same
now
thing.
at the numbers. Richard Azan.
Alright, CVM has stick, so we'll go back to TVJ. So you stay here, we get the source for you. Public service come back online, the Jamaican National Channel. We're supposed to bring this shit with no bias. Oh, them scheduled for 54. We'll pay attention to when them come back on. We want to get all the opinions. We not deal with one narrative over here, so. Okay, TVJ up on break. Alright, I will let in the chat because we don't want no pause over. Let in the chat. Here is my TVJ chat room.
Davisha Brown says, vote for purple, vote for purple, vote for purple. JD34 says, 200 million from Manchester Parish Council, 200 million from Manchester Parish Council, 200 million from Manchester Parish Council.
Alright, something wrong with the person.
Annalisa Dunkley says,
Hey,
1-1 so far. David Day says,
let me see if the map come
JLP
back.
under God, amen. Sean Smith says, JLP. Satana Thompson says, 1 JLP.
Isn't this a sheer shame that you don't even have a Jamaican government website where work and you can follow the results of the general election? After you bring in billions of dollars from tourism and all them things there, like Jamaica road should be paved with gold at this point. Alright, see finally reload. Shame. Desmond Mackenzie 93%, JLP are going there, so let me see if we can find the general map. We give it update until them channel come back. Results. Still 1-1. Okay, that's TVJ break. CVM, then still stuck. Alright, CVM gone offline. That's why you have to stick with the YAAD VIBEZ, cause we'll find entertainment. Alright.
1,499 to Richard Azan, 930.
TVJ back.
Also, the St. Andrew West Rural constituency, where we've got, 6% of the boxes counted, and Juliet Cuthbert Flynn from the JLP, 379.
JPC Jamaica, is that the government channel?
Webley, and...
Alright, we're back.
Coverage of the 2025 election. So let me just do a temperature check first with our two politicals. And
Look like upset people are dead heat. What y'all think?
We're feeling good. We're leading currently in the western part of the country, and as well, I just go.
No one say a change or no one say things continue
We're
to
leading in
go.
the western part of the country, and as the saying goes, huh?
It's not that you feel
no,
weak.
man, definitely strong over here, very strong. As the saying goes, where the west goes, the country goes. So we're hoping, and we believe that saying will hold up.
Okay, Ron.
Well, we're still leading in 33 constituencies across the country, and we expect to win. That has been the position from day one, and we're going to stay to that. We have done the work, so I believe we're going to win. Not panicking, not nervous or anything. The numbers that we're getting is positive numbers, so we will form our third term. at the end of the night.
Confident, man.
St. Catharines
Brother,
Central on
confident.
screen, 70 boxes of 118. Babsy Grange, 4,930 votes.
Me a monetize seats on the background, so still 1-1. Speed win.
I don't think that one, anyone was in any real doubt about that.
Let's look at what is happening in Weather Vane.
Yeah, gonna have a big gap there.
Southwest St. Elizabeth. 45.1%.
So it was South Central, St. Catherine, Mordecai.
Floyd Green, 4,146. Dr. Miranda Wellington has 3,762.
That one is very close.
One Weather Vane. In the
But
second
I'm not
Weather
halfway
Vane
count
in
yet.
St. Elizabeth Southwest.
Even though I watch the data with the votes, make sure I watch the boxes. So only 51 out of 113 box count. So they still have a far way to go. Not even halfway them to reach.
That's Franklin Witter.
This one is more than halfway.
And the PNP,
PNP now
that's
lead.
Norman Scott, yeah, has 1,004.
This one out
15%
deadlock.
of the boxes
Still
counted.
early.
So we're watching. I think we can safely say that Northeast St. Andrew has been won by Delroy Chuck, based on the numbers here in Northeast St. Andrew with 93.7% of the boxes counted. He's at 4,884 to Stacey Knight's 3,556, 93.7%.
That would bring it 2-1 JLP to PNP.
And also for Southeast St. Anne, where
If you enjoy commentary, hit the like button there for we. Tune in on other topics different days.
it looks by the numbers here that we can safely say that Matthew Samuda will continue to hold Northeast St. Anne. That's with 86.4% of the boxes counted. He's at 8,142 and his rival there is 5,873.
Can we go back to the St. Elizabeth seat that had Slowly and Jess, that had come up and...
Northeast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had it a little bit earlier and
it
looks like a hard-fought battle there. There we go. Yes. So the PNP is Zalika Jess has 5,504.
This is one important seat, them say.
JLP's Delroy Slowly 5278. That's 86 boxes out of 125. 10 votes.
So 39 left, 39 boxes left in this race, yeah?
And the other seat that has now been counted, dusted, and declared by the Electoral.
This one is very sharp, you see, just less than 300.
St. Elizabeth Northwest.
At 299
and that
that
is the
lead.
JLP's Andrew Morris taking that seat with 100% of the boxes counted. It's 5,555.
Okay.
Not 6,666. To the PNP.
Has only ever been
St. Elizabeth North, Western, done. JLP take that.
And the PNP's number there is 38.
Refresh the tally board.
So the JLP's Andrew Morris taking over there from J.C. Hutchinson,
yes,
has won that seat. It's a school teacher, school principal face-off in this particular one. And it is Andrew Morris who has held on to that for the Jamaica
So
Labour
the principal win over teacher, also?
Okay, starting to see things shaping up here. And here is another of those we're
99 out of 108 box count.
Western, 99 boxes out of 108. The PNP's Richard Azan has ahead at this point with 6,356. The JLP's Warren Newby, 5,895. Kevin Palmer of the Progressive Party, 24 votes. That's 99 boxes of 108. So that's about 500 vote difference at this point.
461.
Here's North Central Clarendon. We're about halfway there. 55 boxes out, 104.
Image boss, I can go to TVJ if you don't like me talking. This is commentary.
Votes to the PNP's Oje Dixon, 2,245. Joy Johnson Roy with 15 votes of the Jamaica Progressive Party.
East Central St. Catherine, big one we're watching, Orlando Terrell.
This is what's wrong with Jamaicans. Zero common sense. You see big old TVJ logo out there. Why not go to TVJ?
Leading by 1,300 votes. He has 5,498. And the PNP's Raymond Price is 4,198.
Big money, same way.
82% of the boxes counted in St. Catherine. East Central.
Okay.
Western St. Mary.
Naisha Taylor said JLP hard,
Just
great.
1.4% of the boxes counted in Western St. Mary, and it is 96 JLP, 43 PNP early yet.
Okay, I think we need another break, so stay tuned. We'll be back with
Big Bunny said you're not said nothing wrong. Naisha Taylor, yes, okay. Okay, let's see if we have any update on the seat spot. We're not taking no break. I think CVM back online too. Let's see CVM with them up back. No dead ear.
At a crossroads. Will it?
Alright, them up on break too. Let's see what the poll I say in for which at PNP 60%, JLP 40%. I think it'll be a very narrow race. Alright. St. Catherine East Central, JLP leading with 80 out of 98 box. 18 box if you count, alright. Them are lead by a little over 1,000. Clarendon Southwest Eastern. Pernell Charles Jr. 58% to 41% PNP. Only 22% boxes. Okay. One channel we have to work with, so everybody else offline. Alright, up on break. What am I saying?
So slow, how could you end up describing
Up for them live done already too. It's a shame Jamaica don't have a national channel where can give you good commentary and bias. I don't remember TVJ is owned by the richest man in Jamaica.
Exclusive coverage of the Issa School.
So that being said, information I gotta go one way. You notice with TVJ, I'm showing you something. Feel like slow people them. 1 million subscribers, largest local channel in Jamaica. It was all JLP stuff them bring. So what that tells you, common sense will tell you what. They more aligned with JLP, which if you ask me, no television channel or public channel shouldn't be aligned to anybody. They should be carrying JLP rallies and PNP rallies. We don't need a narrative. You need to just bring the information to the public. But this is what capitalism can do sometimes. Alright. Kind of long break then, the pan. Alright, TVJ back online, you know. Should I let in some of my chat for hear what people them say? Here are some of my commentary them say.
Happy Mind and Soul says. Straight up.
Till we wait on
says.
TVJ.
1 p.m. Neezy Dunn says.
JLP supported them strong.
Digicel credit. Joan Excellent Palmer says. Yes, JLP shower.
Of the 2025
Kevon Brown
election.
says.
Just to remind you, we are live across our platforms. We're on radio. We're on Radio Jamaica 94 FM. We're on Power.
And YAAD VIBEZ. We're on YAAD VIBEZ. Hit the like button for YAAD
watch
VIBEZ.
our coverage or listen to our coverage on any of those platforms.
We don't want the 90% of Jamaicans up in this live, yeah. Don't subscribe if you're the 90%. We want the 10%, the common sense thinking people who can't take criticism without any emotions. Those are people who want over here. People who can lead and make Jamaica better. Tired of nonsense.
Okay.
And either
on
commentary.
To Northern Clarendon Northern 50. We're halfway there. 53 boxes of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines 2,847. The JLP's Dwight Siblis 2,600. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the Jamaica Progressive Party with 10 votes. And let's go over to St. Thomas Eastern. I don't think we've moved here. 71 boxes of 128.
Thank you. Such some people.
3,763. JLP's Michelle Charles, 3,300. and 54, and Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 9 votes. And Claudius Wong with 22 votes. And Thomas Western, don't think we've moved much, have we? 26 boxes of 163. James Robertson, 1,223. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,060. Carleen Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. We have Trelawney North here. Earl, let me hand over to you for a little while.
Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 3,739 to over Hamilton of the JLP, the incumbent, 3,402. So McNeil has a 4% lead over her. Trelawney Southern, Paul Patmore has now taken the lead in Trelawney Southern, 846 to Marissa Dalrymple.
Still early boxes.
838. That's one of those that the PNP was hoping to pick up, but it's still close. Too close to call now.
And early.
St. James Southern, very tight, 50 out of 110 bucks. Nikisha Bertel of the PNP, 2,776 to the incumbent Homer Davis, 2,731. And Leon Cunningham of the JPP, he has 10 votes. St. James West Central.
St. James close.
Marlene Malahou Fort, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,211. Andre Horton of the PNP, 47.9%, 2,046. And Clifford Barnett, 10 votes.
All right, people, I'm updating it real quick. See it there? He said JLP 10, PNP 6, Jamaica 41 feet. So JLP is up by 4 seats. That's the update. We'll give you all type of update.
Western, Horace Strang, the incumbent, 3,992. Horace Strang of the JLP. Alan Bernard of the PNP, 2,322, 67 of 99 boxes. And in St. Ann Northwestern, Gabriella Morris has now taken a slight lead over Crystal Lee. Morris of the PNP, 4,533. Crystal Lee of the JLP, 4,433.
Respect Naisha Taylor. Hit the like button. Let in the common sense Jamaicans and for we please. Hit the like button.
And that's one of those seats that they pick.
We don't want the dumb, the deaf, and the blind up in here. We want the common sense 10% Jamaicans, yes, sir.
Yes, I mean, the Labour Party won the seat in 2007, I think, and then we won it in 2020. So it's a very tight seat, and so this is one to watch. This is one to watch.
Okay, we have our poster Don Anderson online with us now to give us a check-in in terms of what he's seeing. Don, thank you so much for joining me. So tell me what you're seeing at this point in the night.
Dan, what you see? Oh, you can't see.
Okay, not hearing you, Don. I don't know if you're on mute.
Dan, I'm watching info and I scroll through TikTok right now.
Let's sort that out and come back. Okay, so we're back with St. Catherine Northwestern, 37 boxes of 120.
Checking DMs, Dan, checking DMs.
Damian Crawford with 1,823. The JLP's Newton Amos, 1,618. 3 boxes for Lloyd Smith of the JPP.
Where did we get for West?
We have 179 vote PNP, 60% JLP, 40% enough for which chat, yes, sir.
41 boxes of 111.
Thank you for people I'm going to hit it like.
50% of the way there.
Big up yourself wherever you are.
Leading with 2,857. Valentin Wint of the PNP, 2,001. Clive Warren of the JPP with 8 votes.
If we could just declare St. Andrew Eastern. If we could pull that up, St. Andrew Eastern.
There's Manchester Northwestern, 38 boxes of 104. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 2,311. The JLP's Damian Young, 2,129. The JPP's Tricia Stewart Angus with 13 votes.
Okay, it's 11 to 6 now. We'll keep you up to date differently.
St. Andrew Eastern.
JLP 11, PNP 6 seat.
The first finance minister has held on to the seat, making this her 3rd consecutive win in St. Andrew Eastern. 6,824 by the EOJ's numbers.
Let me cut out
to
this.
Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 6,386 with 100% of the boxes counted. Favour Williams has held on in St. Andrew Eastern.
Okay, and just to make the point as well, though, this is Patricia Duncan Sutherland's third loss. She ran twice in Clarendon.
Southeast, yes.
Yeah, and then has moved up to
I try
St.
bringing
Andrew
Italy in the
not managed to
stream.
take the seat. Okay, let's go again to Don Anderson. Don Anderson, tell us what you're seeing now. Not hearing you, Don.
Shit, sorry, people.
I'm hearing you all right. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you now, Don. Go ahead.
Go on, Don.
All right. Good night.
Good evening, Don.
Tell us what you're seeing.
Dion.
We're hearing you, Don. Can you... We need... Okay. Don, can you turn off your... Okay, let's sort that out and come back to Don, shall we? Let's go to St. Andrew West.
Yeah, done already yet.
7 boxes of 134. George, this is Tony Hilton, 37.99. To the JLP's Corey Dunkley, 26.65. And the JPP's Carla Francis Edie with 48 votes. Here's St. Andrew West Central, the PM's constituency. He is leading with 4,081 votes to the PNP's Paul Buchanan, 3,431 with 69 boxes of 105. St. Andrew East Central now. Here is the PNP's Dennis Gordon, 1,076. Leading the JLP's Davian Vassar, 899. Princess Ford of the JPP with 15. This is 19 out of 113.
This is Peter Phillips' seat.
Okay, pretty sure that must have progressed since then. St. Andrew Southwestern, the PNP's Angela Brown Burke, 4844. The JLP's Maureen Lorne, 403. Antonia Wint of the JPP, 13 votes. And Jamar Watson has 8 votes. And here's St. Andrew Southern, the seat of the leader of the opposition. And this is 53 boxes of 86, 6,058 to the JLP's Carlton Allen, 374. Okay, not much mystery for that one either.
It's a final here.
Okay. First and final for St. Andrew Southeastern, Julian Robinson has retained the seat of the PNP with 5,418 votes to the JLP's Kevin Frith, 3,137, and Kemoy Lynch of the JPP picked up 34 votes. And we're back, and yes, Emily had reported this a little bit early on, that Favour Williams has retained St. Andrew Eastern.
Yes. It's close,
Yeah.
It's close.
So if we could stay in St. Andrew a little bit, because I think there's some update as well in other constituencies that we're watching. West Rural, we could have that in a moment. It's 70.7% of the votes counted there. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn is now leading with 5,778 over Joan Gordon Webley's 4,999. That's about 750 or more votes she's leading by in that constituency at the moment.
That's 97 boxes out of 140.
Mm-hmm.
Here's East Rural, seeing this one for the first time this evening. That's
Still there, I'm not going away.
22 boxes of 137. She leads with 1618
I work
votes
on something,
to
yeah.
the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 1,330. Kamisha Hendricks of the UIC, this is, has 12 votes. Purchell Jackson of the JPP has 10. St. Andrew East Central. I think we saw this. Don't think we've moved on this one. Just 19 boxes out of 113. So a lot of time, viewers, you see this, and the next time you see a completed result. All right, first time we're seeing this one, St. Andrew Northwestern, 78 boxes of 112. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 4,353. Ethne Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,189. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 77 votes. We're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we continue with our results show. Stay tuned.
All right. Still there, no break on this. Let's see any updates on the seats. Actually, I try to get this up. Oh shit. PNP take over Turnout. PNP 9, JLP 8. I try to work on forget on the screen right now. Let's see if CVM back online. Where poll I say? Let's see how the poll how we run. The poll I say what PNP 60%. What we poll a match? We poll a match I know. 191 people vote. Them say PNP 60%, JLP 40%. Okay. Public service back on. Yes, they're back on live. Let's see. What am I saying? Where they must say? I'm not saying nothing. Alright, you see PNP up one close election. How I go on? Let's see map. Map look fairly greenish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, that would answer JLP by 2. Back to the results. Well, like you update again. Alright, let me try to get this back on the screen. Let's let in some of my chat since everybody the on break. Ninja.
One Uncle Sam says, why are we not showing Saint Anne? Paradise and Princess says, TVJ, can you please regulate the spammers? Catherine Nisbeth says,
alright, so we get
this TV broadcasting is too boring, they repeat the same things over and over.
Come over to YAAD VIBEZ.
We need to move on.
Come over to YAAD VIBEZ.
Christopher says, what did Raza diss? J.O. says, pow. Carrie Ann Dacker says, 3-peat. Debbie and hashtag 039, S-World J.A. says, Showa. Tassie Wilson says,
make sure this voting auto refresh.
Third term. Claudette Hewitt says, power. Stacy Ann McLean says, Jesus Christ is Lord and Jesus love you, surrender to him and receive salvation. Adrian Brown 23 says, JLP.
We are saying.
Sayonisha Chin says, JLP.
Well, wait for
Johnny
TVJ
H
come
says,
back online.
Another 5 years of Andrew getting richer and Jamaica and Jamaicans getting poorer.
Oh, you end up with 51
Natalie
million
Duncan says,
US.
Shoalabu right.
And if you can't show
Dillian
people.
Thorpe says, JLP not. Whining can vote for JLP.
Hit the like button, them yard is. Hit the like button. Let in as much common sense you had people in the chat here.
Jamaica me a
common
real.
sense one in here.
PNP time com. Khadija Thomas says, time come yes and it's 1 p.m.
Alright, we're back.
Paradise and Princess
let's go now
says,
to poster Don Anderson. Don, tell us what you're seeing here.
Back to 9-9 and I watch tally. We put this up on the screen.
First of all, I want to look at the whole question of the turnout. All the it appeared as if we were going to get a pretty low turnout. I gather the turnout has been about 46, 47%. You can correct me if it's not. Yes. I gather it's between 47% thereabout.
JLP 9 seats, PNP 9 seats. I left this up on the
It
screen.
has not reached where we thought it would, based on the data that we have said it would. But it's very much in line with what I anticipated it to be, because generally when we do polls and we ask persons about the likely turnout, it is always overstated by a couple percentage points. And therefore, we're not surprised that it is not 50%, but at some point during the day today, it didn't look like it would get to 45%. So I think this is not a bad number, but obviously is a cause for concern that we haven't topped 50% on this particular situation after really about a year and a half.
They all night pre-result when I left.
And what have you. So that's the first comment. The second comment is that it is turning out to be as competitive as I anticipated it to be. And I think we still have to watch a few more seats before we can declare the winner of this election. But it is, in fact, a very competitive election, and it is exactly how we anticipated it would be.
All right, thank you so much, Don. And in fact, Clifford is saying he's not giving up the ghost yet.
No, not yet. I think there's still enough room for movement to happen.
No reason to, because the fat lady hasn't sung.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Don. We'll check back in with you later. So, what gives you hope?
I think from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those are able to bring us and push us past.
Not hearing you, Clifford.
I was saying from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs we haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those will be counted as.
Yeah, I like the count up on the screen. With if you see them will win. If you like the count of them, hit the like button, let me know.
Well, let's see what's happening at EOJ. Kelisha?
Thank you so much, Dion. An exciting night indeed. I don't have an update in terms of the voter turnout, but what I can tell you is that there have been some changes on the board. We're seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 36 of the constituencies, while the People's National Party is leading in 27. Now again, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 36 constituencies and the People's National Party leading in 27. Now we're seeing steady progress in terms of the counting, and earlier, Dion, we did mention that for St. Andrews South Eastern, 100% of the boxes have been completed, and in St. Andrew Eastern, 100% of the boxes completed as well. Now looking at some of the other constituencies, in Kingston East and Port Royal, 75% completed, and the People's National Party leading in that constituency. Now moving over to St. Ann Northeastern, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency, over 8,100 votes to the People's National Party, 5,873 votes. Again, we're still waiting in terms of the final update in some of the areas. We're seeing where some constituencies, for instance, Clarendon Southeastern, only 15% of the boxes counted so far. In St. Catherine Southeastern, 21% of the boxes counted. Dion, I'll continue to monitor what's happening here and provide you with the latest figures as they become available. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha. So JLP leading
Thanks,
in
Kelisha.
36 seats right now, PNP with 27. And Ron?
As I've been saying all night, we will win. We will win.
Very
We're looking
fresh,
good.
yes.
We're looking good. Yes, we have lost some seats, yes. But you could see that the Labour Party prepared for this moment. How we campaigned throughout Jamaica, choosing Jamaica, sticking to the performance that we did for the last 9 years. And so how we campaigned is a result of what you're seeing today. There are some seats where you saw the energy, the PNP brought the energy, but on the day you see the Labour Party winning comfortably. And there is one in Kingston that could be a surprise.
Yeah, we are 10-10 now, 10-10 seats.
Central Kingston.
Yes, we're talking about Central Kingston.
Well, I figured it wouldn't have been Western Kingston, which we just saw declared for Desmond McKenzie.
It's on the screen now.
Okay, there's Central Kingston, 75 boxes out of 80. Donovan Williams leading with 4,575 votes to Steve McGregor's 4,375. So that's about an 800 vote difference at this point with 5 boxes left to go.
5 boxes left to count, okay.
190 something.
All right, I can't count.
200 votes.
I need to give up trying to do math.
A shade under 200 votes.
I need to give up trying to do math in my head.
But
All right.
he won that seat by only 300 in the last election, and it seems to me that the early lead from Steve McGregor in the night, those boxes were probably coming from Allman Town, which is their stronger of the 2 divisions. So perhaps it's the Raytown boxes coming in now, but let's see what
Thank you
happens
for people I'm going to hit the like, respect.
So that's outstanding.
Big up yourself, YAAD VIBEZ.
Port Royal declared for Philip Paulwell of the PNP. And 77 votes there for the JP.
Drop your location, what state you're from, what parish, big up yourself, which country, big up yourself. YAAD is supporting YAAD, is want the 10% of common sense YAAD is in here.
The JLP, 2,673. Carla Francis Edie of the JPP, 48 votes. 72 boxes of 134. And here's Delroy Chuck in, I think this was already called for Delroy Chuck. So Stacey Knight, daughter of KD Knight, first time outing. St. Andrew Southern called as well for Mark Golding of the PNP, defeating Carlton Allen of the JLP, who polled 645 votes.
Right now we're deadlocking, I see 10-10.
All boxes counted for the PNP, Julian Robinson.
So let's see.
See where we are going now. Here's North Central St. Andrew.
All right, JLP up 1 seat, 12 to 11.
146 votes to the PNP's Christopher Henry with 2,465.
What seats they got to get to?
9 of 79 boxes declared.
That constituency will be having a new MP for the first time since 1980, I believe.
Yes.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 77 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, Rosemary Shaw, 4,356 to Michelle Charles, 3,912. Claudius Wong, 22 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP, 13 votes. That's 77 boxes of 128.
Is this a seat you expected to hold on to, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Eastern St. Thomas?
Yes, Eastern St. Thomas. I mean, the Member of Parliament did some work out there. First time in many moons.
How many seats a party need to win the election? Drop it in our chat. We need it smart. YAAD is them in here too. Drop it in our chat. How much seats you need to win?
Nothing is perfect.
Here's St. Thomas Western, 40 boxes of 163. The JLP's James Robertson, 1,899. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,703. Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 13 votes.
This is a seat we expect to win comfortably, and so far so good.
Yes.
Deputy Leader of the Labour Party for Erie County 2, James Robertson.
So you may lose one in St. Thomas.
Let us watch. Yeah? Yes, right now we are behind in that seat.
Yeah.
But let us see how the night progress.
Clarendon
South
West, 96 boxes out of 100. Lothan Cousins, 7,076 votes. Robert Chin of the JLP.
Okay, big up the people in the chat. Okay, I see y'all.
95. Dwayne Thomas, 40.
Young player,
So
Shamoy.
you can call that one for Lothian Cousins.
Crystals. Oh, okay.
And he's a really good MP, Lothian Cousins is.
Let's go over now to
Lumley,
headquarters, where Andrea Chisholm is on location.
All right, let me find out if we can find it.
Thank you, Dion. Things have gotten exciting here at the JLP headquarters. As you can hear, as the results are coming in, the supporters are shouting, they're ringing their bells, and it's an overall jubilant atmosphere here so far. I am now joined by 2 supporters who have interrupted their celebrations. Aisha and Renardo, good night. You're live on TVJ. First
Okay, so we'll find the information. So there's a total of 63 seats. Needed to win is 32 seats. Okay? If you never learn nothing from YAAD VIBEZ, you learn something today. Hit the like button. YAAD is supporting YAADis.
This coming victory. Third term is here.
And you, Aisha, I know you have your bell right there.
Third term, say. Third term. Victory. Victory is ours. Feel nice. I'm happy about everything.
Which constituency you voted today?
East.
Kingston.
St. Andrew.
And you?
The mother of it all, West Kingston. I'm right here.
And I'm pretty sure Desmond McKenzie will be winning back his seat.
No doubt about that.
So as the results come in, how are you feeling?
JLP up by one more.
I'm actually feeling confident.
12-11.
The PNP numbers are not looking impressive.
So few people them can't look on their screen. You know, some people don't hear my voice as them get mad in a chat, but you have to think there's people who can't watch but then can listen.
And it's a family affair for you. You're here alone?
No, I'm here. I'm actually two of my nephews. I'm a little cousin.
What about you, Aisha?
With friends. I'm here with friends. Okay.
All right, 13. JLP up 2 more. So it's 13-10. JLP 32 seats need to get win. JLP have 13. PNP have 10.
Thank you so very much for that, Andrea. And of course, we'll continue to touch base with the two headquarters as the night
I get down to the meats and potatoes now. Box some account off.
results. But let's take a break and we'll be back.
I mean, I'll take no break over here, so you know, we have to find something for you. To be fully active, if I turn on the chat, so we turn on the chat now. Y'all like the chat?
One Soja Badness says. Wa the Manaib. Turian says. 1 p.m. Drug addict, says.
PNP
BRRRRRPPPPP. Ashley Dallas says. Finally. Turian says. 1 p.m. Sadakai Gordon says. Rasclot. Lumley says. We have to win 3 term. Shanika Brown says. JLP. Angilu says. Nail biting. Shauna Bama says. JMM.
Yeah, PNP
Sky
people
says.
look out.
Power.
Alright.
Shrema.
And the
Says.
JP live watch.
A bay break. Mel's life says.
Oh, they back online now.
Travis Gordon says. 2 not even can BBCT chat good. Kimberly or Kim says.
Never just work with TVJ.
Friendly guy says. My dog died for JLP. Venice Sterling says.
Dog died for
JLP
JLP.
Fi Life. Paulette Gardner says. Hi. Junior Hobson says. Show STN. 1 p.m. says. 5 more PON dem. Ricky says.
Alright, let me interact with food chat over here, so. Luminella, I don't know if I pronounce her name. Lumlianella. I know I use work polling stations. Work have to win 3 terms. Oh, we have to win 3 terms. Alright. Heavy JLP supporter in I chat. Alright, I see you. Where Paul is saying for which chat, PNP 58%, JLP 42%, that out of 274 votes. Let's see if TVJ back online. No.
Or 52.46% of the vote to Dr. Michelle Charles at 3,912, or with 47% of the vote, and that's based on 77 boxes having been counted.
150 odd people in here, and only 34 likes. Shame on you, Jamaicans. This is YAAD supporting YAADis. If you don't support the movement, stay tuned.
It's supposed to be 1-1.
Yeah.
You will soon.
Yeah, well, let's put up Eastern Westmoreland. Let's put up Eastern Westmoreland. Dr. Dayton Campbell against Daniel Lawrence. Let's put that one up. Eastern Westmoreland, and then we can declare Central St. Catherine for the JLP. No surprises there.
Yes.
Let's put up
Eastern Westmoreland.
Yes,
Eastern Westmoreland. 91% of the votes counted. It's 6,000.
Alright, TVJ come back up soon.
So Dayton, and it's 5,056. So
17,
it has a good lead.
yeah, 1,700 clear with about what? That's what, 21 boxes to go? Yeah, 1,700 clear with 21 boxes to go. He's on course. He's on course, Dayton Campbell,
To return
take a
to the
seat
parliament.
in the parliament. Yeah.
And Westmoreland is supposed to be three for the PNP.
We are think I'll win, be honest. You think JLP are going to win or PNP? Who have more plans?
11 in Sorcliffe, 11 in Eastern Westmoreland to go, 11. So we can call this one for Dayton Campbell, I think, with 11 boxes to go and a 1,700 lead.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Daniel
At
Lawrence
the
to find
electoral
sufficient
office,
votes.
the last
in
time
those-
we touched base with her about 15 or so minutes ago, she had said the JLP was leading in 36, the PNP was leading in 27.
No information
and of
them
course, as the
have.
results continue to
Oh, them
come
have
in,
9-9, yes.
those
13-10.
numbers are going to be shifting and changing, and of course we're updating with you as we go along right here. There are a couple of seats we haven't seen for a little while. Ron was mentioning, for instance,
See where my poll come from.
we haven't seen that. Bobby Montague's seat as well, I don't think we've seen.
So the seed tally where you see on top of the screen, it's coming from the Jamaica elections.com general 2025 results.
We'll go to victory there. This is a member of parliament who posts 10, 11,000 consistently, so he should be okay. Just in 2020, his numbers drop a bit.
Okay, here's Portland Eastern now. So we have 60 boxes out of 140. The PNP's Isaac Buchanan leading with 3,552. The JLP's Anne-Marie Vaz, 3,293. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris of the Progressive Party with 19 votes. So this is with 61 boxes of 140 counted. And I won't attempt a subtraction.
I know.
Oh, here's Manchester Northeastern. The JLP is Audrey Marks and 5,003 votes. The PNP's Valentin Wint, 3,414. Clive Warren of the JPP, 18 votes and 68 boxes of 111. Clarendon Southeastern, we have the JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, former mayor, 1,005. Sian Thomas of the JPP with 11 votes. That's pretty early still, 22 boxes out, 144.
Been like this for a while
What happened? The website crash?
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you for the next few.
That's the old Bustamante and Hugh Shearer seat. Strong JLP seat. Manchester Northwestern, 66 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips continues to lead for the PNP, 4,258 to Damian Young of the JLP, 3,661. Okay. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 20 votes.
Yes.
Manchester Central, 117 of 139 boxes. Donovan Mitchell, 7,617 votes to the incumbent Rhoda Crawford, 7,335. It's tight, but it's getting close to the end.
Let's go back now to PNP headquarters with Dwayne. Still 20.
But I already back on music, Dwayne.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you.
That's the old Bustamante.
Thank you so much. So the seat counts is very close, and the actual votes in the constituencies are even closer. And as an indication of how close it is, these PNP supporters, they still believe that they can win. And in fact, if you ask them, they are winning. I'm joined now by two of these hundreds of PNP supporters who have gathered here at the party's headquarters, interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. Mr. Green, what do you make of your party's performance so far? What do you make of your party's performance so far?
Well, it's very good. It's a good performance. And I think we can win this election tonight. Too early to call, but I think we can win it.
Why are you so confident?
Because
32 seat needed.
Seats, they are very close. And the last election, they were like by 2010 and so on. So this time around, the PNP people have come out. Not so much like we don't want them to come out, but they come out. Understand? So I'm looking.
The Prime Minister, so close, 51 to 48% in my own constituency. So them they rate Andrew Holness in the area.
What are you predicting now?
Apart from my money, a landslide, 88 to 12. So, like, they really want to try to get out JLP, it seems. So, remember, Over here, we're not biased. We're not on either party. We are deal with common sense.
The name is Mr. Forbes. Yes. So today we are here and marching on to victory. We are starting Manchester, gathering it back, and we are moving forward. Progress. We are moving forward.
PNP gain a seat. It's now 13 to 11.
Well, the race is not finished as yet.
This is going to be a close election.
So we are here and waiting on the best to come. We have the fat lady's number. What is she telling you? Well, the fat lady is already calling me now, you know, so I know it's victory. March, we marching. Well, as soon as you get the results from the fat lady, I'm hoping you
Should have 100 like in here for match the ratio. Keep your likes half the viewers. Big up on yourself. YAAD is supporting YAAD is England, Jamaica, US, Canada, the Caribbean, Europe, all over. Big up on yourself.
I'll be here all night as I told you, Dion. So it's back to you until then.
Thank you so much. And let's go to a break. We're back with more.
Sure, JLP supported them now.
Result show, vote 2025 in just a moment.
Well, see everybody. All right, we're not taking no break over here, so we have to keep you all entertained with something.
Oh, yes, we did mention that.
Yeah, that's 198 difference. Yeah.
Manchester North East, Audley Shaw's old seat.
Yes.
Manchester North East, that the PNP was banking on to carry them home. Well, it seems like the ambassador has pulled off a diplomatic triumph. Yeah? Audrey Marks, with 96 of 111 boxes counted, Audrey Marks, Ambassador Marks, is comfortably ahead with 6,472 to Valentin Wint 5,144.
That's 1,328 difference with 617 boxes to go.
Yes.
1,328 in front.
Keisha said food going sky high again if JLP win again. All right, Keisha, we hear you.
Valentin Wint, no Desmond. Valentin Wint had made
inflation high in Jamaica.
Yes, correct. And when the Labour Party was in turmoil, it was felt that Valentin Wint had his best chance to take it then.
Because they
50 VJ combo.
Had that put in a candidate. As soon as that candidate was selected,
she made a quick recovery.
Because you have to remember that Ali Shah has been in that seat. He's the longest serving member of parliament in central Jamaica.
Can we push up Eastern Portland? Just saw a flash of Eastern Portland showing
Eastern Portland. That one a critical area.
96 of 140 boxes counted. Can we look at Eastern Portland?
That is
check up tab. For the people who can watch the screens. So it's JLP 13, PNP 12 seats, 32 need to win the Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Andrew is 5,000.
Very close, very close.
With 69% of the vote counted.
So 412 votes separate them with 44 boxes to go. 412 votes separating them with 44 boxes to count.
44 boxes to go in East Portland?
Yes, sir.
And how many separating
412.
Well, too early.
Kingston Western, I mean, we could have called this from last night, along with East Kingston and Port Royal.
Before the election start.
Mackenzie with 86%. I think Joe Witter's challenge, we can, as we declare this for Mackenzie, Joe Witter's challenge at Dr. Spence was to crack 1,000 votes, and he came up short.
Projected winner, Demesman Mackenzie.
All right, let's go to St. Anne. We have heard from St. Anne Southeast, Northeast, but let's look at St. Anne Northwest. Crystal Lee in a battle with Gabriella Morris. 63% of the votes counted. Crystal Lee, 4,426 to Gabriella's 3,321. Yes? And in St. Anne Southwest, no. That was St. Anne Southwest. It keeps on changing quickly.
Normally say food high everywhere.
St. Anne Northwest.
Yes.
That's where Lee is ahead. Yes.
I appreciate the people them who hitting the like button, so we see we get more commentary in our live. Respect. YAAD is supporting YAAD Vibes.
To 3,321. And St. Anne Northwest, Lee is ahead, 5,408 to Morris's 5,011.
All right, can we put up West Rural St. Andrew, because there are only 20 boxes left to count in West Rural St. Andrew. Only 20 boxes to go in West Rural St. Andrew. Let us see how the race is taking shape. Still too early to call it with 20 boxes to go. Let's see what the numbers are showing in West Rural St. Andrew, where the Jays, Juliet and Joan.
Good night, Winston. Big up yourself.
Cuthbert Flynn has a lead of 5 fewer than
Campbell,
900.
rather.
So she's leading by 895 votes with 20 boxes to go. Cuthbert Flynn has a lead of 895 votes with 20 boxes to count.
Alright, we hear TVJ update. Who y'all like better, TVJ or PBC?
4,949 votes to Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 4,349. So he has a fairly comfortable lead at the moment in the context of that constituency. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, very close. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. The incumbent Franklin Witter, 991. And Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, he has 11 votes. Westmoreland Central, Dwayne Vaz seems to be headed back to Parliament, 7,547 to the incumbent George Wright, 6,074. Kathleen Greenwood has 31, she's from the JPP, and Don Foote, 29.
I'm seeing a message here from one of our reporters. We're hearing that ballot boxes were still coming in at the counting center in Trelawney, just up to some.
One vote for TVJ poll, but I don't know who for press cam. I'm not aligned with none of them. Let me see what my poll say. Poll now this of chat I say 56 PNP, 56% PNP, 40% JLP. Sorry, I pick PNP just to see because them are win over here, so I don't attach none of them. Alright, pan TVJ, JLP 59, PNP 41%. We are trying gauge what going, you know.
Of the JPP, 4 votes. Hanover Eastern, 58 of 99 boxes. Andrea Perkis of the PNP, 54%. That's 3,334 to Dave Brown, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,789. Craig Eubanks of the JPP, 19 votes. And Jordan Cunningham of the UIC,
yes,
9 votes. Hanover Western, Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP, 5,499. Tamika Davis, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,728. Leonard Sharp of the JPP, 51. That's 96 of 116 boxes. It seems the PNP might be on its way to retaking both Hanover seats.
PNP have flipped seats, y'all see that?
Portland Eastern, 96 boxes of 140. It's looking good for the PNP.
All
Isa
right.
Buchanan with 5,636 votes. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, she's the incumbent, 5,000.
44 more boxes for counting another one there.
There are many boxes to be counted yet.
44.
Portland Western, 74 of 104. And Daryl Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,164 to Doreen Campbell of the PNP, 3,350. Michael Aiken of the JPP, he has 12 votes.
Him did in the rally, 30 more boxes for another one there.
Attention, well, call our viewers' attention and let our listeners know. If you look at a little icon at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that's telling you the number of seats that have been completed and declared. So you're seeing there 11 for the JLP, 9 for the...
One no much for the government, one with the on the screen. Or what?
So of course, just to make the distinction, those are completed, as opposed to what we get.
This is where me I filter my one from.
At EOJ, which is a broader look at who is leading.
In St. Anne Southwestern, it looks like order has been restored. Xavier Main of the JLP, he has 4,426. Danishka Williams of the PNP, 3,221. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 26 votes. So it's a comfortable lead at the moment for Xavier Main.
And speaking of Kalisha, let's go to her at EOJ.
Thank you so much, Dion. Just a quick update in terms of
Canberra say PNP are going to win this one.
At
All
the
right.
ECJ. So far, again, an update in terms of the lead. So far, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 34 seats. The People's National Party now leading in 29 seats. I know the last time we spoke, I said the JLP was leading in 36 seats and the PNP was leading in 27 seats. So we've seen a change now. JLP leading in 34 seats and the People's National Party leading in 29 seats. I also saw the final count for St. Catherine East Central, and I can say the Jamaica Labour Party won that.
Fixing the volume.
Raymond Price going against the Jamaica Labour Party's Orlando Terrelong. And that's one of the seats where the People's National Party has not won it. The only one that's seat won since it was created. And the Jamaica Labour Party has won that seat twice since it was created in 2011. If you would just move with me, I'm going. So we're technical issue here.
Well,
I'm
technical issue.
Until next time.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Kalisha. Just to repeat for you, the JLP now leading in 34 seats, PNP leading in 29. And again, the icon at the bottom of the screen, the JLP has so far won 11 seats, the PNP has won 9. Okay, here is St. Ann Northwestern, the JLP's Crystal Lee now in front with 5,408 votes to the PNP's Gabriella Morris, 5,011, 93 boxes of 135.
Very, very tight in that seat. I just want to go back to Xavier Main's seat. Mr. Moxham said order has been restored. Hard-working member of parliament, also good organizer.
Hard-working, some of them lazy now, but hard-working. Hey, how much I want in our chat to have proper road for decades?
Votes to Tova Hamilton of the JLP, 4,132, 84 boxes of 146.
Hey, Michael Roxborough on the green up chat.
South, 21 boxes of 96.
So we have heavy JLP support up in our chat. All right.
152. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,246. And we go now to St. James South. Haven't seen this for a bit, I think.
The PNP people, them, they drop on the PNP thing in here too.
The PNP's Nikisha Burchell, 4,471.
Make sure you hit the like button.
Davis, 4,307. Leon Cunningham of the JPP has 12 votes.
Quick PSA, we're looking for the 10%, we're looking for common sense Jamaican to start build and have common sense conversation when we go live stream. I'm planning to live stream multiple times per week.
Marley Malahoo Fort, the incumbent, 3,332. Andre Horton of the PNP, 2,921. Clifford Barnett, 13 votes. St. James East Central, 94 boxes of 117. Ed Bartlett of the JLP, 5,850. Rochelle Reed Knott of the PNP, 3,782. And we are moving on to...
It's on life in your voice, woman.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern. Let's see, this
51
is 105 boxes of 128.
23 bucks left.
Yvonne Shaw, 5,982. The JLP's Michelle Charles, the incumbent, 5,590. 5,000.
Okay, we said JLP 13, PNP 14, PNP take over by one.
The JPP has 20.
I think Yvonne Rosemary Shaw used to be a member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
13, 14, 32 seats need to win. 32.
Dr. Michelle
It's a magic number.
Father, Pernell Charles Sr., for many years. And she was a former mayor in Morant Bay as well, yes, yeah. Right, yes. Earl? Mm-hmm. Yes. And so she's putting up a fight, and it seems as if the JLP is going to lose one of the St. Thomas seats.
Here's the other.
Ja Borio said one bro God.
5,443. The PNP's Hubert Williams, 4,806. Carlene Affleck of the JPP, 35 votes. And St. Catherine Southeastern, this is the one I think
Alright,
you've
I'm
been
gonna turn off
saying we hadn't
TVJ
seen.
chat.
This is about not quite 50%
And leave
there,
my chat
48
on.
boxes of 135.
Some more people up in
Alfred
here. Hit the like
Dawes
button
of
there. Bring in more
PNP,
people.
2,716. Robert
Live chat I
Miller
get
of the
interactive, you
JLP.
know. Live chat I get interactive. Hit the like button.
No, go again. 2,615. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP, 30 votes. I think this is literally the first time we've seen this one all night.
My count is a little bit
One
farther
second
than
for me.
this,
St. Catherine Northwestern, 83 boxes of 122. Damian Crawford of the PNP, 4,328. Newton Amos of the JLP, 3,598. Lloyd Smith has 12 votes of the JPP. And we go to
Keep it
St.
pushing.
Andrew East Central, 63 boxes of 113. Dennis Gordon of the PNP, 3,301. Davian Vassell of the JLP, 2,774. Princess Ford of the JPP, 57. You are saying this is Peter Phillips'
Yes.
old constituency.
Young candidate, doing well so far, going well. Mr. Vassell.
DK Duncan's constituency in another lifetime as well.
Here's Juliet Holness, St. Andrew East Rural, 77 boxes of 137. She has 4,925 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 4,545. Kamisha Hendricks, 29 votes of UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 23 votes.
Speaker of the House.
Former.
Former, yes.
I don't think we've seen this one for a while. St. Andrew West Rural, 124 boxes of 140. And the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, with 7,152. To Joan Gordon Webley of the PNP, 6,213. George Roach of the JPP, 62 votes.
And only 16 boxes to go.
Yeah. Earl, let me let you take over.
Manchester North Eastern, Audrey Marks of the PNP, 56%, 6,472 votes. To Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,144. Clive Warren of the JPP, 30. That's a seat that was dominated by Audley Shaw for quite a while. And Manchester North Western, 83 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 5,000.
Ask you a question. Accept this question, people who live in Jamaica. Before, has Jamaican been better for the last 8 years? Have you seen any improvement? Is it moving in the right direction? These are things you should have asked when you went to the polls.
Norman Scott continues to lead, but is only 17 of 109 boxes. He has 1,004 votes to Franklin Witter, 991.
Big up Michael, okay.
Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 11 votes.
Theo, all right.
St. Catherine Eastern, Denise Daly
F&T's Construction Company.
6,589.
Yo, mad one PNP.
Rather, the JLP, 4,387. Land.
JLP heavy in chat here.
74 votes. Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines continues to lead there. It's 81 of 100 boxes, and he has 4,380 votes to Dwight Sibley's, the incumbent of the JLP. 4,303, Jodelyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 19 votes.
Oh, how the PNP people make it all, the JLP people them outdo in a chat. So, come on, you know, put up on the party peacefully. Alfred Russell, can't you see that it is better? Are you talking to Alfred, me?
Johnson Roy, 24 votes, and she's from the JPP. And in Clarendon Southeastern, 25 boxes of 144. Pernell Charles Jr. continues to lead handily with 1,639 votes to Sian Barneswell, 1,132 votes. Sian Thomas of the JPP, 12 votes.
Sharon King say, yes, Andrew do so much good our country for the past 8 years. I don't. Michael Roxbury, it heavy, yes. Show me say, all right.
122. St. Mary's Southeastern, very close. Norman Dunn, the incumbents, 3,678.
411 people voting in a poll in a chat. 56 say PNP, 44 JLP. Very close.
St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 5,904 votes. Nathaniel Maraj of the JLP, 4,345. Rena Rose Cargill, 11 votes for the JPP, 85 of 105 boxes. That would be a hold for the PNP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague, the incumbent, 3,641, doing very well against Omar Woodbine of the PNP.
This a chat I can't hear the support in here. There's over 300 people in here and that 52 likes. Only sound I hear the support here with just a press a button. Get more yardies in that chat. We need 10% common sense Jamaican for deal with.
75 of 80 boxes. The incumbent, Donovan Williams, seeking to hold it for the JLP, 4,575 votes. Steve McGregor of the PNP, 4,377 votes. Garth Barnett of the UIC, 22 votes. Dwayne Smith in St. Andrew Northwestern, 4,402 votes to Ethelene Miller.
Okay, Grime Bass at 1 PNP.
Orlando.
Alfred, have you ever heard the PNP talk against scamming and extortion? They support it.
Counted.
Okay, let's just stick a pin, take a break, and we'll be back with much more results.
Nobody should be supporting scamming, whether it be PNP or JLP.
Results show for 2025. Do stay with us.
All right, let's find something else. We're gonna keep. All right, CV, I'm gonna come back live. Yep, you stay here. You see, I bring entertainment to you, know. You don't have to move around. Me move around for y'all.
It is clear that the People's National Party has made a resurgence, regardless of how the night ends. They have gained seats. I always said that gaining 18 seats in one election cycle is a gargantuan task. And barring some significant event, it's hard to see that happening. But to the extent that they are picking up seats, and I think by the end of the night that have picked up maybe over 10 seats and thereabout, I think that the People's National Party may take something positive from this result. Because 4 years ago, when the election ended, people thought that the People's National Party was
a political graveyard.
Yeah, I heard people say that the party may take Andrew would be the Prime Minister would serve
for life.
Serve for life, and the PNP could not return. Within a 4-year period, the party is now competitive again, and and obviously there's a signal for the Prime Minister that, you know,
don't get comfortable.
Don't get too comfortable. We have a local government election that is coming up in a couple of years, and by the time you're going, as Jamaicans would say, we have another general election. But this is very good for democracy, because we don't want a lopsided parliament. We want the checks and balances. And therefore, when we have a government that is kept in check by the opposition, I think that is very...
Okay, Pretty Girl, Love Hearts. Alfred, well, the PNP does. Veterian said JLP will win. Graham Bass said, look and see 1 PNP, okay.
Stronger opposition, which is important. Checks and balances.
Where do you stand on that argument of a stronger opposition after tonight's showing, based on the numbers we've been seeing?
It is. Oh, which one of us?
I'll take you first.
I leave to the elder man.
It is critical, I think, especially at this point, that we have a very robust and strong opposition. Because remember now,
Sharon King says, what PNP does for our country when I visit my country, it is a blessing to see my country from where I left it. People honest speaking, Andrew do so much.
One of the things that is way up in the list of priorities for any new administration that takes over after tomorrow. So for me, yes, and also it means that our democracy is alive and well. When one party has an overwhelming majority, there tends to be arrogance, there tends to be a tendency to become
autocratic, and also the winning side having such a vast majority, many of its
Sure, I mean, I understand the point that we are trying to make.
MPs and don't do much work in their constituencies.
You meant to write JLP?
For me, if we end up with a very tight situation where whichever party wins by maybe 2 or 3 seats, that is healthy for Jamaica's democracy.
Do you concur, though, Jermaine, that perhaps after 2 terms, incumbent parties and their candidates likely become complacent?
Absolutely, and the data does suggest that the Prime Minister, told us exactly that he did a survey and was really dismayed at the level of the sentiments that were being exposed with respect to the performance of the members of parliament on his side. And he came out publicly and said it and said that more work needs to be done. My concern is that may have been identified late in the day. What we saw was an administration touting big infrastructural improvements, big macroeconomic improvements, and addressing issues like crime and so forth, which incidentally didn't feature well in this campaign. But again, the small issues that impact people's lives weren't being attended to, and those also have been attended to by the members of parliament. So I think they really fell asleep on their laurels. And it's going to be, this election is going to be a test as to the strength of Andrew Holness. What is he strong enough to pull some of them over the line?
Can you finish out in point?
Or is it the case that the damage was too significant and they are left wanting?
A lot to ponder.
There's always the question
Crime Boss Vivo says,
of the members of
you
parliament.
don't know nothing 1 PNP.
We'll see update
Earlier
I
we saw
polls.
the People's National Party leading in 30 seats and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 seats. But now, from what I'm looking at on the chart again, the People's National Party is back to leading at 29 seats and the Jamaica Labour Party 34 seats. I'm going to move over to this chart to my right, and one of the constituencies we've been monitoring closely, Dion, that's Trelawney Northern. As you know, in the last general election, the Jamaica Labour Party won that seat. It was a surprise for many people because the Jamaica Labour Party had not won that seat in decades. And we're seeing now the People's National Party's Wickham McNeil leading in that constituency, 6,637 votes, to the Jamaica Labour Party's Tova Hamilton, 5,686 votes. Another
Crime Boss
constituency
Vivo
that we have
says,
been monitoring closely,
PNP.
that's Manchester
Golden
Central,
Child says,
where the Jamaica Labour Party
Uno lead.
won for the first time in decades in 2020. But what we're seeing now,
Carl
it's
Wallace
still
says,
close in that
and Emo.
constituency. Just 130 of the 139 boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party. Jamaica Labour Party's Rhoda Moy Crawford.
Hit the like button, get to 100. We'll see if Yardis can come together and work together. Yardis helping Yardis. Hit the like button to get way to 100 with their 66.
Come with me to the other screen I'm looking at right now. Going
Almost
again
400
to St.
people in here.
James Southern. Another one we've been watching, we're seeing where the People's National Party has a slight lead in that constituency.
Very close election.
Nikisha Burchell leading their 5,870 votes to the former mayor, Homer Davis, 5,644.
Hit the like, you ain't getting no advertisement, no breaking the entertainment. We are flipping from channel to channel. Army there for
Parties. Yvonne Shaw, she's leading by 6,600. Well, her
Michael
tally now
Roxborough
is
says,
6,604 votes.
come on
to
JLP.
the incumbent, Dr. Michelle
yeah,
Charles,
JLP, hit the like button. Come on, PNP, y'all lazy.
And 77 votes. Another one that people have been watching.
Yeah, they support Yardie over here, so. We need people common sense conversation. We want to go down how people are get robbed, them live stream there. Can we date? Can Jamaican date each other? Want touch everything.
Many people know the Jamaica Labour Party's Anne-Marie Vaz won that constituency in 2020 after a 30-year drought for the Jamaica Labour Party, and Isaac Buchanan of the People's National Party is leading in that constituency, 96 of 140 boxes counted. Now, Dion, overall, we're seeing an 85.2%.
Thank you for the people who push a like. Big up yourself.
Completed, and I'll have some more updates for you as soon as they become available. But again, Dion, the race is heating up. It's back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Kalisha. And it certainly is. And you heard Kalisha there saying the numbers are continuing to shift from 3330 to back to 3429. And that East Portland seat.
Crime Boss Vivo says,
on what we're seeing there.
PNP is Sandam home.
This one would be a bit of...
Let's see with the all-night feed.
Many people expected Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent, to hold it fairly easily, but we did see
PNP
that
leader now.
Isaac Buchanan was mounting a serious challenge.
13 to 14.
Crime Boss
Bearing in
Vivo
mind
says,
that this has been historically
PNP is Sandam
PNP
home.
seat, perhaps it should not be surprising that it is this competitive.
Yeah, it's a seat the PNP used to win by
Michael
over
Roxborough
1,000
says,
and then over 2,000
Jamaica needs a
votes.
strong party like
So it was
JLP.
really because of...
Let me ask you a question, people in the chat. Do Jamaica need a strong third party? A very strong party, third party where they can run around. What y'all think?
So what we're seeing now is a rebalancing of the scales. I expect at the end of tonight, the entire western belt of the
Right,
country
people them just too loyal
to go
already.
back orange because it was never really a green space. So Westmoreland 3,
Zonti, you're right,
Eastern
says,
Westmoreland going to
still
Dayton
waiting on the
Campbell by
changes,
over
not seeing
1,000,
it, they
which is
still
how they
banking on
used to win there,
PNP work.
except
I'm
in
afraid that our
2020
country
when,
might fall in the ditch.
Mr. Buchanan lost by 11.
Terry Ann
Central-
says,
So sorry to
Go
interrupt you,
JLP.
just to say this is another one that's now completed. The PNP's Richard Azan taking Clarendon North.
Should I turn off the text-to-speech? I don't know if viewers in them, let me know. Better mind it.
Azan having polled 6,989 votes to the JLP's Warren Newby 6,490. Kevin Palmer picked up some votes there. And here is Westmoreland Eastern.
Well, getting tight in our live chat, pause. But them say as a PNP 54%, JLP 46%, 525 people vote.
7,434 votes.
Let me see
over
what
Daniel Lawrence is 5,556.
DVJ wanna say.
V. Shaw says, turn off.
Here's Westmoreland Central.
All right, y'all won. Let's see if anybody else say.
Given now to Dwayne Vaz of the PNP back in Parliament with 9,869 over George Wright.
We had a true tattoo. You see, this is how YAAD VIBEZ do with political. We not go one way. So one person set on it off.
And Westmoreland,
Two people have to say turn it off, we turn it off.
now. This is 108 of 138. Ian Hales of the PNP, 6,454. Garfield James of the JLP, 4,820.
Ransford Wilson says,
Gilbert James,
Stop
54.
UD chat.
Bertrand Madden
Caribbean
of
One
the
Queen says,
JPP, 23.
turn off.
All right, everybody want it off.
St. Anne's
Domain
South
Campbell says,
Western, 108
turn
boxes
off.
of 138. This has Xavier Main.
Okay, the people have spoken.
5,069 votes over Denishka Williams of the PNP, 3,698. Clive Edwards, 28 votes. And that's 73 boxes of 105. And we have St. Anne Northwestern, 73 boxes of 105. Crystal Lee, the incumbent, holding on here at the moment with a lead with 7,346. Gabriella Morris, our first time out, 6,924. That's 10 boxes left to count in this constituency. Let's go now to the JLP headquarters.
Yeah, we get the PNP headquarters a few times.
It's into a party-like atmosphere here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. As you can see behind me, you will see that a number of JLP supporters are dancing, they're ringing their bells, they're playing one of their favorite anthems on the campaign trail, The Lord is my shepherd. So that is the mood here at the moment. I'm now joined by another JLP supporter who is also dancing. Hi, good night. What's your name?
Newton Harris.
Why was it important for you to be here tonight?
To celebrate our victory.
Where did you vote?
I voted in St. Anne Northwestern for Crystal Lee.
So how is the trend looking for you based on what you've picked up so far?
Well, we always knew it would have been a close race, but we put in the work. Crystal has done phenomenally well in the one term. 2 years stolen by COVID. but she's done phenomenally well in terms of the infrastructure, the services, the roads, I mean, the health centers, all of the wonderful things that Crystal has done, the water projects with Matthew, I mean, amazing stuff compared to what has gone before. So our constituency really has seen a difference.
All right, thank you so much.
Sorry?
Thank you so much. I know it's difficult to hear me. So that's a seat here at the JLP headquarters there. Maybe I could just get another supporter. Can you talk to me? Hi, good night. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What's your name?
Zachary.
Okay, I see you celebrating. You think
Yes,
you won?
Yes, I do. I'm very confident for the JLP.
It's not yet too early to declare.
No confident in our chat.
That doesn't really mean much right now because we're confident. We put in the work. We have the achievements to prove that we deserve the third term. So Dr. Holness will return as well as our MPs.
Thank you so much. Well, that's the mood here at the JLP headquarters, Leon. I'll check in with you a few moments later.
Thank you so much for that, Andrea. And yes, we'll continue to check in with you, and some more interesting results have been coming in. In fact, we are now seeing Clarendon Southeastern there with, okay, we moved on to St. Catherine Southwest. Okay, we are going thick and fast, aren't we? So St. Catherine Southwest, Everall Warmington. Here's St. Catherine Southern, Fitzjackson.
Okay, our update the way I get from the Jamaica feed is 19 JLP, 15 PNP, 32 need to win.
Oh, St. Elizabeth Southwestern, and as the Senti boy in the room, Earl, you get to do the honors here. Read the next couple for me.
Floyd Green of the JLP, he's the incumbent, 9,044. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 7,650. And the significance of this particular seat is that it always goes to the party that wins nationally. So that may be one of the reasons why there's celebration at JLP headquarters at the moment.
Some people want the text-to-speech and some people want it off.
LP 1,824, Sian Barnswell of the PNP, 1,284, and Sian Thomas of the JPP, 13 votes. That's 27 boxes of 144.
We do it there when we have dead space. We turn here when we have dead space.
Wavell Hines, the cricketer, 5,623 to Dwight Sibley's of the JLP, 5,407. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 24 votes. That's 95 boxes of 104. Of 100, rather. St. Thomas Eastern, 114 of 128 boxes. Yvonne Shaw continues to lead, 6,597. And the incumbent, Michelle Charles of the JLP, 6,188. Claudius Wong is on 31. And Jovian Blair of the JPP, 26.
I want to read some of them commenter. Only a black person without history and being without culture would support Mark Golding. This is the son of slave owners. He will bring crime to and sadness to our country.
39 votes, that's 125 of 163 votes. Boxes, rather.
Life is like a bicycle. To maintain your balance, you must keep it forward.
The constituency of the Prime Minister, very, very tight. 87 boxes of 105. Paul Buchanan of the PNP is now leading.
This is crazy. The Prime Minister get beaten in one constituency.
4,762.
This looks serious to JLP, look like, right?
Are you stunned?
You don't see one having a sip.
Manchester North Eastern.
Prime Minister get clapped. Yo, talk to me.
Marks of the JLP performing according to tradition there. 6,589 to Valentin.
I mean, he can still win, but he might get clapped in one constituency. That wouldn't be a shame.
The JPP has 30 votes. If we could go back to that.
And again, I'm not attached to none of them party. This was why you're in the right place, because I go critique both party with zero care.
And David Core and AJ Nicholson.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a 1% lead at the moment for.
Right.
How much back safe? 13 and 5.
If we
22. You hear me? What 13 and 5? 18.
Again, let's see what the other weather vane is saying.
18 more back safe if you count. And
Southwest St. Elizabeth.
one boy lead by 105. Paul Buchanan lead by 105 votes.
Wow.
Andrew lost it in 2020, really?
1,004
we never know that. Respect Caribbean, one queen.
The incumbent from the JLP, 991, but it's only 17 of 109 boxes. Portland Eastern, 96 of 140 boxes. Isaac Buchanan of the PNP, 5,636. Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 5,224. So it's a 4-point lead for Buchanan, and there are 23 votes for the JPP's Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris.
Lucky people never like we hear me call out say the Prime Minister always name one.
That we call out these figures because we also have listeners on radio.
And jump out our life.
Trelawney Northern, Tova Hamilton has taken the lead now over Wickham McNeil, 6,826 to McNeil, 6,792, and it's 123 of 146 boxes. So we're seeing the finish line up ahead.
Finish line there ahead.
And Marissa Dalrymple Philibert has restored order in Trelawney Southern, 1,787 to Paul Patmore, 1,486, that's 20.
We can't work together. Keep the like button half the ratio of the people in here. Get it to 100, only 23 more, at least 100. Come on, Yardies, you support Yardies.
Tracked very closely by Christopher Brown. So Norman Dunn has 5,235. Christopher Brown, 5,112.
Okay, Caribbean One Queen say I thought ISAT would win bigger.
St. Mary Western, Robert Montague continues to dominate there, 7,219 to Omar Woodbine, 6,398, and Chase Neal, 25 votes.
And this is another weather vane seat that indicates to the country as well what is likely to happen. Same for Southwest St. Elizabeth and the other one you mentioned a moment before. So we will see how
they talk about Southwest St. Elizabeth a lot. Let me see.
And in St. Andrew East Central, Dennis Gordon of the PNP, he's now doing very well, 6,425 to Davion Vassell of the JLP, 3,949, and Princess Ford of the JPP, 82, 106 boxes of 113.
Okay. Here's St. Andrew West Rural. Okay,
real quick. The reason why them keep talking about Southwest St. Elizabeth, they say whoever win the Prime Minister always win this place, Southwestern St. Elizabeth. So I guess JLP's up right now, so we'll keep an eye on that also.
St. Andrew Northwestern, 101 of 112 boxes. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 5,648. Ethne Miller Simpson, 4,124. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 106.
Why is this thing not updating?
Here we are back in St. Andrew East Rural, 123.
Okay, it's a new update. JLP 21, PNP 18 seat. 32 is the magic number.
7,487. Kamisha Hendricks, 45 votes of the UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 35 votes.
These slow people, them where they say, oh, you can't shut up, you're not chat. There's people who cannot watch the screen, but then can only listen. That's why.
That's tightened.
Okay, 131 of 140 boxes. The PNP's Isaac Buchanan, 7,932. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, 7,699. Portland West, this is nearly...
Caribbean Queen said JLP are going with that. Terry and say, my party will win. She have JLP Green Love Heart. Caribbean One Queen, Keisha Hendricks, whole family vote for her.
Of the JPP, 22 votes. St. James Central, 103 boxes of 104. So this has gone to Heroy Clark now. 6,486. The PNP's Janice Allen, 4,620. Okay, and let's just take South, and then we go to a break. St. James Southern. This is
we're not taking no break over here. So.
Just one box left to be counted. And Nikisha Burchell, 6,398. Homer Davis of the JLP, 6,211. Leon Cunningham of the JPP, 16 votes. Let's go to a break. We'll be back in a moment.
Are you in the right place? We ain't taking no break, so we're interactive. I got turn on the TTS in the meantime for one boy. Let's see other channel where them are going.
Caribbean One Queen says, Homer Davis lose him seat.
Yeah. Very interesting stuff there, George. And that's just been declared Clifford Everald Warmington. But ladies and gentlemen, very interestingly, we were talking earlier about misinformation, information, and
Jamaica suffer from that from TikTok. Lot of misinformation.
Young people leading up to an election. You've been seeing the results so far. You've been seeing the clash of words, the clash of information.
Okay, 22 JLP, 19 PNP.
Caribbean One Queen says, Warmington win.
Juliet Holness' seat.
We're going to turn off the TTS on TVJ, alright? We'll try to balance it out for everybody.
Of the votes counted, she's ahead by almost 1,000 votes. 8,445 to 7,487.
21 more likes to reach 100. Hit it up. YAAD Vibes. YAAD is supporting YAAD Vibes. Common sense conversation. You in the right place.
Getting home with 85% of the votes counted, he's ahead by almost 1,000 votes. Yeah? The JLP has lost Eastern St. Thomas.
Yes.
Michelle Charles has been defeated.
Never led, trailed from the first
Very
box
start.
was counted, yeah, and never recovered. Saeed.
Yes, so dealing with information, misinformation, grappling with all
No,
of
and then
the
come back.
space, seeing the results so far, do you think it made an impact?
It definitely did. And I think I was doing...
I'm sorry.
If you have another one?
Yes.
Go.
Jap, where you're watching from? Which parish, which state, which country?
By Isaac Buchanan.
Wow. Yeah, it's supposed to be 1-1 in Portland and 1-1 in St.
Let me
Thomas.
give you the numbers in Eastern Portland with 99.3% of the votes counted.
If he's ahead, he's on.
Isaac Buchanan, 8,290
Lumley and Ella says, US.
8,072.
Big up.
One box to go.
I'm Caribbean Queens. Say would think would I win bigger Isaac Buchanan.
Hold on, no, I think that's going to hold, and here's why.
Him only lead by 218, 209.
Caribbean One Queen says, if PNP win, I am not sure about moving back to Jamaica.
It can't be that bad.
He's in the lead right
Well,
there.
here's what we can do too. We can declare Southeast St. Elizabeth. Frank, they call him. Frank Witter has come home with 3 boxes left. He's leading Norman Scott by 1,996 votes.
Yeah, that's over.
1996, all over bar the shouting. Southeast St. Elizabeth, chalk up that one for Frank Witter. Well, this was very preliminary. Only 3 boxes to go in that. So 106 of 109 boxes counted. And Frank Witter is leading by 1,996 votes.
Can you bring up St. Mary West?
Caribbean One Queen says, no Bucky Master nor rule over me.
In. Bobby Montague.
Where the man passed, when in birth certificate is
Caribbean One Queen says, Scott lost because he is an abuser.
That's a lead of 700.
Yeah.
With 85% of the votes counted.
Can I add to that?
So it means that Bobby Montague is going back to the parliament. He has recovered.
Can I add to that? Which is why
Yes.
I'm giving you the luxury of calling the election or calling it right now.
Alright, TVJ, come back here.
Exactly.
We are prefer to watch TVJ or this.
JLP. So
Yeah, prefer TVJ.
St. Elizabeth, bring that up. With very few boxes left. Green, 9,278. Dr. Wellington, 7,865. The gap. The Brits have a saying when they say mind the gap. Mind the gap.
Oh, me chat sucker, we in our live stream, you dumbass.
In the boxes left to come.
With commentary. Interaction. You know how live stream work? I'm gonna clap too hard, 'cause every time I clap, I'm gonna start deleting a comment. Tweet and deleters.
Get to Jamaica House. Yeah, these are the numbers with what? 8 and 5, 13. 5 boxes to go. Southwest St. Elizabeth is
Fiber cable that
declared
was
for the JLP.
damaged was had protective
Over commentary on the proper.
and sealed the manholes. Those were breached, and the company is restoring, they said, working to restore as quickly as possible. They said they're also condemning the act which has taken place, as you know, on election day. So if you're having difficulties, that might be the cause. All right, let's just look at what's happening here in St. Catherine, East Central. The Let's see, this is completed. The JLP's Alando Terrelong has retained his seat with
Like we deadlock, you know,
6,364 votes. Raymond Price of the PNP polling 5,379.
All right, we can start the countdown 22 to 22. So 32 is the magic number. So next person to win 10 win the Prime Minister role.
Newlands Main Road in St. Catherine East Central.
And again, for you dumbass, so that we don't know why me chat so much. These people who are listening now watch, so we have to make them know what I want.
TV at a shop right now is the main attraction, and that's because they're watching the live results right now. Crowds of people just swarming around the TV, trying to see what's happening with their member of parliament. Now, by the latest data that I had, Alando Terrelong was comfortably winning, and I just saw now from their TV that he was declared the winner. So as you can hear in the background, lots of excitement here on the Newlands Main Road. I am going to call in a Jamaica Labour Party supporter right now, Kimmy. Kimmy's joining us. You're live on TVJ News. Tell us, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling so excited right now for my nice team MP, because me I tell you, him work. We're talking about funeral, we're talking about nine, we're talking about graduation, we're talking about assistance. Him dedicate put your pot.
Stop look for handout. That's how people need to stop look for.
Education, him dead there. We're talking about
Jamaica can't read what? Much adults can't read past 3rd grade level. See, I could clap on both PNP and JLP. We ain't biased over here. We don't care about none of them.
I feel so excited for my MP. One turn long, never two. Pick up a nice piece of my MP. Show labor rights.
All right, so that was Kimmy
All right,
here
show.
on the Newlands Main Road.
Show we power them. Show and power.
East Central, where Alando Terrelong was declared the winner by the preliminary results. He is now the MP for the 3rd time here in St. Catherine East Central.
Press the like button. Bring all the common sense you did them in our chat.
Independent candidate from the JPP, that is Cassian Radcliffe. I think her name is Cassian Radcliffe. So that's it. Lots of excitement, as you can hear. And they are tuning in to TVJ News, getting the live updates here of what's happening on our results show. There you have it. It's back to you in studio, Dion.
Thank you so much, Jamila. And of course, TVJ is exactly the place for you to get all your ongoing coverage.
Thumbs up button in the chat.
Let's go over back OJ with Kalisha.
Yes, Dion, we're almost at the finish line. 93% of all the boxes counted. And earlier, it's similar to what we saw in the previous update. The Jamaica Labour Party was leading by, well, it was 32-31 at one point, and now we're seeing it back at 30-33. So the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies to the People's National.
Yeah, so in the chat, may I read in the chat?
An interesting one, Dion, that you pointed to earlier. We're going to go to it. We're seeing in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's seat. We're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Paul Buchanan, leading in that seat. And we have 87 of the 105 boxes.
And we have 88 of the 100 likes we need for each show. So YAAD at least support YAAD
constituency. And we're going to move over now to St. Andrew Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Ethne Miller Simpson. She is trailing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, Dwayne Smith, in that constituency. Go to St. Andrew West Rural.
Andrea, you have to be some type of slow or stupid. You realize I'm stream from TVJ. If you don't want to hear me more, go over to TVJ to all the people them.
To 8,290 votes.
Those are the type of people when we don't want in our chat. You hear me say we want the 10% of common sense Jamaican, not the 90%. Andrea, whatever she name is the part-time 90%. Stupid. Go to TVJ if you don't want to hear me more. My experience the people, some people can't watch the screen, so they have to listen and we have to explain things. If you don't like that, this is not the best place for you.
Going over now, if the videographer could just come with me, we're going to St. Ann Northwestern. where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate Gabriela Morris at 6,989 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate 7,383 votes in that constituency. Final one, Dion, before I come back to you. In Portland Eastern, we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate still trailing the People's National Party's candidate, Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 votes, to the People's National Party's Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. So as I said, we're almost there, almost at the finish line for this evening, Dion. 93% of the boxes counted. And again, the People's National
Like it's gonna be a wrap early.
seats, the JLP leading in 33 seats. It's back to you.
Thank you so much. Really important to get that kind of global picture of what is happening. 33 to 30, and you heard as well, it seemed to have been moving a little bit up and down, but the latest figures there, 33 seats in which the JLP is leading and 30 for the PNP. Here's St. Thomas Eastern again. This is 2 boxes left to count, 126 of 128.
Coming down to integrity, 22 seats each.
Marie Shaw of the PNP. The incumbent Michelle Charles has lost this seat, 7,284 at this point to Yvonne Shaw, and the JLP is Michelle Charles, 6,807. Here's Portland Eastern, 1 box left to count here. Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. This is what Kelisha just read for us, but I wasn't sure of the boxes left to count. So we have 1 box left to count, in fact, in Portland Eastern.
And Manchester Central.
Okay.
Interesting.
Read from Earl.
Rhoda Crawford, the incumbent, has held on to defeat Donovan Mitchell. She secured 9,035 votes to Donovan Mitchell, 8,861. So that's 1 hold in Manchester for the JLP.
Strong candidate, hard-working member of Parliament. She deserves to go back to Parliament. Rhoda Moy Crawford, one of Jamaica's best talent in the Parliament.
Manchester North Eastern, and Audrey Marks has taken it. 7,652 votes to Valentin.
Okay, we have 5 more likes to hit the 100 mark. Yard is supporting Yardis. Let's see if Yardis can support Yardis. Or we just fight against. We need common sense Jamaicans here.
It's tightening again in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's constituency. Paul Buchanan, 4,867 to Dr. Andrew Holness, 4,762. That's
18 more bucks to count. The Prime Minister down in our own constituency by a little over 100 votes.
And you have Tova Hamilton, the incumbent, leading Dr. Wickham McNeil, 7,408 to McNeil, 7,198, 131 of 146 boxes. St. James Southern, Nikisha Burchell of the PNP, continues to lead.
Completed.
Oh, in fact, I didn't see the tick. It's completed, so she has won it for the PNP. So that's 1 pulled back for the PNP from their loss last time.
The work begins.
St. James West Central, 71 of 106 boxes. Marlene Malahu, 4,193 to Andre Houghton of the PNP, 3,633. And Clifford Barnett has 15 votes.
I think what we're seeing is that the election is really down to the wire and still anybody's game at this point in time. But I think what the major...
You don't think the PNP has lost?
No, I think there are plays for us to... I think there's 2 plays for us to reach at least at 32.
Okay. You like listening to the Democrats?
All right, so TV just at 23-22. And over here, so this is the JamaicaElections.com general election result. It's saying deadlock 22-22. Take what you make of it.
Central in St. Andrew.
Okay, here's St. Catherine. Here's St. Catherine Southeastern here.
And that's the one you see up on top of the screen.
29 boxes out of 135. And we have the PNP's Alfred Dawes with 7,405 to Robert Miller of the JLP, 6,939. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP with 64 votes. So 6 boxes left to count here. This was one of those seats that the PNP had.
We have 3 more for hit 100. We can't get 3 Jamaicans to hit the like button. Send out the conversation. We need the common sense yardies them over here.
This is 109 boxes out of 112.
Okay, 98.
And we have the PNP's
98, 98, 98. Can we hear 99?
Pulled ahead a bit now with 6,313 votes. JLP's.
Michael Miller right now, he said one poll said deadlock. EVJ say 23, PNP, JLP 21. That's what 32 need to get with to win.
The chairman's seat.
No, sir. I'm sure said the other one. But all right. St. Mary Western, 129 of 147. Bobby Montague, JLP chairman, with 8,182. Omar Wood, is this Wood?
We clear 100 with their 110. You see, Yardies supporting Yardies. That's what it's about. Appreciate y'all. Big up on the 7 on their work, night shift, whatever. Big up Yardies.
St. Ann Northwestern, 120.
And you don't have to be a Jamaican to be a Yardie. Once you have a Yardie, it's a Yardie. And you know, for hold common sense conversation.
7,428 votes. The PNP's Gabriella Morris, 7,077. And here's St. Anne Southwest, 81 out of 105 boxes. The incumbent Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,561 votes to the PNP's Danishka Williams, 4,104. Clive Edwards of the JPP with 30 votes. Go ahead.
PNP has taken Kingston Central.
Sorry, you have to talk louder.
This is showing that the PNP has taken Kingston Central. Let me see. With 100% of the boxes counted. It's
okay, here we have it on screen.
Oh.
Steve McGregor pulled ahead. This is magisterial recount. 4,739 over Donovan Williams of the JLP. The incumbent 4,727. Swanee did the maths for me.
12.
That's 12 votes.
12, yes.
All right, this one is headed to a magisterial recount, but the preliminary vote shows Steve McGregor of the PNP the winner. Garth Barnett of the UIC with 23 votes. And just to say for viewers and listeners that when you have these kinds of close results, as I
have to recount.
Okay. Recount. When you see like 200 or 50, that sounds like a small margin, but you're not overturning that in a magistrate.
All right, Jennifer said, me can't believe Jamaica no one good. What do you mean by that?
On Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr., 94 boxes out of 144, 6,004 votes. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, 4,805. Sian Thomas, 38 votes. So Clifford, you start perk up again.
Been perk.
You know, I'm looking at the scales on the two sides. Yeah, at which point one is up and one is down. Here's Northern Clarendon, 95 boxes out of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 5,000. Okay, this declared for Wavell Hines. So the cricketer wins the parliament. So we'll have a cricketer and an Olympian, it looks like.
Yeah. No, well, Nether Soul is another, but he played for Jamaica. He was another cricketer in Parliament years and years ago.
But what's his name? Former PNP Gensec. His name is slipping me now. He's in St. Andrew.
Who? Julian?
Julian. He's a former cricketer.
At the youth level.
Yes. Okay. Good.
Yeah. We're talking. Yeah. 129 boxes of 135. St. Anne Northwest, Crystal Lee continues to lead, 7,547 votes to Gabriella Morris, 7,242.
That's slimming. The margin is
Manchester Northwestern, 99.
When said JLP is the winner, guys, it's over.
Okay, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 6,686. Young of the JLP, 5,516. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 36 votes. Okay, let's just give you this last one and then we go to the break. So this
one box
is
left.
Nearly
JLP let him out win this one.
So we can say Everard Warmington, this has been declared. Everard Warmington retains his seat. Let's go to a break. Stay tuned.
We're not taking no break here, so we'll find something.
We're still waiting to hear the results. We're back in a moment.
No, we have to enter vibes. We have to entertain the YAAD VIBEZ people.
Opposition does.
I mean,
Oh, no, don't move
yes,
me
but
there.
it worked. It worked brilliantly this time. And the
What
numbers
work?
are showing it. A lot of the seats that we thought would have definitely come home for the JLP, even if they won it, it's very shaky.
Let me turn on the sound so I
did
know
not
TVJ come back.
enough. They probably would have needed more to go over to the line of 32 is what you're saying then. Interesting stuff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been
JLP
quite
have won the
interesting.
general
And
election
Cliff
for the
is about to
10th time.
go again, as he
Right,
always does.
JLP win.
And that is totally fine, Cliff. Right at you.
No.
Go right at it, sir.
No. Go
Is it
ahead.
final?
Okay.
Or TVJ not say
All I was
final
saying,
and
ladies and
wanna say
gentlemen, is
final?
that the numbers are showing. It is very interesting that on social media, as I've been following, the young people have been glued to their television sets. They have been glued to their laptops. A lot of them are saying, well, we have voted, let us see how our votes have come out.
Me refresh
And I
the Jamaica
think for
election
the first in
one.
a very long time, I get this sense and this energy that our generation, they want to participate more in the process, not just at the polls, but now they'll be talking more about accountability. Now they'll be talking more about their demands and what they want and what they need to see in a future Jamaica.
What are they talking about?
And
What
so
am
I
I
think at the
declare?
end of the day,
Hold on.
not
What am I declare winner when they all everything else I say? They still have to go. Well, they know what winner know.
dispelled because we're seeing more and more people coming out and engaging in the process, not just at the polls, but we will see it beyond the polls where accountability and demands are concerned.
Well,
But
go ahead,
sorry,
go ahead, Desmond.
you know, there are some. What is the final seat count? What it is?
34-29 we have now based on where the parties are. We talk about
them a
declared
projection,
seats
them a do?
based on the preliminary count and seats where
Oh, preliminary.
parties leading deep into the count. It's 34-29. 34
deep
into the
other
count.
thing
It's
that we need to know what percentage of the registered voters.
So their projection are based on preliminary count, people.
Around about 41%?
Yeah, I saw that somewhere. It was about 41%.
That is
Oh.
just that is low.
It's higher than last.
It is.
We had that discussion earlier about how
we had
you
a raging debate
we had
earlier.
a discussion about
I
that.
was expecting at least 50.
Why would you put up something like this to mislead people when the election not done? You know what I'm saying? Then now say PNP go win and you're gonna start hearing this robbery because of misinformation like that. Like, don't put it up for preliminary if it's not final.
JLP Deputy Leader, Local Government Minister, Desmond McKenzie, let me get your reaction to what's unfolding tonight.
Well,
TVJ still down.
The first time in the history of this great and noble institution, the Jamaica Party of the country, we have supported our efforts for a
See there? The JamaicaElection.com is 25-23. So why are they putting up Bowen 10 times?
that he has done wonders. He has done something that
Somebody said they're crunching the numbers as they come in.
few of us.
TVJ about to go back on.
The results tonight, although not yet full concluded, speaks volume to the work of the Labour Party government and the efforts that we put in. In the era of Council, I'm very pleased because a number of seats were targeted in the era of Council, and you were able to retain the majority of seats. We are watching the numbers with Central Kingston. We will look at that and the bigger information as to what will happen after that. But I am pleased of my party.
But you really took a battery.
You see, the MP still a watch, the one them a watch. Why would you put up 1 feet 10 times? Like, that's misleading. And you don't have projection in your title either. You just have it there, one for the next time. You just put projected based on whatever that PBC.
Mountain to climb, winning a vote.
All right, let's go back to TVJ. Hear what I'm saying, sir.
It is maintaining the lead in that constituency. 87 of one.
By the time we're done, we're almost 10,000 people go past through live. Yeah, hit up the like button there for me. Yeah, the supporting YAAD VIBEZ.
Now to St. Andrew West Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, she is still leading in that constituency, 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate, Joan Gordon Webley. She is at 7,157 votes so far, 138 of 140 boxes right there. Now moving further to my right, well, we have some of the declared seats on top in terms of the Westmoreland Eastern, where the People's National Party won that seat. Going down now to Manchester Central, where just one box to go, and the Jamaica Labour Party is maintaining that lead in Manchester Central. Going over now to Portland Eastern, and all the boxes have been completed, and the People's National Party's candidate, Isaac Buchanan, has won that constituency. Now, Dion will be providing some more updates shortly, because we're almost, as I said, almost there, 96% of the boxes counted. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha, and really, really interesting here what it is we're seeing, and let me check in with our politicals and see how they're doing. Clifford?
I believe
Jennifer said my stomach is shaking. We are support Jennifer.
this way for us to go, but regardless of how it pans out, I think the big sign that we're getting from the people across the country is that they want change. They want to see some form of change. I think
this is the spinning that has
and
started.
I see that's the signal that we're getting. The people want change. We're seeing it in the Prime Minister's seat.
We the JLP got this. Okay.
At the start of the night,
Jennifer
I said we'd
JLP.
win, and we're there. We're almost there. We have.
One owner didn't have it right, because the two of you said you were going to win.
It's clear when you look at seats. Rhoda Crawford winning, holding on to that seat. When you look at Xavier Main performance, when you
On
look
that tight, one box left for count.
holding
St.
on
Mary
in
East.
his St. Mary seat.
Tell me what has surprised you.
A surprise is that Anne-Marie Vaz. It's a big surprise. I had Mrs. Vaz in.
We have almost 965 people voting for we poll, so we have 53% PNP, 47 JLP. It did way wide for PNP in the beginning, and now we draw close.
Manchester Central was a
So after you see 1,000 on vote, 1,000 should not hit the like while in pass through.
seeing how well Rhoda played out. Yeah, that was very much a surprise for me.
Okay. You did that, perhaps you misinterpreted or on.
If you happen to subscribe, remember to hit the notification button, because we are cleansed Jamaica with all the nonsense this year.
Her, I guess, win in 2020 was mainly because of how broken the PNP base was at the time. I thought at the time,
Bringing common sense back.
To mend defenses in that seat. But I guess her being known to be a hard worker is enough to push her, or was enough rather to push her across the line.
Here's Clarendon Southeast, 120 boxes of 144, and we're seeing Pernell Charles Jr., 7,617. Cian Barneswell of the PNP, 6,832. Cian Thomas with 49 votes.
Okay, so we have JLP 26, PNP 25,
going next.
32, magic number.
So one of the Charles siblings remains in Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
Trelawney, Northern, we still have 5 boxes left. Let me see what y'all think about, this is, all right, me and the maths. Tova Hamilton of the JLP, let's stick to the numbers, I can't go wrong reading numbers. 7,894 to the PNP's Wickham McNeil, 7,000.
This one is going to be close to 5 bucks left.
St. Elizabeth Southeastern, 94 out of 109.
15 bucks left.
Franklin Witt of the JLP, 8,000. Okay, I think 8,220. And Norman Scott of the PNP, 6,176. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 39 votes. St. Andrew East Rural, 129 of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,617. Patrick Peterkin, 7,865. Kamisha Hendricks has 46 votes, and Purcell Jackson, 38. Purcell, I think. St. James West Central, here we go. Haven't seen this for a bit. 80 boxes of 106. The JLP is Marlene Malahoo Fort, 4,704.
Alfred said we have to get rid of Mark Golding to clean up Jamaica.
Barnett, 15 votes.
Yay, 10,000 people pass through live. Big up on yourself. Respect. Only 100 on 126 on hit the like button. That's not good.
Danishka Williams, 4,208.
Y'all not representing YAAD, man. I support YAADis. YAAD, I support YAADis.
St. Ann Northwestern, 133 out of 135 boxes. And Crystal Lee of the JLP, 7,971 to Gabriella Morris of the PNP, 7,300.
Fuck off, Nicole. Go somewhere else. Yeah.
Oh. St. Mary's Southeastern. One box left here, and Norman Dunn of the JLP, 5,006. Let's start over. Norman Dunn of the JLP, 6,592. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 6,575. Mark Hutchinson, 26.
And that may be the seat I was thinking of in terms of the third candidate. Perhaps his vote making the difference. We don't know which way it might have gone, but, it raises that possibility.
Central Kingston as well, because the independent in Central Kingston got 23.
Yes.
And there's a difference.
Big up St. Martin now. Bless girl Sharice, okay.
Donovan Williams of 12.
Trelawney Southern, 26.
Let me get past some people now with me chatting. This is an interactive live stream, if you haven't noticed. Okay. Jasquire said Peter Bunting getting re-election is bad for the PNP. Kolo, third term loading, Dennis Campbell, okay, God's will be done. Yard it to the bone. Yeah, I agree with you, Nicole. Fuck you. And Nicole, Alfred, Mark Golding is the rebirth of pirate Henry Morgan. Nicole trusted, that's not nice. I was just messing with you. Why you guys always do that? Stand pan when I say it. Every time you have live stream, I want to talk shit, I'm clapping up, I always delete, on a comment or say I never mute or talk, I mean. Stand pan when I stand pan, I not delete no. No, they say chat free, you can say whatever, but just take clap when me clap back.
The same out of Western St. Mary. We see the results here for Southwest with some boxes to go where Xavier Main is leading Danishka. So I had about 21 seats that the PNP...
I ain't supporting no parties. Party and religion is the two biggest separation of people. We want to hear if you navigate common sense, that's it.
Declared for Robert Montague, even though the polls going into this, some of them showed that he was treading water. So he's beaten hometown boy Omar Woodbine, not by a lot because he's coming from thousands, but he's won it. Yes. So against a 21
the blood of Jesus is against you. Okay, all right.
So far they have taken only 14. So the 14, as good as those are, don't appear that they will be sufficient.
These are type of Jamaicans I don't want to subscribe. 90% the dumb, the blind, and the deaf can't use common sense. Don't want you here. A TVJ may I play up on YouTube. Why not just click over to TVJ where you don't have to hear my voice and you'll be happy? This is how stupid these people are.
So much. So I'm just outside the Watson Taylor Park here in Western Hanover.
Or because me not have no ads on the screen, that's why you want no ads, alright.
Supporter who is outside here and she's extremely excited. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling extremely happy at this time because I know that Western Hanover is going back to the People's National Party. And I know that one by one that Damien Crawford said they are going great.
It's still early days yet.
I know.
The counting has not finished yet, but why is it that you're so confident?
Because of the votes that we already get so far. We know that we are leading. You understand me, so I know that Heather Miller is going to be the winner for Western Hanover tonight.
All right, thank you so much. So as she just said, Heather Miller is going up.
Oh, Jennifer, love my voice. All right, Jennifer.
We will be here on the ground. We will be monitoring the situation. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Anthony Lugg, for that. And as you can see, we have our reporters on the ground. And here you're seeing the numbers. This indeed has been called for Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP. Let me see, there's one box left, but the numbers here, 6,969 votes to Tamika Davis's 5,859. Leonard Sharp of the JPP picking up 54 votes. And we're back with West Central. Has this moved? This hasn't moved. This is the Prime Minister's constituency, listeners and viewers, and we've been seeing this result for a little while, so we're, of course, monitoring closely to see where it's going and what's happening here. That's St. Andrew West Central. Just to remind our viewers that we are on radio as well, which is why you hear us reading a lot of the results.
You hear dummy Nicole and the other stupid one. There's people who can't watch but they can only listen. This is why you have to talk and explain things and speak and be interactive, you stupid ass. So right now, JLP, we feed what we have. JLP, I will lead 28 to PNP 25. 32 needs to get win. So JLP only have 4 more seats for winning general election.
Yeah, slowly.
Yes.
Zuleika won that.
We haven't seen it come up.
Didn't Zuleika
Yes.
take that?
Was it declared?
I think so.
Well,
Zuleika
it hasn't
just-
come up for
You could declare.
By the way, it's
that.
particularly
99% of
important
the votes are
because of what has happened with the telecom services. Many people are actually listening on radio.
Right.
So it's very important that they get these results.
Yeah.
Here we
Tell
go.
these idiots in my live chat that when me attack. Since you white, make you white man telling on the people on TVJ telling them, they don't believe.
4 boxes of 120.
This is a problem of Jamaican. Make the people on TVJ telling them. This is why we have to talk. Cause people are listening, people are drive, people they are work, they can't have their phone in their hand. So make you white man telling them, they don't believe. Me, I want video come for that. I want to still under mental slavery.
Hold 7,693. And Myrie of the JPP picked up 20, and Joseph Pattison of the UIC picked up 11 votes.
This is a long-standing PNP seat. This is really just a rebalancing of everything with the anomaly of 2020. This is Kern Spencer, Raymond Price, and then Evan Redmond. This used to be a very strong PNP seat, so no surprises there. Roger Clark's old seat as well.
I would say though that I think one of the things we have seen is, I mean, the rebalancing you're speaking of, sure, but at the same time also an indication that the voters can't be taken for granted.
No.
Look at Northern Trelawney, for instance, where we're seeing this. Has this been declared yet? Okay, Tova Hamilton, 8,062 votes. Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 7,788. So I take your point, Emily, but I also think that we are seeing a new generation of voters, and that seats that previously had been thought safe. I mean, Central Kingston is not going to be in anybody's safe column going forward. Declared now for Tova Hamilton, so Wickham McNeil, having traveled across Western Jamaica, wasn't successful in terms of getting back into Gordon House via Trelawney Northern. And again, this was a
PNP seat.
This, my point, exactly.
This is a big victory for the Labour Party.
Big victory there, I agree.
Tova Hamilton. She won in 2020, and she's back. She's going back to Parliament, hard-working member of Parliament. I'm very happy for her, just as I'm happy for Rhoda Crawford and many other persons.
Okay, we in fact have Nakinsky Robinson, who is in Trelawney Northern. Let's go to her.
Who you vote for? Hit the voting at the live chat, remember?
I'm now at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium in Falmouth, where the counting has been concluded for the Trelawney Northern constituency. And the word that I'm getting from the election officials is that the seat was successfully retained by the incumbent member of parliament who was seeking a second term as MP, Tova Hamilton. Now, she is the first female member of parliament for Trelawney Northern, and she has successfully done so tonight from what we've heard. She was going up against the People's National Party representative, Dr. Wickham McNeil, who is the political juggernaut, who is not new to the scene at all. And so he was seeking redemption because he was unseated when he served as member of parliament for Western Westmoreland in the 2020 general election. We saw very frantic and chaotic scenes here tonight where even one of the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, in the height of their excitement and partying, she passed out and she was rushed to seek medical attention. We've not gotten any word as to her state right now, but we're hoping that she is recovering well. But now the place has been emptied out.
The lot is really and truly emptying out right now. As you can see behind me, there's a huge Jamaica Urban Transit Company bus, and just before we started this video, we saw very long lines of traffic emptying out the lot, heading back onto the main road. So the polls have closed, the counting has ended, and it seemed to have been Miss Tova Hamilton from the Jamaica Labour Party who was first past the post tonight.
I think we were talking about the seat, and as I was saying, I think this exactly makes
Maryland in the house.
The parties can no longer afford to be complacent and think of seats as, oh, safe PNP or safe JLP seats. And I think that's actually great for the country, great for the constituencies themselves.
Just Korea try bagging a live chat. All right, a people player.
Quite a few of the young women from the JLP who won in 2020 have been returned in 2025.
Right. Over Hamilton, Rhoda May Crawford,
Crystal Lee.
Okay, here is Juliet Holness's seat now. St. Andrew East Rural, 130 of 137 boxes declared for Juliet Holness. So the former speaker holds on to her seat.
Yes.
If we can spend a moment and try and figure out what is happening in West Central St. Andrew, when it comes up on the screen, I want to see what is going on with the Prime Minister.
Refresh.
Well, I mean, the numbers hadn't moved, so.
Right, but when we get an update, it will move in favor of the Labour Party.
The numbers,
right, so the same.
It's the same, that's what I'm saying. It's been the last 2 or 3 times it's come up, it's been the same. So I suspect the next time we see it, it'll probably be completed.
Yes.
I know a lot of the time, well, I get nothing. I know a lot of the time, the people who are watching the counting.
And that is why I'm saying when it's changed the next time, you'll see party.
Let me piss off some people with my voice and talk. The people who are listening and can't watch. Right now, based on Jamaica election 2025 results, JLP is up 30 seats, PNP 25. Only 32 need to win. So let's go. Hit the like button. Big up all the yardies who supporting yardies and the common sense people. Only common sense people want to win.
And so you are saying that...
You're saying it's been called for.
That one box has given him...
Not Ransford, Wilson and Nicole and them idiots said no, they didn't go somewhere else.
Not a magisterial recount.
Yes, but we will see.
So whose column was that in for anybody?
That was a mistake for the PNP. In my column, they needed to take back Southeast St. Mary. And they have, but again, I said, based on my count, it's still coming up a little short because of, the other areas that have not come fully.
Hit up the like button there, big up on yourself, wherever in area there. If you're hardworking and you're not doing a scam and illegal, you're law-abiding citizen, where you pay your taxes and you want to go back to Jamaica, go live crime-free, big up yourself. This is a place for y'all to link up.
Two. And they've taken as well the Southeast St. Catherine with Dr. Alfred Dawes. That is also a big win. Robert Miller losing there, I think we already showed that. But again, when they did manage to wrestle Central Manchester from Rhoda Moy, that's a big, really big win or hold for the Jamaica Labour Party. So you do take one there, but then you don't take the other, and the numbers just don't add up. Yeah. Marlene Malahoo fourth as well in West Central St. James. I think you were hoping to take that one.
We are
come up just a little short with that one, even though it's not yet officially completed in terms of counting, but we shall see.
Okay, let's just
Yeah, I want to say look a bit at CVM update or no? For no viewers, I bring you the information.
Attempt, Lord B. Smith.
Not at all.
All right, that's free. We'll stay with TVJ.
Show in just a moment.
All right, they might take break, but we're not take break. We're going to find somewhere. Keep we all active in the meantime.
She's a bright young miss, and I think she should stay in the politics.
having put up such a good fight against someone who does have some amount of clout in the constituency as the incumbent. So I think she did well, relatively well, and should stay the course.
All right, so let's go then to the seats that we have not called so far, Christoph Simpson, and look at what the projections are, what the leanings are so far. St. Andrew West Central, of course, that one with the Prime Minister, still watching that one closely.
Right.
Still watching East Rural St. Andrew. This is the Prime Minister's wife, Juliet Holness.
Right. So, want to talk about that. So, in East Rural, Juliet Holness has a comfortable lead, over 800 votes, but is roughly 900 votes left to count. The PNP would have to win all of those to win. I would still say wait a little before calling that one.
Some of our panelists are itching to call this one. Jermaine Barrett?
Yes, absolutely. That I would call that. I mean, with 900 votes outstanding and Juliet having a significant lead, 800, it's not going to swing the other way.
Yeah.
Damian Gordon.
It would mean that Peter Quinn would must get all their outstanding votes. It's highly unlikely.
Yes.
And we don't know where the outstanding votes are coming from.
All right, then, just to take a look on our screen.
She target close people. Look, JLP 30, PNP 27. So PNP just add 2 more seats. 32 is the magic number. But with on TVJ, if you come back then upon break.
The PNP, you can almost feel the tension there, the palpable anxiety. They are not so confident. You can see the mood there. So that usually gives you an idea of what's happening. They would know a little bit more detail in terms of where the boxes are coming from, what has been counted.
Well, like the PNP people, them are weep, them are really too optimistic in our crowd, in our life feed. PNP, JLP start celebrate already.
Far, they feel they have done just enough. Let's continue to look back at the numbers here from the seats that we have not called. Trelawney South with Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, but the
Just quiet saying, I predicted JLP 32, PNP 29. Okay, Chef said PNP, alright.
I had called that a JLP safe seat before any counting had started. But we
so
still
we do expect Marissa Dalrymple Philibert to come home with that one. Let's go then to St. James West Central.
This is one of the 4 hottest seats, but St. James West Central, Marlene Malahoo Fort, incumbent, is leading by nearly 600 votes, but there are roughly 2,600 votes left to count.
So 90 of 106 boxes, 5,118 to the incumbent Marlene Malahoo Fort. Dr. Andre Houghton, 4,667 with 47.6% of the votes. That's St. James West Central, watching that one closely. And then we go now to St. Elizabeth Southeast, Franklin Witter.
Comfortable lead with Franklin Witter, but too early to call because he's leading by about 2,000 votes, but we have roughly 6,000 to count.
All right.
And then Clarendon North, a seat that tends to be very marginal. The
800 yard, we're concerned about Jamaica in here. Hit up the like button, big up on yourself, common sense, Jamaicans were invite over here.
Very, very close. This one in Clarendon North, Damian Gordon.
Right, sir. Sorry about that. So, for North Clarendon with 300 plus votes to count and the PNP's candidate leading by over 200 votes, it would mean that the JLP's candidate would have to get pretty much all the outstanding votes. That is highly unlikely. So while it's too close, I think at the end of the count, the People's National Party is likely to win that seat. Wave the eyes. So the People's National Party is likely to win that seat. And that will constitute another pickup for the opposition People's National Party.
So do I siblings, just to give our viewers an update. So Wavell Hines, 5,963 votes.
Cricketer win.
For 5,441 votes for.
Okay, we have our live our YAAD VIBEZ live update. PNP just add another seat, so it's now JLP 30, PNP 28. That go down to nitty gritty look like people. Let's see what TVJ are gonna say now.
YO, the youth arm of the People's National Party. Jamaica's parliament has 63 seats. Now, in the last election, 2020, the Jamaica Labour Party had won with a landslide, relegating the PNP to only 14 seats. So in this election, which party would get to 32 seats first?
Be happy to say Jamaicans are the stupidest people I ever met. What happened?
Our reporter who is at the Electoral office tracking was 34 seats for the...
I know we have some idiots because some of them in our chat here, but what's your experience?
Cleared seats, the completed seats, if I'm correct, 29 for the JLP and 28 for the PNP. The last count we had got, though, in terms of how all the seats were trending, was that the Jamaica Labour Party was leading, we had been told, in 34 seats, and the PNP leading in 29. So there are a few critical seats that we have still been watching. And here we have St. Mary's
re-elect this man again.
And the PNP's Christopher Brown has taken this with 6,642.
So hey, the happy say Jamaican are stupidest people can't re-elect the JLP, so I don't know. What y'all think?
An 11 vote difference. Got it right that time.
Well, pause on that because
Mark Hutchinson of the JPP polled 26 votes.
I'm almost sure.
We're not going to just take that from her and not clap back.
St. Mary, Southeastern. Didn't Dr. Winston Green win by 11 over by the same Dr. Norman Dunn?
All right, Chef say agree.
So this is interesting. We'll also head to a magisterial recount, but on the night, each of them having the 49.9%, but just split by 11 votes.
All right, we're still stuck on this, but just to remind our listeners as well, the count.
So these are some of the important topics some more and break down in these live stream, not just this politics thing. We just have to do it to navigate people. There are some serious questions we start ask and have discussion on. Seriously. There's too much garbage, everything just entertainment and no substance. So we are bring some substance to the internet in a Jamaican diaspora.
Would do. Normally you do that when you have a very, very small margin, and I was saying a little bit earlier on in the evening, a margin of 200 votes or 100 might sound like a very small margin, but you're not going to get that overturned in the magisterial recount. That is when now the parties are going to scrutinize, and the judge would scrutinize every single ballot, and you start to get arguing over where this X was marked and if this ballot was invalid and if this one was discarded and should not have been discarded. So there is a process that is going to be put in train as soon as tonight's preliminary counts are over. Here we have Trelawney Southern now.
Stream might buffer, I don't know why. May have to turn on latency maybe.
With 2,823 votes.
We have too much people in here.
PNP's candidate Paul Patmore, 2,608 votes. Just a reminder for our viewers, for our listeners, you'll hear me, all of us, we are here reading out the counts. That is because we are live on not just radio, but also not just TV, not just the internet, but also radio. So we are accommodating our radio listeners as well. And we thank you all so much for being here with us, wherever it is in the world you are joining us from. We know we have a huge following in the diaspora. We're happy to have you here with us as
Happy to have you, YAAD VIBEZ here.
That one, that still looks like only about 50% gone there. And I know we had heard that Paul Patmore was
What happened with the stream, you know?
It's likely to do well.
Yes, but we'll see what happens when the final numbers come in there. So I would ask you, Earl, is there anything that has surprised you so far?
No, I expected it to be very close.
Yes.
And therefore, I'm not surprised at how close it has turned out to be. I think for many persons, the fact that with 18 boxes left in West Central St. Andrew, that the Prime Minister is...
The stream glitch on your guy's side, but I wonder if it a glitch on your side.
But there are still 18 boxes to go, so he could very well, bring it home still.
One of the things our listeners and viewers will have heard throughout the night is you will hear one of the panelists saying something like it depends where the boxes are coming from. So in other words, you might have one candidate leading in a particular constituency, but if the boxes left to come in are coming from a stronghold of the other party, then you could see that result turned inside out. And that's basically what it is we're kind of seeing happening throughout the night. Sometimes you see the seesawing of the votes going between the two candidates. A lot of the times that's what's taking place. Okay, so now the issue in relation to what happens as soon as this is over, as we've said, the party that is declared the victor, we're going to be declared the victor. We're going to
Yo, y'all going crazy in the live chat. No matter what you're fighting.
You until the end. So we are going to be waiting to hear whoever gives
People
the
are
victory
delete
speech,
chat and all
whoever gives
type of
the
something.
concession speech. And we were talking the other night, Earl, about a night, in fact, when there was no concession speech.
Yes, and that was 2007. I think it was 2007. It was that close, and Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller did not concede that night. They were awaiting some recounts.
The stream a glitch or it a go good.
By the next day, it was clear that the JLP had won.
Just as though the JLP will win tonight again.
What's wrong with you
Well,
too?
yes.
So they all actually prepare two speeches. We're here, you have to have two speeches. Or our people just come out and talk.
Well, I wouldn't know, but
I mean, I know I
sure
support
that
by mine. Thank
leader
you.
of the Labour Party would have prepared one speech because from the get-go it was clear that Jamaicans would choose Jamaica, and we're seeing it tonight.
Okay, you never stop. You don't stop. You don't
All right,
stop.
let me see the update.
I'm just curious, are they choosing Jamaica? Because from what I'm seeing, the PNP has gained massive ground in this election.
So it's still 30 to 28.
I think that's one thing that the PNP should tap on his shoulder.
This is a sport, right? This is a sport. You have to have a winner, you have to have a loser. Tonight, you're...
This ain't a damn sport. This is people's life and people's future and kids' future. Fuck you talking about sport. This is why me say we bringing back common sense with all them dumb language whatever I use. This is a sport. This ain't no sport. Fucking mean.
Crystal Lee
and
Anishka.
Right, declared
Anishka Williams.
for the
Pardon me French if you have kids in a room, but over here so you get it raw like pure Peruvian cocaine.
1,050 votes to 7,488 for Gabriela Morris of the People's National Party.
Right.
Gabriela Morris had been a senator, throwing her hat here into the representational ring.
So
coming up short this time around.
This means there's no change at all in St. Anne. The PNP went in with Southeast, which is their bastion. They've held that. This is Lisa Hanna's seat, Foggy Mullins' old seat, crucial to the PNP base. Northeast St. Anne, which is Shahini Robinson's old seat, has been held by Matthew Samuda. St. Anne Northwest, Crystal Lee won that in 20.
All right, TVJ have it 31 JLP to 29 PNP. One left for JLP based on TVJ poll.
West, that's the Xavier Main seat that he has also held, that particular one. So there's no change between 2020 and 2025 in St. Anne.
So here's a question now. So let's assume.
All right, TVJ glitch. Refresh me, I think that's me. All up. Let's see what TVJ.
They are waiting on. Regarding St. Mary's Southeast, though, Orit Fisher, I wanted a comment from you on this one.
That used to be traditionally a PNP seat until
Well, wait till TVJ come back.
Peralta, who won it from Harry Douglas at the time, and from then it became a ding-dong battle. And I think that...
So with the on the ball, there's no breaks.
Yeah, there are a couple ways that I will look at this. I keep saying that 2020 was an electoral anomaly. It still is in many respects. So that what has emerged from 2020 is that the people are willing
Like JLP, I gonna pull it off, yeah.
to elect a very hard-working member of parliament, even if that member of parliament started out as an anomaly in 2020, but they've continued to doing good work. So I say this, so I believe Rhoda Moore Crawford, I believe Crystal Lee, and Tova Hamilton, who had some issues. She has clearly rebalanced them. And perhaps it is setting a new sort of trend. If we look at it that way, then perhaps for Mark Golding and the PNP, they shouldn't be so swift to seek to discard him, because they're coming from a point where Dr. Peter...
You have people who wasn't run. PNP, keep it honest, most of the MP are them turn selector nowadays. After every speech, them more focused on the song where them are gonna drop, which dub plate them have. Them never come with them ear game, them never really have much plan. So this is what it comes down to. Them are run like PNP was running like them are running back in the early 2000s and 90s. It's a new game. You have to think ahead.
That is 1% above the COVID years.
Yes.
And I certainly, based on the crowds I saw and the anticipation, I thought we were heading to a 55% voter turnout. So I don't know what has gone wrong, why so many people have not, but that is something we said we should study again, as we said at the start of the program.
Yeah. May I take you back to the question of Mark Golding?
Respective people must show up in our stream. This is my second largest stream. They want to stream with about 28,000 people with cartel and they get clapped. 15,000 Jamaican pass through are people who just interested in Jamaican culture. Yeah.
The voters are not looking too kindly in the Jamaican context at someone taking the reins of government heading towards 70. And I think that might, despite what I said earlier,
it's with their 30, 28 still.
That they will consider when deciding whether to stick with the leader.
Everybody wants to see 32
a
hit.
younger person to take them forward.
We're going back to EOJ now with Kalisha.
Well, commentary and chatting here when it's done. So if you're not going to bed, stay in.
Thank you so much, Dion. So we're almost there. 99% of all the boxes counted. And what I'm seeing behind me, the latest figure just refreshed, the People's National Party leading in 30 constituencies, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33. Now, I'm going to tell you the areas where we're still waiting on all the boxes to be completed. St. Andrew West Central, 83%. The People's National Party leading.
Some people I say, yeah, we know over till it over, we are wait till it done, we see.
Rural, the St. Andrew East Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Trelawney Southern, 78% of all boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Moving over now to Clarendon Northern, 97% of all the boxes counted, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party, well, is trailing in that constituency in Clarendon Northern. We're going down, well, I think that is it in terms of the progress report for all the constituencies so far. So we're waiting just on a few more constituencies to go. We're seeing where Trelawney Southern, that's the one where we're having only 70%, just over 70% of all the boxes counted in that constituency as well, Dion. So, well, we're seeing another change, Dion. I tell you, the things can change quite quickly here at the ECJ. I'm seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 34 constituencies, and the People's National Party is leading in 29 constituencies. And as I said, we're almost at the finish line. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. Great work that you have been doing for us throughout the night. And as you're saying, they just about an inch there from the finish line. So the whole issue now, in terms of the extremely close seats, I think it's 2 we've seen.
Yes, 2 so far.
Yeah.
The Central Kingston and the South.
At least there's no killing. We are more civilized as a people. When it comes to election, we have results same night. It's not much. We just need fixed dates, maybe a holiday for election day in Jamaica.
Neither party is exciting the electorate beyond your narrow base. If we can't even get to 4 out of 10 registered voters deciding to come out to vote, So I'm not sure where that leaves us or where we're going with this project we call democracy.
By the way, despite all that has been said tonight about the individual performances of MPs.
Are they clapping at Just Quiet? Just Quiet, where you going in there, chat there?
Last minute promises in terms of various forms of tax relief, etc., might have had on the votes in some of these constituencies where, somebody's decision to go, for example, for the promise.
To make it better for the people that live in America, we me see it. PNP is equivalent to Democrats. Republican is equivalent to JLP. So PNP promises rich and Republican more. PNP promises the poor and Republican cater to the rich. So take what you want from that.
The manifestos in some cases being released and what was happening. So I always felt that those poll numbers weren't going to give us a really indicative sense. But as Don said, his polls had indicated.
Valerie no call yet. Valerie still waiting up.
Indeed, we've seen that. Yeah. And I think there's been a lot of attempts to try and discredit the RGR Gleaner Don Anderson polls. And I think what we're seeing here from this election is that they were tracking.
Yeah, well, it was always going to be a close election in my view. And I think the context is so important. This is the first time ever that a Jamaica Labour Party government is facing the possibility of a third term in office. And on top of that, all of the challenges.
Hold on, Emily. Here's an update. 93 boxes of 105 in the Prime Minister's constituency. He's now ahead here. 5
You are not a Jamaican, never vote.
7 votes to Paul Buchanan of the PNP.
Right, he didn't come back.
404. So 93 boxes, so that is 5 and 7. Which
Okay, Andrew Holness has slapped you more time in
Disciples.
Never in doubt.
No, I can visualize Desmond McKenzie wiping the Prime Minister's face with the change in the set, because that must have been a moment. Paul Buchanan did say he's going to unseat Andrew Holness, and he.
Common sense is definitely needed in Jamaica just by.
Trelawney South, I think we had a look at that before.
Declared.
No, it's declared.
Yes.
That I one of the main reasons why I started the channel. Like, when I watch some of them YouTube and the nonsense where they must spill in people's head and all type of, I say, yo, where's the common sense? It's like so much people lost, or some Jamaican who me talk to all over. It's like them so far gone. I say, yo, wanna get information, you can't use common sense. And you explain simple thing like them just done TikTok brain is so amazing.
A third term syndrome. As we look at West Central, St. James, where Marlene Malahoo Fort is leading with 91 of 106 boxes there. She's leading Dr. Andre Horton, 5,157 to 4,710 for Andre. So you're battling that third term syndrome, and for all of the kitchen sink and so forth that has been thrown at Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, one really shouldn't be able to recover from that and to
all right, so you look like it over with, right?
Those conditions prevailing. So I think when the history books are written,
32,
there are a lot of pluses.
JLP, based on TV, J29.
A lot of pluses too to Mark Golding for bringing back the PNP from near virtual electoral dead to making them reclaim some of the seats that they lost in 2020.
I think we're seeing
very close election
here of the JLP headquarters.
Yes.
So we're waiting to go back to the headquarters and to hear what's happening. Of course,
all right, so there you have it.
Various leaders are ready to speak. We'll have that live for you as well.
And by the way, if indeed the turnout for this election is only 1% above 2020, it also says something about the significance of the
JLP 32, PNP 28. So JLP have regained, not regained, but will continue their reign as the leader of the Jamaica political party. Andrew Holness is now the Prime Minister.
Between 2016 and
what y'all think? We're going to be moving forward or backwards?
We're saying COVID and so on. But when you looked at the actual numbers, the PNP had lost 127,000 voters. The JLP had lost only about 28,000.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, there were some constituencies in which the JLP actually managed to increase.
You happen to subscribe and you love these type of conversations what we're having in the future and what we already have, remember to hit the notification button and hit the like button.
Andrew Holness of the JLP, 5,989. Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 4,923.
Right. And I think a story will have to be told as well about this come-upance with the 3rd of September. Because it was the 3rd of September 2007.
Yes.
3rd of September 16?
16, yes.
2020?
2020,
2020 rather.
2020.
And now the 3rd of September
Let's go say backwards.
2025, which is the first.
We get ourselves into a cycle where every 3rd of September
is probably talking.
Jamaica need, for me, it's corruption if you don't have a set election date. Jamaica need a set election date. I don't like if it be a holiday too.
You did say that.
Very good run, Mr. Buchanan. Very good run, Paul Buchanan. You did promise you'd beat Andrew Holness, and you came pretty close to that because I didn't even look at West Central.
He was leading at one point, remember?
I thought it was a done deal. But he's done well. Yeah?
Master said, thank you, Heavenly Father.
There has to be a point.
I think regardless of who becomes the Prime Minister, who walks into
That's a yes.
Gordon House as government, the PNP has done amazing tonight in many different ways, coming from where we were at with 14, with our broken base, the part that was in ruins. I think Mark Golding and Dayton Campbell has done well in bringing back the party and has represented what the PNP is to the Jamaican people.
I just hope, sell out Jamaica too much. We need to see more local. We don't want to see a bunch of foreign, like the hotelier, them take all their money and go back to Jamaica, I go back to them country and them type of thing. Me like see some improvement in what I see, but at the same time we have to call a spade a spade.
People want to see some level of change.
I think what the Jamaican people want is to continue with the Labour Party. When you look at what has happened since 2016 until now.
Sorry, hold on. The voter turnout doesn't support that, because what you have is, do the maths, 62% of registered voters who never came out at all.
Right.
So that's it's 3 out of 4 registered voters came out. 6 out of 10 didn't come out. Now, when I did
this wouldn't be a crazy election if people did really get out and vote. Because some of them seats here are just a couple hundred seats or maybe less than 100 seats that change a decision and the party. It's crazy.
So low, you're essentially a minority government in terms of support from the voting public as a whole. So it's one thing to say, yes, we won, but surely it must be sobering. So that's why I'm taking issue with you saying this is what the people wanted, because in fact it's a minority who have put you into power. I know it's winner takes all and first past the post.
I agree, but at the same time it is the persons who come out to vote. Yes, so what we have...
No, stop right there. That's the point, Listen to what you just said. The persons who came out to vote, most people didn't. So what that means is that most people didn't want either of them.
We see what percentage of American vote.
So what does that say about how you relate to them and how you relate to the country?
And that's where I'm going to. I think that is what we have to do as political parties. We have to engage. We have to find new strategies to engage the Jamaican people. And that is something that we, as political parties in the country, will have to start to look at, because it cannot continue at 37. I think it was about 37 point something last election, and now it's at 38.
We don't have the COVID excuse again.
37.8.
In 1993, I believe it was 60%, thereabout. So it
60.28, yes.
60.28.
So to put that in perspective, 65% of American citizens vote.
For this election?
Hold a stick up in for me. Let's go over to the JLP headquarters. Andrew's on location.
So most of US vote in the election.
Thank you very much, Dion.
Less Jamaican
the mood
vote.
here at the JLP headquarters shifted a bit earlier when they saw the numbers of Paul Padmore in the Prime Minister's constituency when he was leading a bit. So the numbers shifted a bit. I'm going to speak to this supporter. When you saw the numbers shifted for the Prime Minister's constituency, what was going through your mind?
I mean, I was...
Well, you're not giving nothing exotic.
The last election, when the count started for the Prime Minister seat, he was also trailing. So if you look at the historic count of that seat, you see that the Prime Minister is always trailing, and then in the end, he became victorious. So tonight was no different for me because I understood what happened. It's not my first time in an election. So while he was trailing,
Yeah, they're clapping that. Just go ahead and chat.
he is our 1 PM, he is our brogan, he is the helm of the Jamaica Labour Party. So there could not be a third term without Andrew Holness. So once we knew that we were winning the third term, Andrew Holness had to win his seat.
Were you always a JLP supporter?
Yeah, well, from the time I started following politics, I became a JLP supporter because I vote based on policies and not family lines and traditions. So I'm
Want to vote pan in the chat? Want to vote pan family lines on here on the come from? Or want to vote pan policies? Want to hear it?
JLP has always been better in terms of managing the economy. The JLP is founded out of a need to support the working class. I am a working class. I am looking forward to climb that corporate ladder. And the JLP has statistically in history done better for working class and for the economy. So I had to support the JLP.
Right, and very quickly before we go, because we got so excited to talk, I forget to ask you your name and which constituency you voted in.
So my name is Ramon Gladshaw, and I voted in Eastern St. Catherine. It's not PNP fair seat, but I still exercise my right to vote.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, Dion, the party-like atmosphere has started again here at Belmont Road, and we'll check in with you.
I don't want to hear the music in the background before I clap the stream.
So let me just go back to the voter turnout issue and give our listeners and our viewers a sense of where we're
What the hell SYM means?
Remind you, you're watching TVJ.
Sim waste, man. Write proper English in the comment, man.
Dion Jackson Miller, thank you all so much for staying with us across the platforms, on radio, on TV, on YouTube, on onespotmedia.com. Those of you here at home,
we're still there. We're not going to.
We are happy to have had you, and we hope you continue to us. We're taking.
No, we can't allow you chat for no chat.
You know, earlier and all kind of things that go on. So if we look at from 96, let's choose 97. That was a 65% voter turnout, right? 2002, we were down to 59%. 2007 was 60.
Hey, you ready, Scott? You know what thing go. Listen, the whole purpose of the platform, if you bring common sense, me already can't read because if you want to predict everything, so I'm rather everybody write proper English. So we can have an understanding. Because I remember people from all over listening and joining.
Emily was saying something before we paused, saying she's not sure what else we can do. But Emily, my view has always been, I have never thought that the two major parties have seriously tried to attract anybody other than their base. When you even look at the campaigning, what is the campaigning? It's under the point, orange and green and make noise on the campaign trail. It's fun to watch. It really is. But for people who are not inclined to join in the carnival and the singing of the songs and whatever and want serious engagement, what's that?
Carnival of the absurd.
For people who are not looking for that, I have not seen either party making any serious attempt to pull in everybody else.
But let me try and respond to it. I don't know the answer to all of that, but the numbers can't be quoted in a vacuum. When we were at 1997 with 65.22%, there was 1.1 million voters on the list. In 2002 with 59.4%.
People are listening now, it's 33 JLP, 29 PNP. JLP has taken the lead.
Million. For whatever reason, in 2016, we jumped to 1.8 million people on this voters list. 1.8 million in a population of approximately 3 million. And in
Ebony said that was a close one. Dunce almost win.
This election, we're 2.07.
Yeah, because half of Jamaica Dunce at that ratio.
3 million people in Jamaica. Is the list completely clean of dead people? And are there dead people on the list who can't make it? And so the voter turnout will never be larger than it is because we have a ballooning list for hundreds of thousands of people that we need to double check. I don't understand it. And the reason I'm asking this question tonight is because I have been watching.
So people are going mad about the turnout,
This is the first election I'm seeing such fervor and energy. Every man and them dog.
Me see energy to me see energy as some American workplace with people having JLP attire. Make be nice. Never seen that yet.
The turnout figure 39.33%. 39.33%, and we're back right after this.
We not take no break here, so. Cause we have to keep the YAAD VIBEZ people them entertained. KFC are going over here, so. Alright, make a chat go and run in the meantime. But we are just Koya and them are quarrel say Ebony and Valerie. But what I can say?
Monique Miles says. And Dodem dead again.
Was live.
General Secretary.
Red Skull says.
The number of elections.
Bro, if me say any Jamaica.
Because we tend to forget the local elections. He's won 2 of those, November 2016 and then February 2024. And you add 3 general elections to that, 2016, 2020, and now 2025. It would be remiss of us not to acknowledge his work in a very, very difficult
hit the like button there, peeps.
Not only as General Secretary, because unlike Dayton Campbell, who had the freedom of the General Secretary's role to be the real CEO of the PNP, Chang had...
Get with 200 likes. Yeah, the support. Me trying be like Kevin Samuels. Me not play his sound until I hit the like. Yeah, the supporting this. With the 166, let's get it way up to 200. And drop me out of that one.
The country are saying the JLP took a while to get themselves together and ready for this election. But despite the fact that those question marks exist, there are some key areas where a particular move was made and you saw that it was a chess move. You realize that with Audrey Marks coming into that seat in Manchester, that was a chess move. You saw what happened when there was some kind of tussle in the St. Andrew seats, and you saw where, you know, Chang stepped in and the party kind of kept that united front. So the electorate, the perception is always important in.
Man, he said, thank God we don't have any Elon Musk for cheating, fair and square.
Chang his kudos, you give Chang his kudos for staying the course, being in the chair. Some people might not agree with his methods, but of course his methods has worked for the Jamaica Labour Party. It has brought them to victory, and it has brought them to victory again. Maybe not exactly the victory they probably would have planned out or penciled out or put on their whiteboard, but it is a victory nonetheless, and an unprecedented victory, a third term, and you can give Chang his flowers. You can make him a super deputy prime minister now, Mr. Prime Minister. I don't know what you're going to do, but, you know, you can give him his flowers.
You know, man, they call him a super prime minister, you know. I first one, somebody, I win third 3 times in a row.
Good evening, George. Good evening to the viewers.
Much PG and them they win. You ever win 3 times in a row?
The Prime Minister, and I think it's fair to say it, the most successful General Secretary of any political party in Jamaica's history. Dr. Horace Chang has led the JLP's machinery now to a 3rd consecutive victory. How does that feel, sir? Very good. This is a tough one.
Let me see what I'm going to see here.
Making his way on stage as well, so we are standing by to head over to the PNP headquarters.
Okay, PNP, I'll give them speech.
The leader of the PNP, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke, currently on stage, Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Andrew, and they will be addressing their supporters. We can see as well in the frame a despondent
losing good faith
Secretary of the People's National Party, and you can now see over now at the JLP headquarters on stage, Abka Fitzhenley has made his way to the JLP, hugging who appears to be Culture Minister.
No, I'm seeing Christian Tavares Finson.
Christian Tavares Finson now.
Olivia Gray.
Terry and JLP win.
Would appear in the background. And who is that on the sidelines? Is that Favour Williams?
Yes, it is in fact Favour Williams. So we are standing by, we're looking at live images from both political parties, and as soon as one of the leaders starts speaking, we will go there to get an update. So we are heading now over to the PNP headquarters. I gather there's Dayton Campbell is speaking.
And a man who I'm proud to call comrade leader. Very proud of the work that you have done, Comrade Mark Golding, to unite our party, to energize our party, and to allow us to be very competitive.
Good night, Jennifer. Big up yourself. Thank you for passing through and for being interactive and being a part of the process. Thanks.
Spokespersons, newly elected member of parliament. Now, comrades, we did not get the result that we wanted today.
We never work hard enough. We never have much plans.
The Democratic Party that believes in the process, and we believe in putting forward our ideas to the people and campaigning vigorously and for them to make a decision. And we accept the decision that the public makes at any time. Not only when it is in our favor, we accept the decision that the public makes. I want to commend each and everyone on this platform and in this audience who believed in what we had to say and believe in the mission and vision of the PNP led by Mark Jefferson Golding. We started.
Nisha said we need a recount tomorrow.
Started with 14 constituencies. I believe at the end of the night we are at 29, which represents more than 100% increase in the number of constituencies represented by the People's National Party. It is true that there is no second place in politics and that we're still in opposition, but we will commence the work beginning tomorrow to ensure that the PNP will be the next government in the future. Thank you very much. Be safe on the road. God bless you.
Comrades, it is time to ask the party leader to come to the stage. I want you to give Marky G a big PNP welcome and thank you.
Alright, it's on load. Technology, let me give you a critique. Technology wise, I'm never ready. Him have a YouTube channel and he even post nothing on him around for election. What kind of madness is this?
Should I give them a minute? Alright, we're gonna give them a minute. We'll give them a minute.
I'm taking eyes out of someone years until him start talk. Yeah, as me I say, him have a YouTube channel and him even post him not go live funny since the last election. I mean I say, oh you run the election and your very YouTube channel you don't have on. It's crazy. TVJ back, but I understand I want to hear his speech first. If TVJ bringing speech, we'll go back there, but we are giving the best entertainment we can find without breaking. Alright, I don't want the stream get clapped with the music. Alright, TVJ bring him to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
clean a video.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
We're almost at 200 likes. We only need 17 more. And we know we can't do Yardis. We are Yardis supporting Yardis. Hit that like button. They always say, when the comrades favor pies and red hands. Mark Golding will never be Prime Minister of Jamaica. That's the Brenton say, alright.
Okay, so you're watching there a live feed from PNP headquarters. You can see that the president of the PNP, Mark Jefferson Golding, is getting ready to speak. As soon as he starts to speak, we'll go back.
All right, respect,
You're
Mama.
watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election.
Via YAAD VIBEZ with no ads in #1 channel in the Jamaican diaspora, where we're bringing common sense back to Jamaica.
Well, from the PNP YO, we've had Clifford James and Ron Walsh from Young Jamaica, the affiliate. Let's go over to PNP headquarters.
Comrade General Secretary, comrade officers, all of the comrades on the platform.
Yeah, what you say?
All the comrades in the audience.
All the comrades in the YAAD VIBEZ.
Jamaica, who are listening, watching. First of all, I think it's my duty as a believer in democracy to acknowledge and concede the result and to congratulate our opponents, the Jamaica Labour Party, for their victory tonight. Jamaica's democracy is important and we must cherish it. Sometimes it brings bitter disappointments. Sometimes those disappointments are laced with a tinge of a sense that not all is fair and just, but it is very, very important that we put democracy ahead of all of those feelings. And I accept the result of these elections, and although obviously I'm very disappointed in the outcome, I think it is only correct to expressly acknowledge the success that our opponents have managed to gain today. I want to thank a lot of people. And first of all, I have to thank the comrades and supporters of South St. Andrew for standing with me, for coming out today in their numbers, and for giving us a decisive victory in the constituency, which I have the honor to serve. I also want to thank our campaign team, led by our campaign director, our General Secretary, Dayton Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Also, a newly minted Member of Parliament. Congratulations to him on his victory in East and Westmoreland. And all the other members of the campaign team who worked with him. There are a number of names there. I don't want to attempt to go through all those names because I'm going to probably forget somebody and then I'll regret it. But they have done a tremendous job. The communications team, I want to thank them publicly for the work they have done. And that is a night and day kind of job. It starts very early in the morning and goes on till late at night. So their commitment to the task at hand is remarkable, and I want to thank them deeply for it. All of our candidates who ran in this election and their campaign teams, I want to thank them for their effort, for their commitment to the country, to the democratic process. I want to, of course, congratulate the 29 who have been successful tonight, and we have more than doubled our number of MPs tonight. And for those who were not first and didn't, they still committed themselves extremely well. And I want to say that this was a wonderful demonstration of the maturity of Jamaica's political process, that we could go through such a closely fought election without any violence to speak of. And,
yes, we commend that.
We must all give ourselves a round of applause.
Yes, no violence.
If you're listening here at PNP headquarters, because that was not always the case. And I want to just thank all of the pioneers who led that process to where it is today, where I think we can safely say that Jamaica is a place that really cherishes and respects the democracy that we have built. I want to thank the people of Jamaica for having received us so well and having given us hundreds of thousands of votes. and given us 29 seats. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for your time today. I know the voting was often painfully slow, and that's an issue which more will have to be said about, because it's an undemocratic situation when people, elderly and other people, have to be in the hot sun lining up to vote for sometimes hours. And it should not be that way.
Shouldn't.
We should do better.
Make it a holiday.
We have to do better.
Make it a holiday.
I must tell you that I'm proud of the platform that we put forward for the people of Jamaica. It was a truly progressive platform, a platform that offered a radical reform to the land tenure issues that have plagued this country for centuries. A radical platform that would have enhanced the standard of living and quality of life of those working families that are struggling to survive now by giving them significantly lower tax burdens on their income. Progressive in a social justice sense as well, around issues such as beach reform, contract work, and other things which really need to be addressed because there are injustices in our society which cannot be tolerated and should be modified and rejected in their current form. So I just want to thank all of the team that came together and developed those ideas and put them forward boldly and without reticence. And I think that for many Jamaicans, they saw the benefits and the power that that platform and those ideas and proposals would have delivered. So ladies and gentlemen, for us it's a difficult night. This is not an easy speech to make. You know, one wasn't hoping for a result which is not success. And it means that the government will get its third term and we will have as a nation to deal with that going forward. But the People's National Party, I'm happy to tell you, is alive and well, is a powerful political organization.
Y'all need to do more work.
And has embraced modernity in its methods and has definitely, I think, over the last few years, come a long way towards being a competitive political force in Jamaica. And as the General Secretary said, the work begins right away to prepare ourselves for the next opportunity to offer ourselves to serve the nation in government. And I believe the people will, in due course, give us that chance. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the word is love. Power to the people. God bless you all. Thank you for your support.
All right, JLP, I'll come up next. Respect the people that run it up over 200 likes. All I new subscriber, them big up on yourself. Remember, common sense, where you over here, so put your feelings aside when you hit subscribe.
34 seats to the Jamaica Labour Party, 29, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that.
Well, I'm showing you something when they talk about embrace technology. Let me show you something, because we deal with common sense. You have to show people them from PNP side one of the reason why I don't lose. This man have a YouTube channel with 10,000 subscribers, right? That 3-week video. Live stream 11 months ago. Why wouldn't you be live streaming every chance you can on every platform where you can? So them never serious.
See what happens after that. We are seeing on screen the Prime Minister at JLP headquarters, seeing there a jubilant Desmond McKenzie on the mic as well, seeing Delroy Chuck, and we will be handing over to the JLP headquarters soon as well. Babsy Grange, and you can...
Horace Chang.
Horace Chang, I saw Kamina Johnson Smith there as well.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And we're witnessing for the first time in contested elections a Jamaica Labour Party government that is having a third term. They had 2 terms between 1980 and 1983 was uncontested, and they face the possibility of a third term in 1989.
Let me show you the difference. Look at Andrew Holness YouTube channel. Him actually have less subscribers. Live stream 3 days ago, 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Every rally him did a live stream. Can we did the panning live stream too. Him have 5 figures people are watching. So they using technology different. That this a man less subscriber, he might use technology to win. PNP need, I don't know if them need young blood around them. Them need ideas or what it is. Let's go back.
Step according to
the Andrew Holness story. In addition to getting a third successive term as Prime Minister, he also had that very small term from October 23, 2011 to
29th of December.
Actually to the 5th of January when he handed off to Portia Simpson Miller.
Just to remind our listeners and viewers, what Earl is referring to there is the fact that Bruce Golding, former Prime Minister, stepped down as Prime Minister.
You're just quiet, you're right. Them lack substance.
Was
I'm
elected
planning.
Prime Minister by his colleagues in Parliament.
By agreement, yes.
Yes, yes, I was trying to find the right word. Thank you so much, Emily. By his colleagues in Parliament, and on that occasion, he gave in to the call from the People's National Party to call an early election, which he lost.
Yeah.
But he certainly, in the meantime, regrouped.
Yeah.
And you could see his political growth during that time in opposition.
And had he not survived that challenge in 2013, he would have gone into obscurity.
That's where I was getting to, because, you know, leader...
Sorry, challenge, remember?
Challenge, internal challenge from Audley Shaw.
Yes. Leader got the party just after the...
Okay, there's 74 more people and we hit 20,000 people, all right?
Movement. He navigated those difficult times, but not only that, he has really structured and organized this political party into a modern political party. 2013, challenge for leadership. 2016, won the election. 2020, massive landslide victory, right? 2025, again, Andrew Holness has led the Jamaica Labour Party to yet another election.
Okay, I know Clifford, we need to bring in Clifford, but before that, let me go back to Janello to show us what Gordon House will now be looking like.
Thank you so much, Dion. Well, when we started this broadcast, in fact, leading up to today's election, it was 49-14, but after the ballots have been counted, it is 34-29. Now, will Gordon House continue to look like this after the magisterial recount? Well, we will just have to wait and see, Dion. Until then, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Janella. As we've been...
Right, them have an AI room.
It's for sure we're seeing a much more balanced parliament and likely...
Hey, we hit 20,000 pass through, all right?
And on listening to Mark Golding there.
I think though we may have lost, I think a lot should be credited to him and Dayton Campbell. We have brought back what the PNP was, a unified party, a strong party, a competitive party in the elections. So I think there's a lot to tap on our shoulders. We've moved from 14 to now 29 seats. That's a lot to do in this other short span of time, especially coming out of a very serious leadership challenge. And, you know, many things mounted against him. I mean, especially multiple seats where we have past members who are going against current PNP challenges in these seats as well. So I think there's a lot to be glad for as a comrade myself. And there's a lot of work to be done, but I don't think we're in a bad position now. We may not have formed the government, but I think we're in a good place. I think what the party should do now is not to go back to where it was in that 2016 time after we had lost then. I think now we should work on where we're at and just move forward.
Well, the party hasn't shown that it can manage leadership challenges very well, though. I mean, the last is what, 3? Just ripped you apart.
That's something I hope we have learned. And I'm now going to apply, you know, a different metric of how we take on successions, if any is even required at this point in time.
Okay. But you feel how?
JLP.
They said I feel.
How you feel?
Currently now?
Yeah.
I feel good. We have moved from 14 to 29 seats.
Okay. Mr. Golding's concession speech, Earl, is always something that's important.
Very important, I think.
All right, me have something live from the JLP. So me talk about, look, the JLP YouTube channel is going. cut off. When I woman did just attack. PNP have them PNP channel go on today. This is what me mean. Someone gone. For them press conference start. Okay, let's see. Back to.
We do that in that respect.
All right, so we're still waiting to join the Prime Minister to hear his victory speech, but let's go to another break. We'll soon come.
We not going away. YAAD VIBEZ now going away. We there, yeah. Alright, what's going on, pan? CVM run off air live. Everybody run off air live?
To move forward. And I think I appreciated coming in with that. I think when he
Well, I'll go back to TVJ, but we not take no dead ear in our chat.
got points for that too. He spoke very clearly, about thanking, the base, thanking the members of the party coming out to vote. He thanked, like the persons who ran the campaign,
As he should.
all the MPs and things like that. And I think he spoke to the future as well. And I think from where he sits, I think, as I said before, it makes sense they hold steady now and try to build.
We'll wait for JLP have their talk. Then we hang out a little bit and then we see what I'm going from there.
I think the PNP also won tonight. They didn't win the election, but I think they won something. And I think that says a lot for the kind of leader that Mark Golding is. He came in, he was able to make sense for them to build on what we have now and see how we can capitalize on where we have the JLP to move forward.
Saeed? Well, put it this way. They have decisions to make. And while it is uncharted territory for the People's National Party, it will do them well
And
to
you,
learn from
and
the
you,
JLP's time.
and
All
you
right.
at home, we will continue to choose Jamaica strong with
Hold on, this shit. Oh, this, okay. That come from the JLP live YouTube channel.
We have a right. I'm going to invite from Central, St. Catherine, Babsy, Olivia, Ray.
Well, I'm okay, music stop coming. I want to clap his stream. Work too hard today.
I thank you for demonstrating that you have faith in our leader, the most honorable Andrew Holness. I want to thank you for showing that you have faith in the members of Parliament of the Jamaica Labour Party and those who have committed themselves to serve you. I want to especially thank my people in Central St. Catherine, in Spanish Town.
Night, Michael. Me and a JLP fan, but good night.
Those who don't belong to the Labour Party, who voted for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes, Jamaica, Jamaica.
That the Jamaican people know what they want and they know what is good for Jamaica. And that is why we have been given the third term. And your lives will be better because we are going to be doing that much more for you. I want you to just pray that God give the leader the strength, the wisdom, and the stamina to continue to serve Jamaica and fight for Jamaica. Love your man and cook food. Love you all. God bless you all. And God bless Jamaica, land we love.
Who a rob, a rob.
Coming up, the 7-star General of Area Council 1, General Chuck.
Every MP turn selectors, Quingy and Matahan them. I have to cut out the music people so they no copyright the stream. Alright, like TVJ have volume problem. Let's see if we can play up on JLP YouTube channel and so on.
And I want to thank the Prime Minister. And we are now loading up for the 4th term.
Alright. TVJ have sound problems, so
The vision,
you know I have to fix it.
the vision of the Prime Minister must be achieved in this 3rd term. Wiping out poverty, reducing murder, reducing crime, making sure unemployment is down. And I say, labor rights, I will work with my Prime Minister to make this prosperity for all of us. Show our labor rights.
Thank you.
We do so much already now.
But every MP turn blood class selector.
Female Minister of Finance. And the first person to serve 3 terms in this.
Alright, me have to pause the free music at a copyright stream. Me don't know why all of them are politicians and have it on blood clad selector and DJ this jockey. Why they not go work on radio? Every time they make dub plate drop. Or they get some more money for you spend on dub plate when people now water and road. And I 2 party them I talk about.
Shower labor rights. Labor rights. This is a happy night. I want to thank all of you, all across Jamaica, for returning the Jamaica Labour Party to government for a 3rd term. And I want to thank St. Andrew Eastern for being in the winning column for the Jamaica Labour Party for a 3rd term. I appreciate all the effort, and I want to say to all of you gathered here tonight, and to all Jamaicans across the length and breadth of Jamaica, we know that you carry in your hearts your hopes and dreams, and we commit to you that we will wake up every day to help you to realize those hopes and dreams.
Just don't put nothing in a pocket and sell out too much.
We want to continue building a better Jamaica every day. You have seen us for the last 2 terms working for you, and we're going to continue doing that for this new term that we're about to begin. Thank you again. Remain faithful.
Some old people need to give some young people some chance.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Alright, you know them have to drop on tune after all of them are this jockey.
Just to greet you tonight, Chairman of the National Campaign Committee of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Alright, JLP stream knockout. Oh, God. TVJ, come back up.
To sort of recant or take back a view he held. So, for example, in North Central, St. Andrew, in Casamuta's old constituency, where they appear to have endorsed Christian Tavares Finson to be the candidate there. And there was a bit of furore on the ground.
It has loaded. We are into
the entire process was recalled.
Right,
and Steve Wright.
TVJ sound gone, but foolish sound not gone. Want to hear a politician, them I say. From the horse mouth.
The most honorable Prime Minister, party leader, Dr. Andrew Holness, for giving me the opportunity to assist in this third term. I want to say thanks to the campaign team, because they who are here have done an amazing job in following the mandate of the leader to ensure that the strategy was implemented so we could beat the PNP and put back Andrew Holness in Jamaica House.
Thank you for the people that show support today, yeah. This was a milestone, respect.
Thanks to the Almighty up above, because He knows what is good for Jamaica. He knows that it is about the Jamaican people, and the Jamaica Labour Party is the best party to lead the Jamaican people forward into the future. Show our labour rights, third term, happy, glad, God bless you.
I get the stream clap. When this become a trend?
One man was critical to the organization of the Jamaica Labour Party. He now has the distinction of being the most successful General Secretary in the history of this great Jamaica Labour Party. Let's welcome Dr. Horace Chung.
Alright, make your music pass, because you know all of them are selector. All the Jamaican politicians, my biggest disc jockey them. Biggest disc jockey them. You see how they how all of them hypocrite? The same song where them a ban off a radio, them used on a dub plate for them campaign. PNP and JLP.
Bear with me for 2 minutes. We're celebrating tonight. I feel good. You feel good? We're celebrating a third term. But I want to think for 2 minutes. It is a victory for the Labour Party. A historic moment for Jamaica and the Jamaica Labour Party as we celebrate this. But I want to think a little bit. This leader has given us the 3 victories. I had the privilege of serving with him in all 3 elections. But what I want to think about is that the People's National Party, the PNP, attacked our leader mercilessly. And to celebrate and commend the strength and character of Andrew Holness, his wife and his children, as they stood the test. Led with courage, commitment, and strategically.
Sorry.
Working beside him was a privilege. But working with the Labour Party, of course, is a greater privilege as he led us to this victory. I want to commend all the workers that despite of the challenges, despite of the attack, the insinuations, and all kind of attack on the leader, Labour Party, you went out there, you did the work, you walk in the sun, and you ensure third term loading, and today we are here, third term for Andrew Michael Holness. But this victory is more significant. You chose Jamaica, you chose Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness chose Jamaica, because we're at a critical point. And for the first time, the Labour Party will get the opportunity to continue building this country and moving us from poverty to prosperity. We had great leaders. Great leader in Bustamante, Edward Siaga, but they attacked them, damaged them, and pushed them over when the country was growing. This leader stood the test. You, the workers, stood the test and made sure on this occasion they could not push down this leader, and we're going to build this country and grow from poverty to prosperity. You chose Jamaica. You chose Andrew Holness. You chose the Jamaica Labour Party. Labour rights. Celebrate.
It's a historic moment. It's a great moment for the Labour Party and the people of Jamaica. God bless you all. Let's go forward.
Dubplate incoming. Same song what them a ban off a radio, them a promote rally with. PNP and JLP. Can't make a stream get clapped with their music. Let's see what TVJ say.
Though we don't require a referendum to change from the Privy Council.
All right, we'll wait for the Prime Minister to talk.
Every man and every woman here tonight and right across Jamaica don't love and respect Andrew Holness.
I don't love and respect no politician. Fuck out of here.
Has Andrew Holness ever being disrespectful to any of you?
I don't know.
So hear me now, Labour Rights. The Member of Parliament for West Central, St. Andrew. The first time in the history of our great Jamaica Labour Party that we have a leader that has taken us to 3 consecutive elections. I ask Jamaica, wherever you are now, answer the question. What time is it? What time is it?
Alright, here goes the dubplate them. The same song with them a band we talk about killing a promote. Enough people don't like hear it true, but it is what it is. And not just JLP guilty, it PNP guilty too. Alright. My boy figure talk now.
This bell
What
is
about
not
this
an
time?
easy bell to ring. I wouldn't be surprised if Bustamante rang this bell. But I carried the symbol of the party today because it is such a historic moment that this is a victory for our founder, Bustamante, for Sir Donald Stankster, for Hugh Shearer, for Edward Philip George Siaga, for Bruce Golding, and I want to invite Mrs. Carla Siaga to just come and acknowledge the moment and take a bow to the crowd, because all of this Mr. Siaga still has, well, he must be happy. So, Desmond, just, you are only allowed to hold the bell temporarily. Do not ring it. I have a few things to say early on. Firstly, let me thank the thousands of Jamaicans who prayed for me personally and who prayed for the government and the country.
Yeah, listen, if I'm going to congratulate the PNP then. It's a good sportsmanship. Alright, with the dubplate.
My wife and one of my sons is here, Adam. Come on, guy.
Alright, Mr. Adam. Are you in line for get 51 million US out of Jamaica? But that's a call a spade a spade.
The superwoman.
That's his wife. My wife that'll drop it. You have to make your music pass because we copyright the stream. And wife that?
I mean, you know, a political campaign sometimes you know, when they see the personalities, they forget that they are human beings with feelings and emotions, and they can be objectified. It's very difficult, but I want to thank my family here and abroad and all over who have withstood a tremendous onslaught, but they never gave up on me or on the people of Jamaica. I want to thank the political team. I think we have the best political.
All right, easy, just quiet, respect for pass through and with the common sense.
But allow me to, I do this at a risk, but I'm sure everyone will agree that my Deputy Prime Minister, Horace Chang, the
Don't play it again.
party,
Don't play it. We're banning off a radio again. Promote.
commendation, you know, their bond.
Why if you man make a speech, I'm afraid to play these music in the background? This shit is beyond me.
And
like no professionalism in Jamaican politics. Both parties stop banning these music off a radio and them use them for campaign, pound of campaign. It's hypocritical.
Very good friends and very good professional associates. We have a mind share, and we are both very much committed to Jamaica, like everyone in the team. I want to thank you, the supporters. You would know how much you mean to me.
Arrow said the poor people lost tonight.
For all of you who squeeze up on the bus to come to the meeting, who go on the long motorcades with us, for all of you who take on the PNP them when you hear them with the lies.
Don't play it again. If you don't want to hear it, pause. This a play from the JLP Labour Party side.
All of you who have stood up and chosen Jamaica, I say thanks to you. You make us stronger, and we stand here on your shoulders. I thank you. God bless you, and I love you.
As a Prime Minister, why wouldn't you big up your opposition and give them respect? Let me listen for that.
Today,
we need the country to come
Jamaica
together.
won. Jamaica won this election. Yes. The majority of voters decided to choose Jamaica.
Alright, Arrow said they will continue to live in zinc homes. Congratulations on everyone that worked for the hotel. You will continue to have no benefits, no paid time or vacation, and you will never fight for you.
Make no mistake about it. This was not an easy victory. Make no mistake about it. This was a fight.
Was it a fight or you just have a weak opponent?
We did not descend my political organization.
I'm just asking the question. I'm not attached to no political
Descend
party.
to the gutter to fight. We did not seek to trick the people to win. We did not seek to tear down anyone to lift up ourselves. We did not seek to tear down Jamaica in order to be able to administer the affairs of Jamaicans.
Respectfully, dude, you win. Just get the country together. That's what you should do. Just not continue to poke your beer. People are gone mad already.
A clean, disciplined, focused, well-organized campaign.
Somebody said Westmoreland or Hanover never win no seat.
That we can run a decent campaign and win. And that is how Jamaica has won.
Alright, now we're gonna hip hop. They not like us. Don't play it. Alright.
That is how Jamaica wins. Our democracy by this election is proven to be intact. There are those.
I always say Andrew will become a zillionaire.
A view that the mere fact of a third term is a threat to democracy. There are those who are trying to carry the idea that regardless of how well a government performs and merits to be re-elected, it shouldn't happen because somehow that is a threat to democracy. Well, today has dispelled that because we went through the toughest battle in
Here
any
comes the dub
democratic
plate.
society in the region to stand here and say we will be the government for the third term.
Dub plate incoming. We have to pause. Dub plate. All of Jamaica's government official them is now selectors.
We contested the election with the highest level of decency and morality. The people came out. We do have our concerns about the turnout, but the people who voted, the majority spoke and chose Jamaica. So I am satisfied that our democracy is strong. But I wish to assure all Jamaicans who participated in the elections or who did not participate in the election that my government will continue to be respectful of, uphold and advance democratic institutions and protect the democracy of this country. There are some things that should be said.
What should be said?
No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Jamaica is at a special place today. It is an opportunity. For me, it was also a personal challenge. And I would just like to say, when you face challenges and you look for the opportunities, rise to the occasion.
Sizzler now, I bet you Sizzler.
You're strong.
I tell you, select all of them be.
Stop you.
You look like him a clap, they look out my hair, you know? Our body language look like say him a clap. If you know, you know.
And after all the attacks, the lies, the rumors, the innuendos, I am still solid as a rock that just can't.
Another Sizzler. Tell it, what of them are selected then? So all the Jamaican politicians them predictable on both sides.
In the third term, As
Where you
in
go do? Where you go do,
the
my boss?
first and the second,
Where you go do, sir?
we must guard against arrogance.
What about dunce? A dunce song the more you
We
ban.
must develop an even keener ears to listen to the people. We must be focused on addressing the needs of the people. And while it is clear that the majority have spoken and chosen the Jamaica Labour Party, geographically and traditionally, there are still those who may not share that view. And for varying reasons. One reason is they say, yes, we see prosperity in some areas, but they want prosperity to come now to their community, to their driveway, and to their doorway. This government, in our third term, must be laser focused on ensuring that there is prosperity for all Jamaicans.
You need to hold him accountable to that.
And just to be clear, prosperity doesn't mean riches.
What do you mean,
For
sir?
some people, prosperity means peace. They want to live in peace. For some people, prosperity may mean their children getting to university. For some people, prosperity is a car. For others, it is a house. But for most people, it is the road fixed in their community and water in their pipes.
Yes, a disgrace the level Jamaica at in 2025, man. That.
And so, we must be focused on delivering these basic public services, which means prosperity for so many.
I'm here for it.
But Jamaica is more than that. Jamaica is a potential to be realized. And for decades, we have underperformed. The story of Jamaica,
At least him acknowledge the truth. Me can respect that.
much as a country, but we could have done so much more.
I have to respect this type of
For the first
speech.
time, an electorate has said, we will reward a performing government to continue to deliver the promise of Jamaica.
Hit the like button, the peeps.
The promise of cutting murders and crime and bringing Jamaica finally to peace. The peace which we had 60 years ago. We
Bring it.
can have peace in our country.
Bring it back.
The promise of Jamaica being a growing and robust economy, which we had 60 years ago, we will continue to fulfill the promise of the growth of the Jamaican economy.
And we're here, feet. Sorry, people.
We will continue to fulfill the promise of a knowledgeable, educated, and informed society, where every child can have access to the best quality education. We will continue to fulfill that promise. We will continue to fulfill the promise where every Jamaican can have meaningful employment and earn a meaningful income so that you can fulfill your own personal dreams and aspirations. We will continue to fulfill that promise.
Just don't give people them promise for.
To build a society that is just. A society that is fair for everyone.
Please.
We will continue the work that we have started in our second term. Now, as I close my presentation to you,
all right,
our political organization, like any other organization, must renew itself. The third term is also an opportunity for renewal, to attract new people, to expose new talent, to refresh ideas, and to place to the Jamaican people a continued, credible political organization that can always ably lead the government of the country.
Marathon stream,
So
rather.
we will not be laying back comfortable in victory. No. We will be rebuilding, refreshing, renewing, and preparing to be a credible alternative to the opposition for the fourth term of a Jamaica Labour Party government.
Yes, I just the blessing.
Make a double plate pass.
So, Jamaicans, your democracy is strong. You have made the right decision to continue with a government that performs, because it sends a signal to governments to come that the way to win is by performing, by doing, by achieving victory by merit.
Keep it real, Jamaica has been modernized in a lot of ways.
Term, we created a momentum. We are on the right path, heading in the right direction with the right trajectory. That should not be broken, and the Jamaican people share that view. And therefore, we will continue to use the momentum to accelerate the development of our country and to ensure that you can get the benefits and the aspirations that you have all wished for.
Hit the like button, YAAD VIBEZ.
And fourth, we commit to being a responsible, caring, and fair government. That is my commitment and the commitment of my team to you. We will be the political party to move Jamaica from poverty to prosperity.
I lie.
I continue to be your 1 p.m.
Okay, there you have it, Prime Minister. I have to make the music right out because them selector here play too much music. Dancehall. Squingy over there, so we have Tony Mataran, Renaissance, DJ left side at Esco, Colin Hines over there, so.
Not here, and for our brothers and sisters who unfortunately did not make it. Labor rights, you have been a good set of people. Stay tuned for announcements to come.
Why wouldn't they take an opportunity as a leader of a country where just wouldn't ensure PNP people, let me say, hey, we're going to take care of our own, we're not going to neglect it because we never vote for it. This is what Jamaica should be about. Alright, let's see what TVJ are going with, cause be a music, don't play them money up. All right, TVJ will be back. CVM run off I stream. Okay, CVM there. Can't do music, people. Too much copyright all the time. What else am I gonna talk about? Alright. What y'all expect in a new year? Not expect a better Jamaica for the next 4 years. A new updated Jamaica. Debt go down. Minimum wage go triple. Murder rate go to 0. What do you think?
They are the team well.
Again, them a play a coke song. Coke song where them supposed to be banning off radio. Why are these songs on your campaign? Why are these songs even making dub plates on your campaign? Alright, let's see if TVJ is back. We're gonna can't do a music thing.
From 2020 to 2025, just up to earlier today, Nicholas. Lord B. Smith, we were speaking in the break, as I know, get final comments from our panelists about this being good for democracy. Why do you say that?
Undoubtedly, I think I'm looking forward to Parliament now. Parliament had become very boring in recent years, but I think now that we have this very razor-thin majority, we are going to see a lot of fireworks in Parliament, and it is to be noted that the bulk of the PNP leadership, the more experienced parliamentarians in the PNP are now back in Parliament, and this, I think, augurs well for our parliamentary democracy, and I have no doubt that the government will be kept on its toes more so now than before. And this is good because it will enable the country to perhaps expect greater levels of accountability and transparency and overall better governance.
Right. So people like Damian Crawford, Dr. Dayton Campbell, as well. We're also seeing some new faces, Jermaine Barrett, Zuleika Jess, retired policeman, Steve McGregor as well. What do you make of the PNP then and their own performance and some of the new faces and returning faces to Gordon House?
Indeed, I think that the PNP has everything to celebrate tonight. They have managed to bring into the parliament some extremely strong and vigorous contenders holding the government's feet to the fire. I also think that the leadership of Mark Golin is solid. I don't expect a leadership race. And when I think about the two speeches that we've heard tonight, Mark Golin on one hand, the Prime Minister on the other hand, you get a sort of reflective, contemplative, and a sort of a deliberative conversation by Mark Golin, reflecting on the fact that in his estimation, he thinks he has done more than would have been reasonably expected of him, but that he takes this as being a democratic reflection from the people of Jamaica. I think Andrew Holness, on the other hand, he took time to really...
Don't realize that Dr. Horace Chang has been General Secretary, led us to organize the party with the leader 2016, 2020, and now 2025. Excellent work. He's a genius at what he does. I have worked with him before, and I see that he's very good at his craft. He spoke about running a clean campaign. All right. Spoke about a clean campaign, which was very good. We did that, right? And he has put all the members on their guard. We must listen to the people, and we must focus and address the needs of the people. I think it was a good speech, and I think he also mentioned renewal, which is also important.
Yeah, that's a whole other discussion. Earl Markson.
The building of Jamaica is a long-term project, and therefore this is just another moment on that journey, and I think we need to see it in that context and look to how we move forward over the next 5 years and beyond, because each step along that journey prepares us for the next step. And it's important for both the governing party and the opposition to understand that they have a role to play in the development of the society, but it is not just up to them. they have to take into consideration also the views and concerns of so many other Jamaicans here and abroad.
Emily.
Interesting night, history making. I think part of the Prime Minister's speech, the first half, he seemed to have been dealing with a lot of the personal attacks that were leveled at him. It sounded very much as if he was still campaigning, first half of the speech. Second half, I think he came around to understanding that he is the Prime Minister. He's won his third term, so he reminded himself to guard against arrogance. They're going to have to watch it with this Parliament, because I think the Parliament is going to be extremely antagonistic. It's a completely different space, and on top of that, the people are going to be looking to him to deliver a lot of what they have promised in very short order, and it's going to be one of the most difficult third terms that any government is going to have to live through. I look forward to the renewal. Don't know where it's going to come from, because the numbers are reduced in the lower house, but let's see what can happen.
Clifford.
All in all, I think the People's National Party is in a prime position. One back from ruin, one with a united base, and one that has faced the past 2 elections beautifully. So my word to the party and its leadership is just simply continuity. As for the Jamaica Labour Party and Andrew Holness, congratulations on their win. But I think even Dr. Holness himself realized that his win is not in a vacuum. And even in his speech he mentions it's time for people to feel the gains of the economy, because people are signaling and say, hey, we want a change, we want to feel what's happening. So hopefully now we can see people at the center of his policies.
Okay, just remains for me now to thank, first of all, my panelists, Ron Walsh from Young Jamaica, Clifford James of the PNP. YO, I want to say thank you so much. You gentlemen have been fantastic. It's been great having you with us. My top colleagues, Emily Shields and Earl Moxham, and our top news and production teams. And as well, you are top audiences. Thank you so much for having...
Wait a second. Just before we go, I think we have a release from the Electoral Office concerning the local government, the by-elections there.
It says the JLP received majority votes in 34 constituencies. Okay, in the local government by-elections, the JLP candidates received majority votes in all 3 electoral divisions: Chancery Hall, St. Andrew, Northwestern, Olympic Gardens in St. Andrew West Central, and Dedham Town in Kingston Western. All right, and the overall preliminary turnout for the by-election.com, whatever the channels you've been watching on.
Yeah, whatever the channel, YAAD VIBEZ, you've been watching it on. Stay tuned, hit the like button. If you happen to subscribe, hit the notification button. We're breaking down Jamaica to the molecule and bringing common sense back. That's our the motive. But it doesn't stop here, but we want
regular enumeration. Each time it was a new list. So if 500,000 persons were registered, those 500,000 persons were available to vote, so to speak. But now, since continuous enumeration, a number of persons were migrated and who would have died and so on.
PNP have a lot of work to do,
That the ECJ will have to look at how to have those persons removed from the list, whether it's a full re-enumeration or some verification.
Certainly things to talk about. Mr. Christoph Simpson, very tightly worded final moments.
Yes, interesting election result. We expected it to be a tight race, and it was. This, I believe, would change the tone of the ruling party. We can hopefully look forward to a new attempt at constitutional reform, but maybe with more of a listening ear than they had before, and more openness to actually engage others outside of their own political grouping for what direction the country should move in going forward. The constitutional reform process and other things, the government had seemed to take on this approach of trying to unilaterally push certain agendas which they never really sought proper popular consensus for, not only from the opposition but from others outside of what we consider the main political arena as well. So we think that this new term, the government operates with some more humility.
All right, so there you have it from all our panelists, and from the decision desk there, Christoph Simpson, who helped us to crunch the numbers tonight, this has been quite an experience, Jordan Fort, in bringing this election to Jamaica.
Indeed.
What was it like for you?
And one of the things that we should mention too as well, Giovanni, is that throughout the night, remember we promised viewers at the top of the broadcast that we'll be watching 20 marginal seats, and throughout the night we saw it play out in real time, how those marginal seats swung this way and that. And those were really what brought the intrigue in this general election. So I was happy I was able to bring that to the fore.
Yeah, man, and they were in fact marginal. We see 3 of the 4 bellwether seats, the remaining.
Yeah, Barbara Canada in the house. Big up yourself.
Yes, and also Marlene Malahou Fort. Hanover Eastern with Dave Brown did not stay as a bellwether seat as the JLP lost that one. But of course, we'll continue to recap the election, lots to ruminate and speak about, and we will continue our coverage of the election 2025, decision 2025. Of course, you want to tune in to CVM's Sunrise tomorrow morning. Of course, we'll be looking back at today's activities. I'm Giovanni Dennis.
I'm Nika Lewis.
And I'm Jordan Fort.
On behalf of our entire news, sports and production teams and our hardworking crew in studio and our guests, pleasant viewing.
Okay, congratulations, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, new leader of Jamaica. What y'all guys be looking forward to? What improvement you're looking for? You still have local government, so you don't have to decide. You know what I'm saying? The promises are over now, so you have to start look for them to get fulfilled and start hold these people accountable. Alright, let's see. We don't know how much longer we're going to stay upon here so far. And nobody knows nothing in the live chat either. Okay. TVJ done with. Why them lose? Why PNP lose? Lack of use of technology. They never use technology right.
Bring home the best in freshwater.
Never use technology correct. Never have no planning. Go back to the last stream. One guy from PNP, him take the whole rally, nearly an hour out of the rally. Fill it for bread, rice, sugar, every damn thing we sell in a supermarket to prove inflation. Like, that's just total madness when you have school to cover, hospital, healthcare, security, police. Or you gonna expect to win like that? Let me see what people are saying at the live chat. And them timing slow. Yeah, timing slow. How you not gonna utilize let me put on the TTS. How you not gonna utilize your own YouTube channel?
Well done, Television Jamaica, never disappoint, always deliver.
Welcome, yeah. Well done, YAAD VIBEZ. What you mean? There was never a break, no commercials. Every time there was a pause in Television Jamaica, me finding something to watch. And this is how we're going to do it from now on. PNP only promised the poor and rile them up with empty promises, but the poor are still lesser by number. So
Official
the
Shem
PNP
says.
base is shrinking.
Exactly.
Oh shit, where am I play over here? Don't be clapping my stream at the end.
Review says. Remember Ian Hale's broad wigs and eyes lashes too expensive. Vern Omar Dunn says.
Yes, that me I
Dan
thought about.
Anderson Pole go and rest. Donna Hendricks says. Them vex that JLP winner them did went PNP fi winner if mash up the country but God a God shower sad.
Yeah, that's what me I thought about. Yeah, bring up here and all type of shit. Like, seriously?
Favor
Yeah.
in Eastern St. Andrew.
And it's the way you taught us to look at these things, Cliff. You made the point about that wall in St. Andrew, but if you think of the seats that the PNP has invested a lot of time in and that they've spoken most seriously about,
I'm going to stay on here for like the next half an hour or less.
Andrew is not going to script either, leaving you to wonder.
Get the likes up to 250 Yardies. Over here, common sense conversation. Yardies supporting Yardies.
That are in the PNP's path, those two seats especially.
Exactly. They have to take Eastern St. Andrew, which is looking most unlikely now. They have to take East Road St. Andrew from Juliet Holness.
Oh, this ain't live. Okay, so it look like probably all of the live channels them are done with. So we just have ourselves on the attack. Alright, Dana said them vex that JLP winner them did when PNP fi winner if mash up the country, but God, Dana, you have to prove read where you're right. You're right too fast and just as pressing. Alright, this will come over TTS. Let's see. Boom, boom.
Maxine Dekarish says, God will turn his back on Jamaica when Andrew done with you people in Jamaica. May God have mercy on you people.
Yo! Maxine say, yo, God have mercy upon us. I said, Andrew bad. Why am I so crazy? Why am I so...
Trevius says, the real reason PNP lost is hoping the Prime Minister was found guilty by IC for corruption.
Okay. Me I learn a lot in that chat here too. This is what we like engagement, you know.
Ebony says, Jamaica just survived the Dunce People Revolution. Patrice Brown says, IPM good thing Maxine and Nugod. Carl Henry says, 1 p.m.
One Prime Minister, alright. Let's see final result. I'm gonna load this here. Yeah, PNP never bring their A game. Them are run like them are running 919.
Barbara Taylor says,
990s.
That was not what was said regarding the university. People misunderstood what the PNP had said. LOL. Donna Hendricks says, Mark Golden if go home back and leave Jamaican people them.
Yeah, where am I go? England? PNP still alive. Say bro
Trevius says,
28 bank accounts.
PNP still alive. Say bro Gad have 28 bank accounts.
Well, as can to him and the rally him say some of them are close account and count in a hit and investment account will close. But he must say it done when I say still in under investigation. I mean I don't know who I lie. Why Jamaica court records now in public knowledge? Okay, yeah, see final score there. 34 JLP, PNP 28. Respect, almost 23,000 and change people pass through today. Big up on yourself. If you subscribe, that means you want common sense conversation if you subscribe to this channel. We don't want the 90%. We don't want the dumb, the deaf, and the blind. We only want the 10% common sense. Alright, people, I don't know, like, we might have to call you at night. We need to add a phone line to this thing here. We can bring people in, because we need to have a whole heap of discussion in Jamaica. Whole heap. We need to talk about the whole culture. Are Jamaican women dateable in 2025? Are Jamaican men?
Jermaine Yurden says, recount foul play.
Alright, they're going to have
Ebony
a recount,
says, in Jamaica common sense is not common.
It's not.
Trevius says, respect we can call in.
Yeah. I know only Jamaica now have common
Patrice
sense.
Brown says, Ms. Williams, well done, you have served the people. Kay says, Deedlesta is the best way to get.
Respect.
Jermaine Yurden says, recount foul play. Carl Henry says, what was the popular vote count?
We never had no numbers for the popular vote count. And then only people in Jamaica have common sense. Jamaicans, regardless of where they have common sense. So you can't just put that on people in
Maxine
Jamaica.
Dekarish says, me is not God, God a God, I don't live there, I have a house there, I will be selling it, sorry I'm finished with Jamaica.
Why would you sell it when Jamaica booming and property price go up more than ever? It's smallest country plot. In some country areas they find $40,000 US want like a plot of land. You'd be surprised. I think y'all should be more invested in Jamaica. Can't make foreigners just buy up the island. Hotels them take over all the beach them.
K says. GGGTK no te lo he enviado antesta in a few years and I am not sure if.
But that's Spanish, el español. Y'all still hanging out or call you at night. Damn, I've been 6.5 hours, maybe been holding it down with y'all. Respect for all the people them will hit the like, subscribe and give your opinion in the comments more than ever. Like when people comment. Whether dumb or bad, can I make example out of idiot them too. Okay, let's see what's up now. Jamaica election. Ain't nobody live up in this. Alright, people, me think might just call you at night. Thank you all of you guys who showed up and made this interactive. Many more of this will get done, not only on politics but general topics, guys. We're going to put a lot of nonsense to rest. So anyway, respect. This is YAAD Vibes. YAAD is supporting YAAD is. Best upon yourself. Wherever you are to. If you're on the night shift. If you're there at work. If you listen to the replay.
Donna Hendricks says. Jamaican people need peace and love in our country. We don't want our country to mash up. The Prime Minister do him best in the country. God is good all the time. Carl Henry says. Respect. Keep up the good work.
Respect Donna, respect everybody. All the people them a critique and we have to lick them with common sense. Thank you all for showing up. Alright, have a good night. Bless. See you again upon the next
Ebony
live.
says. Billions of dollars are in the diaspora waiting to be invested if crime and violence decrease.
I did that topic on that in the past. You are 100% correct. 100% correct on that. Much people want to go back with them and watch a crime. We don't want to invest. But then rather, a lot of Jamaicans have millions of dollars worth of property. But them can't sell their house paid off for worth millions. So couldn't like to sell it and go back. But them scared. People might go rob them and kill them. They can't trust nobody. So yeah. Anyway, bless upon yourself. Have a good night. I'm out.